Please rise for the pledge of allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Councilmember Barbara Bukowski. Here. Councilmember Diane Benchkowski. Here. Councilmember Anthony Filipski.
Here.
Councilmember Michael Jazinski.
Here.
He is on. I'm waiting for him to respond. Councilmember Jazinski.
Having problems with audio.
Councilmember Brian Pilarski.
Present.
Councilmember Vernon Thompson.
Here.
Supervisor Brian Nowak.
Present.
All right, thank you and welcome to day one of our 2 days of budget hearings. For those of you who were on the town board last year, you have some familiarity with how this will transpire today and why we do it. For those of you who are new or it's your first time at a budget hearing, the purpose of these meetings is to have our department heads come before the town board to present their budgets, speak a little bit about changes, requests that are made, and then to take council member questions. I know that I had sent some in advance, all of mine in, and as I said in the email to set up these budget hearings, that any questions in advance, please get those through, but if you don't, and I think we're all reasonable and of the same understanding up here that we won't get answers today, but we'll work on getting answers to any of the questions that you have to the best of our ability. Everybody should have a copy of the printed schedule in front of them, and you'll see that most of the departments or portions of the budget are scheduled out, but there are some that are not. Through the course of the next 2 days, we'll fit in Attorney Fowler and several other areas of the budget in between presenters. So that way we can control this as best we can and we don't have any unexpected downtimes. We make this as useful and efficient for us as possible. And you'll see on the second day, after our presentation from the town assessor at 2 p.m. that we scheduled some time for open session just to discuss everything that we've heard and go into general topics. And obviously, this is the schedule that I proposed and put forward in front of everybody. If there's a desired change from the board, please let me know as we're moving along. But we will start today with our presentation from Drescher and Malecki on the 2024 financial audit.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. My name is Corey Swenson-Scoble. I worked as the senior manager for the town's external audit this year. And just to preface kind of what our role is and why we're hired by the town is to perform an external independent audit. So we come in, we assess risk, we look at the internal control structure, and then we design and perform our audit procedures in order to gain reasonable assurance and be able to provide an opinion on whether we believe those financial statements are fairly presented and can be relied upon by external parties. So you may see other auditors, internal claims auditors, state auditors, but we are hired by the town to provide that independent opinion on those numbers. So going through our slides today, first slide is the products of our audit. So first and foremost are the financial statements. These outline the operations of the town. They're the books and records that are prepared by management. And like I said, we come in and we perform our audit tests, and we provide our opinion on those financial statements and those numbers. So for the 12/31/24 year, we provide an unmodified or a clean opinion. And we also did not have any reportable findings for this year's audit. The second item is the single audit. The single audit is required for any municipalities that spend in excess of $750,000. So as the town spent in excess of that, we looked at the different grant programs and kind of risk assess which program we should look at. And we test the compliance for that program. So we looked at the American Rescue Plan Act for this year, and we did not have any reportable findings in terms of internal controls or for compliance for that one. Third item is the auditor communications letter. This outlines what our required communications are as your external independent auditors. So this outlines what our responsibility is to gain reasonable assurance, to provide an opinion. It also highlights some of the significant accounting policies and estimates that are used by management in the town and are within those financial statements. The fourth item is the management letter. We use this as a tool to provide any best practices in terms of internal controls, operational matters. We also use this as a tool to communicate any reporting requirements that the town should be aware of. The fifth item is the departmental reports. We provide a few different audits of departments. We look at the town clerk, tax receiver, and justice. So this departmental report encompasses all three of those. We look at a sample of receipts and disbursements and do some audit testing for those. And we had unmodified a clean opinion and no findings there. And then lastly is the annual financial report. This is required to be submitted by the town to the New York State Office of State Comptroller by the end of April. So we work with management and we prepare and submit that on their behalf. And then that covers kind of the qualitative part of the presentation. Looking forward at the financial statement update. So we have a couple slides in here covering the town's 4 major governmental funds. We'll look at trend slides, show the revenue expenditures, how they looked for the last 5 years, and then we'll look at the fund balance and how that's broken out for each of the funds. So starting off with the consolidated garbage fund. So you can see over the last 5 years, the garbage fund has been pretty steady in terms of revenues and expenditures being pretty close to each other. This year, there was a decrease in fund balance of about $85,000. The fund balance ended at about $2.4 million. Expenditures were about $10.8 million, slightly higher than the revenues of $10.7 million. And you can see from 2023 to 2024, both revenues and expenditures increased. Expenditures mainly saw an increase of about $1.2 million, and that was increases in recycling contractor costs. And then on the revenue side, it was increased about $1 million, and this was mainly due to some transfers of that American Rescue Plan money, about $800,000. That was used as revenue loss to kind of cover those increase in those expenses. So looking at the garbage fund, total fund balance, you can see that slight dip from 23 to 24 of about $85,000. The different classifications, the first one being the darker gray portion is the non-spendable amount. That's like your retirement prepaid amounts. The light gray covers anything that is appropriated in fund balance or set aside for subsequent years' expenditures, as well as encumbrances. And then that blue portion covers the 1.7 shows the available assigned fund balance that's available for use. And moving on to the next fund that we cover is the sewer fund. So you can see this one had a little bit more variability in the last 5 years. Last year, the revenues and expenditures were pretty close, but this year, fund balance decreased about $2 million. and that was ending fund balance of 6.8. That orange line, the expenditure line, totaled 17.582 million, revenues about 15.5. Expenditures increased from last year, about 4 million. And this was mainly due to 1.45 million that was transferred to capital. That was earmarked sewer money to help in some capital improvements. And then the other portion that we saw increases in was the 1.8 million in the sewer billings to Buffalo Sewer Authority.
And the question,
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, can you put up those graphs, please, for the audience on the YouTube? Somebody had asked about that,
The graphs are shown behind us.
but they're not on the,
Show.
but they're not on the YouTube for the audience to see it
I see what you mean.
Yeah. on the
They
screen.
are showing on the screen here for the audience in the room, but you can't really tell them there.
Yeah, a few people, thank you, Ed, for letting us know that, and Dan. So, kind
Can we
of,
go back and start over?
well, I don't think, maybe if you just want to show those two previous slides.
Yeah. They can see it now?
Not yet.
Oh,
No, I know
okay.
it's so hard
They're,
because we
they're
see it.
coming up right now.
They can see them now?
Yes.
Okay. So just for,
Why don't you go back to the
Okay.
consolidated clerk
my arrows aren't
on the
working.
sewer district, or I'm sorry, garbage.
Garbage district. If you can go back to the bar graph for the garbage district, please.
Yeah, mine's not working now, the remote.
Hold on a second. You want me to move it to? Go ahead.
There we go. Okay. So this was the garbage fund that I was referencing, about $85,000 decrease. And that was mainly increases in recycling contractor costs, and then 800,000 coming in for the ARPA, like I mentioned. And then this shows the fund balance level and the classifications. And then looking at the sewer fund, I just went through the expenditures. So you saw that 1.5 million transfer to capital, and then the increase in the billings to Buffalo Sewer Authority. And then on the revenue side of things, revenue increased about $2 million. And this was, again, $2 million of that American Rescue Plan ARPA money coming in to use as lost revenue to kind of help the hit of those expenses increasing.
Question for you.
Yeah.
In relation to the ARPA funding, there have been stories about the city of Buffalo misusing some of those funds. Is there any concern of any of our spending when it comes to those funding?
No, when we looked at the spending at year end, we test a sample and we test it to the Uniform Guidance Compliance Supplement and the final rule for ARPA. And from what we saw, everything that was spent was appropriate. And then as of 12/31/24, there was the idea that you have to obligate those funds. You have to have a contract in place, and then the spending has to happen by 12/31/26. So we also looked at that as well to make sure that those, because the whole idea is the obligations, if they're not proper, the federal government could claw that money back. So we did test that pretty detailed. We looked at the contracts and the invoices that came in, and we were able to substantiate those obligations as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then looking at the sewer fund, fund balance, you can see that decrease from 23 to 24 of about 2 million. Like I mentioned, the total fund balance for sewer fund was 6.855 million, with a small portion being in your non-spendable, about 6 million being in your appropriated fund balance and encumbrances. There's also pollution remediation portion assigned. And then that blue portion is that assigned unappropriated available for use amount. And then moving on to the highway fund. The last 5 years, you can see there was some variation and dips, leveling out last year with revenues and expenditures being pretty close to matching. This year, fund balance decreased about 3 million, ending in $7 million in fund balance. Total expenditures was about 16.3 million, revenues about 13.2. You can see revenue stayed pretty level from last year. There was about $60,000 increase for some interest earnings. You had some better interest rates on that than the cash in those accounts. And then on the expense side of things, there was about $3 million increase. 1 million was transferred out to capital projects, like sewer fund. There was some highway projects that were earmarked for capital improvements. There was about 1.1 million in emergency contracted snow removal costs. And then lastly, largest increase was there's about 800,000 more in machinery and equipment purchases in 24 compared to 23. And then looking at the impact of the revenue expenditure trends on fund balance, that decrease of about 3 million, with 4.3 in your appropriated fund balance and your encumbrance balance, and then about 2.5 million shown in that assigned unappropriated balance. And then for general fund, general fund has been pretty steady, not too many large gaps between the revenues and expenditures over the years, but it has been increasing, which is a trend we've been seeing at a lot of our municipalities, just increasing costs of everything. So it's no surprise, but the general fund decreased about 2.2 million, ending fund balance of 29.68 million. Total expenditures was 70.78 million, revenues about 66.5. Expenditures saw about $5 million increase. Large portion of that was 2.8 million of that transferring of the American Rescue Plan money to sewer and garbage for the revenue loss, and to make sure that spending happened, right? Because those deadlines are running up. And then there was also increase in health costs, employee benefits, about 1.2 million. And then payroll and comp time and public safety saw an increase of about 800,000. And then on the revenue side of things, you can see the revenue also increased about 3.3 million. ARPA was about an increase of 1.2 million in that federal aid, which makes sense. You have to recognize that revenue when you spend it in order to meet those deadlines from the federal government. And then the other side of it was some other financing sources for some subscription IT agreements that the district entered into. They have to be shown on the financial statements in accordance with some governmental accounting standards. So you can see an increase in those other financing sources as well, coming in from those. And then general fund fund balance. So you can see that decrease about 2.2 million. Total fund balance of 29.6, with the breakdown of the non-spendable portion. Restricted, that's your restricted for your risk retention insurance obligations. And then the assigned portion, a good amount of that, 6.9 million, was assigned appropriated fund balance. And then lastly, that 10 million sitting in unassigned fund balance that's available for use.
A question, you said 6.9 assigned?
Yep.
In 2024?
Yeah, and then the remaining amount of that 7.2 is 281,000 for carry forward purchase orders. That's assigned, the encumbrance balances. And this last slide just has my information as well as Carl Widmer, who works as the partner on the audit. But overall, we had easy time working with the town. Everyone's gets back to us. We were able to complete all of our audit testing. So I can take any questions now or later on. our information is on there.
Open it up to the town board for questions. Anybody's itching to go first? Councilman Pilarski?
Good morning, and thank you for coming.
Yeah.
You reported earlier in this presentation that the financial statements in a single audit, there was no findings or concerns.
Mhm.
Was there any inklings or hints of fraud, misuse, missing money, anything in regards to that stuff?
No. So as the external auditors, we aren't hired to find the fraud, but we do fraud inquiries and a fraud questionnaire, and we make a couple inquiries, and if anything we came aware of, we would bring it to this group and discuss, but we were not made aware of anything.
It's just
During
a sampling, right? A random sampling, you'll
Yes.
grab and go that route, yeah.
Yeah.
And then in regards to waste or anything, that's the board's responsibility, not yours, just so we're clear, right? Am I correct on that statement?
For
Like
what?
waste of spending or anything. That's really the town board when they're budgeting and all that stuff to see if there's waste or duplication, correct? That's not the auditors.
Correct.
job.
Yeah, we're strictly looking at the numbers, looking at the procedures, the internal controls, and being able to tell financial statement users of the financial statements whether those numbers are fairly presented or not during the year.
I just want to make sure the
Different-
public knew,
Yeah, different in terms of budget, compilation, and compliance.
Thank you.
So you don't make like a recommendation, like for next year, you people should be doing this, or look out for that, or maybe, tighten this. You just, here's your numbers, here's where you're at. It's up to you to figure it out, basically.
Well, we provide the management letter
Okay.
that was released and issued last month. I didn't go through the specifics, but I can run through those improvements. They weren't too different from last year's report. We had a comment regarding capital assets, fixed assets. The town, from what we've been aware of, hasn't had inventory of doing a full inventory count, seeing how many vehicles, buildings. So that has been a recommendation that we've talked with finance about. And then another item was automated payroll. From our understanding, there are some lags in terms of the payroll process. A lot of manual things that still happen. So I know, and I think we've talked with Brian Krause about it, that automated payroll, kind of looking into that, it's something that he's been exploring and thinking about improving that process. And then we've also had a comment in terms of bank reconciliation procedures for justice, tax, as well as townwide, making sure those bank reconciliations are done, monthly reviewed, and making sure that there are those formal procedures in place that you can rely on to be the point place for outlining what should be happening. And that was pretty much it for the management letter. That's what we included for the improvement items for this year. We also have in there outlines of future reporting requirements. The Governmental Accounting Standards Board outlines how the reporting and the footnotes and the financials should be put together. So there's a couple, we call them GASB. There's a couple GASBs coming up, but we work with Brian and Sarah in accounting and make sure that those are implemented properly and they're in line with those. But there's no big ones coming up that should cause too much of an impact, but we look at that with them during the audit.
Thank you.
One of the questions that I had about GASB standards, when I read the 24 audit, it didn't seem like there was anything new in terms of GASB standards that applied this year. I know you made reference to the subscriptions and it's within the audit report. I just want to confirm here, there were no new GASB standards that applied to this audit compared to 23 that changed what you had to report.
There was GASB 101, which was for compensated absences. We worked with Brian. That was basically a standard that talked about reevaluating how the town looks at their sick leave, vacation, accruals, and how that's valued. So we worked with Brian and we kind of came up with what those assumptions look like that are in compliance with that GASB. So that one is included for 2024. And there was a restatement for that, but restatements under new GASBs are totally acceptable and expected. So that is a newer one that was in there this year.
Got it. One of the other questions I had was about the departmental reports. You mentioned justice, the clerk's office, and that.
Yep.
When you do the departmental reports within the audit, do you go after the same departments each year, or do those rotate for the sake of the public?
We look at the same ones every year. We look at tax, justice, clerk. We also look at recreation and senior center. We don't issue separate reports for those. I think those are just kind of encompassed, yeah, because those are like within the same, those are within general fund. Right, Brian? Yeah. So that's kind of encompassed within the financial statement audit for the town. But we do look at senior center and rec as well.
And last question I had was about the annual financial report and where that gets sent. You've got New York State OSC. Can you talk a little bit more about when your report's complete here? Obviously, the town gets access to it, but how does that get sent to New York State, and who does that get sent to, and why does it get sent to those people?
So the New York State Office of State Comptroller, they collect all this data from all the towns, villages, cities, school districts, counties in New York State. Different deadlines are in place for the size that you are based on the population. So the town of Cheektowaga is due as of May 1st. So that information, we work with Brian and Sarah, and we input that information, we prepare it. Brian reviews it and submits and certifies it. So that information goes to the state comptroller, and that it's available on Open Book New York for everyone to see. And then in terms of, so because we do that earlier in April, we then start our audit immediately after that in May and June. And then that's as of end of June is when we issue the ACFR annual financial report that goes to the GFOA for filing. And then we continue and do our single audit department. Might be missing one. There's a couple different reports, but does that answer the question?
It does. It's
Okay.
next to my question. Thank
Okay.
you. Anything else from council members?
Supervisor, I do have a question from Councilmember Jazinski. He said he's having audio issues, but is there anything different you see in the report that wasn't in last year's report, is what he's asking?
No, just that compensated absences governmental accounting standard board that I mentioned, that newer one.
Yeah, so I guess my question, maybe you're using just different terms. So the blue bar, the assigned unappropriated, it's assigned, but it hasn't been used yet? Is that what? Okay.
Correct.
And then the light gray is assigned
So that's assigned for subsequent years expenditures. So that's the amount in the budget that you're filling in to use fund balance to fill that gap between revenues, real property
so
tax and
that's
expenditures.
the one that would correspond with this chart that Brian Kraus always gives us with our budget. So that would be the
appropriated fund balance portion,
appropriated
yes.
that we use. Yeah, because they're kind of, some of this isn't matching to what I had forecasted for 2024 when I did that budget.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not sure what happened in between. They used more than I thought, but I mean, when we were doing that 2024 budget, the board could see that in the highway fund, we still have the percentage of appropriations. We had 48.14% in that fund that was left, or that was a good, healthy fund to use. Because you don't want to just hoard it, I don't think either, correct? You want to get it at a spot that is reasonable for the residents to be able to actually use it towards paying less of a tax levy.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Okay. You want to be able to bring in the taxpayer money, but also be giving back to the taxpayers, right?
Yeah.
So it's that healthy balance of figuring out how much fund balance to keep, what's appropriate, and what is possible and doable for the town, given the expenses they have.
We try to stay within the 15% of the appropriations and not to use much more than that. So I just wanted to make sure we were doing it correct. Yes, thank you.
Michael kind of spoke to my question, but to put a different light on that, Drescher Merlucky works with a lot of towns and municipalities throughout Western New York. Is there any trend that you saw in Cheektowaga compared to the other towns or municipalities that was unusual or alarming?
No, honestly, it's the trends are the same everywhere, right? You're trying to figure out that budget gap with the decline in the federal aid American Rescue Plan money. You're also trying to figure out the expenses and the increasing union contracts or, things that are out of the control of the town. So no, it was pretty standard in terms of what everyone is seeing.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I was watching a debate with candidates for the city of Tonawanda last night. Some of the questions coming up had to do with their reserve funds and the cost of their union contracts, compounding, and some of the same stressors that are here are in the city of Tonawanda. I meet with a group of supervisors on a regular basis, and they're dealing with some of the similar budget pressures. The reserve funds are a little bit different place to place.
Yeah.
Borrowing money is different place to place. The other question I had was regarding the general fund and the gray section, what's called assigned. There's a consistent trend from 21 until now of that share growing. I know Councilmember Benchkowski asked about this, but can you reiterate what this share of the general fund is about and why that is growing year after year?
I can't speak to why it's growing every year over year because that is determined in your budget. So that's essentially what that is, right? That assigned portion, at least for, I'm not sure what the numbers were for 23. I don't have those details written down on here, but for 24 of that 7.2 million, the amount that was appropriated fund balance is 6.9 million. So that's essentially saying you're looking at your budget, you have your uncontrollable revenues, you have your real property tax, which you can control. And then that last third portion is how much you want to and you can be able to afford to use fund balance to supplement that budget to make it a balanced budget.
Right.
So that kind of, the rising increase in expenses and your revenues, the unpredictability of sales tax and departmental income kind of speaks to why that might be creeping up in the budget. But that's just when you're getting into your budget, you're starting with the spending first, seeing what you need and want to provide for the taxpayers, and then going into your revenues, how much of that fund balance you want to set aside to help pay those expenses, and then your real property tax.
Got it. And now the restricted portion of these fund balances, can you speak to what that's about and to the degree you know off the top of your head what's within them?
Yeah, so the 10.1 million is your insurance and your risk retention fund. That's really money that's restricted for spending in terms of judgments and claims, and your self-insurance type costs. So that fund balance lands based on how that spending and revenues come in for the year. It's basically that risk retention fund is completely restricted for that type of spending. So that's why it's shown as yellow and restricted.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
One last round with the council members. Seeing none, hearing none. Corey, I think we're all set.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, we are at about a little after 9:30. Next on the presentation list, we have Brian Kraus to talk a bit about employee benefits and some of the other fixed cost main drivers of the budget. I know in the letter that I prepared for the board that's in the 26 budget binder and in discussions of the big cost drivers within the budget, I've personally been talking a lot about the healthcare, the pension, and the labor contracts and how they make up a good share of the budget. So at this point in the morning, we're going to give the floor over to Brian Kraus so he can speak about those various items and then some of the smaller ones that get into longevity, sick pay, things like that.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. So I don't have slides. I did provide the board members with legal document, legal size document on the budget. And if you'd like to go to like page 21 of 23, that's where all of the employee benefit portion of the budget is. And so on that page 21 of 23, it starts with our New York State retirement costs. And I apologize, this is a very difficult presentation, or a difficult view of things, because it's very, you need kind of a straight edge to see all the way across this document. But ultimately, if you're looking at column B, which is our original budget for 2025, for New York State retirement costs, we have $10.2 million in the budget in 25. New York State comes out with new retirement costs each year based on each of the various tiers of the retirement system. They range from tier 1 all the way up to tier 6 now. New York State has modified the retirement system tiers in order to try to control some of their costs. So any new employees coming into the system now are tier 6 employees, and they do have different requirements of how many years they have to work, how much they contribute towards their retirement, how much they will ultimately when they can actually retire, things along those lines. So I think they have to work to 62, and versus other tiers, you can work to 55 and things like that. So they did things to try to control their costs. Each one of those tiers has a different percentage that we pay. We pay a percentage of the payroll. So as our payroll costs increase, so does our retirement costs increase. And then if the retirement rates increase, which they did, our costs increase as well. So in 2026's tentative budget, we have an $11.25 million estimated budget based on these retirement costs. And so that's an increase of over $1 million. Really the largest cost being related to the police and fire system, as police officers, have the ability to work a shorter span in the system because of their different situations, their challenging work, and so their costs tend to be higher. And so ultimately, these are costs that are uncontrollable for us. The only way we would control that is by reducing our payroll, reducing the number of employees. As you know, we have 5 union contracts, 4 of them that have minimum numbers, meaning we have to employ the minimum number of employees in those contracts. So that's the explanation of the retirement costs going up over $1 million. The next section is the Social Security costs, or the payroll taxes. And the payroll taxes, again, are 7.65% of the payroll costs. And not to beat the drum, but I mean, it's payroll costs that we have 5 union contracts. All those contracts went up 3.25% based on these contracts that were approved in these past 2 years. And so therefore, these costs have gone up a decent amount, from $3.35 million to $3.45 million. So it's a $110,000 increase, 3.3%. So again, a function of the payroll increase. The next section is our medical insurance, health insurance, which includes both current employees and retiree employee healthcare costs. All of these employees, current as well as a lot of the retirees pay a percentage towards their health care, but healthcare in general has a trend of increasing costs. Our healthcare is self-insured. We do this through Highmark, and Lawley Health Insurance Brokers assist us with this. As we know, during the year, we did try to explore some other options, and determine that where we're at is actually probably our best option. Being self-insured has been a good thing for us over the past 5, 6 years, 7 years. It's been a number of years since we've been self-insured. We have been able to control our costs, but recently, with the trend of the GLP drugs, the weight loss and things along those lines, as well as any new prescriptions, the costs increase pretty significantly at times. We do have stop loss insurance, being that we are self-insured. So at $275,000, if there is an employee or a retiree that has incurred some costs related to or more than $275,000, we have a stop loss carrier that does reimburse us for the costs above that. So that's how we are able to, kind of make sure that the sky doesn't fall on us when it comes down to being self-insured. We do have annually a review with Lawley, and they come up with our premium equivalents. They did go up over 13% this year. That's the first, it's probably in the last couple of years, it's been kind of the trend. Before that, it has been significantly less than that. But like I said, the cost increases, need to be taken into account. So the premium equivalents have gone up over 13% related to these costs. And so therefore, we do have where we have different, the thing is there's different mix of how employees come in. You have younger employees, sometimes they're not on the program right away because they're younger than 26, so they're on other insurance, which is a good thing. But so ultimately, our increase for the health insurance is up $1.6 million over 10. It's about 10%. Again, these are costs we can't cut. This is a reality of what we will have to pay these bills. There's a few small things in there. The group life insurance, that's really not very significant to talk about. We pay the union health and welfare costs. That didn't change at all. We do have the costs of retirement buyouts as employees do determine they're going to retire. They do have, as Corey mentioned, what they have is their sick balances, their vacation balances, personal leave, that again, contractually related. We pay that as they go out the door. Those have a value, and we pay that on their way out. So as the employees turnover, it's a challenge to try to forecast that. We ask each department each year, can you survey your employees, determine who's considering retiring? And ultimately, we come up with a list of people. We know what their general balances are, and we forecast what we may have to pay out. And so this number, pretty significant number. It's in the 25 budget is about 1.4 million. In the supervisor's 26 budget, it's 1.576 million. So it's up $177,000, 12%. And then the last couple things to talk about here at the end are debt service. And we did not issue any new debt service as we pay the debt service to the bondholders. There's debt schedules. This is an area where actually it's trending that we've reduced our appropriations by just over $300,000. So that was one of the areas of relief for us in this budget, but there hasn't been a lot of areas related to that. And then finally is the risk retention fund costs. So in our risk retention, we do pay our health insurance, but more on a different train. We're self-insured for workers' compensation as well as general liability and dental insurance. So we have trends as those have been increasing. And so the various funds pay into this risk retention fund. And this is how we pay that. We pay these into the risk retention fund, and those costs get paid out of that fund. But this is where I account for that cost. And so that went up 3%, being $36,000 as a total increase to this budget. All these areas generally, I would say, are really, part of the background of what we have, our responsibilities, what we have to pay for, what we really don't have any control over modifying in general without going in and changing plans, health plans, which will have to be contractually negotiated. Retirement costs, again, only way to control that is payroll costs. And so, our only thoughts on payroll costs would be any sort of overages of employees beyond that minimum number. We would have to determine if when somebody retires, do we want to replace them or not? I believe that's about all I have related to these employee benefits and debt service. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
I will open it up to the town board first for any questions.
Question. For the New York State retirement costs, I'm looking, it says final current projected 8.6. We've budgeted in 2025 10.2. So looking at next year, we're requesting 11.3. So I'm just wondering how we got to those figures.
Ultimately, it's based on what the state's recommendations are. It's a conservative estimate, as well as when it comes down to retirement costs. There's an amount where I'd think that it's actually responsible to be conservative in those lines, as well as, because of those retirement buyout costs as well. So the retirement buyouts can significantly increase from one year to the next because people can kind of make their determination to retire within 2 weeks and leave us. So, I guess what I'm going to say is there's conservative numbers in there that I think are healthy conservative numbers to be included.
Councilman Thompson's question was a question I had for both you, Brian, as we were preparing the budget together, and I brought it up to Dennis but mine was related more to the medical than the retirement. But looking at you look at the line for what we're budgeting versus what we actually spent, and you see a considerable difference. And I appreciate your answer to that. And I know that in getting ready for these presentations, I was looking at some of our big cost drivers and just at the numbers on the retirement buyout from 2020 until this budget. So we're talking how many years of budgets here? 7 years. The need for a buffer, so to speak, beyond what we know the fixed costs are going to be or what we anticipate the cost to be. In 2021, our retirement buyout was budgeted for $1.18 million, and we spent 1.4. So we had a shortage of about $277,000. The following year, we budgeted 1.4 million in retirement buyouts, but they were actually just over 2 million bucks at 711,000 of a shortage. And then we had a $278,000 shortage in retirement buyouts in 2023. So the question I had was relating to more so budget transfers than any overall reductions. Was, do you think we can afford to do a reduction in the medical budget or the retirement budget and just shift that over to the retirement buyout section? And I don't say this to criticize. It's hard to budget retirement buyouts, like you said. I mean, we have certain buyouts that could cost the town 6 figures in one shot. Should we engage in a budget transfer, in your opinion, or should we leave it as it is?
I mean, that's a matter of, I guess, perspective. Certainly, that was my mindset, my thought process, and kind of how I answered Councilman Thompson. Is just basically, if there's a need to do that transfer, we can always do that during the year, and that's generally, again, the way I viewed it as it's a retirement appropriation or estimate, and you're either paying the retirement system or you're paying the employee for their retirement cost of leaving. So I do feel like it's good to be conservative in that matter when we don't know what our costs could be. And but if you want to do it in the actual budget preparation, right now, I think that's transferring from retirement to the retirement buyout is reasonable.
Finish my question. I was not done yet. So you have a difference of $1.6 million. Where would that money be going to then, since it was not spent for that budget line?
It would go back to the fund balance. So as we, that would get to the point of trying to understand the appropriated fund balance. So when we talk about appropriated fund balance, that's a number that we have in the budget that we say we could use of our reserves. And while it's appropriated, it's not expected to be fully used. Okay, so each year, and as the auditors just highlighted, that those appropriated fund balances for the last number of years have expanded. We continue to say in our budget preparation, okay, we have costs that we know have increased, and we know that we need to budget for these things, but not every appropriation is going to happen to the fullest extent, and not every revenue that we book is, there's likely going to be revenues that exceed what we budget revenue wise. So the excess of the revenues that come in and the or the expenditures that come in actually less than appropriations come back to our fund balance. So that's exactly where that would go. It would go back to the fund balance. Hopefully, it would be where we'd have more revenue and less spending. But as the auditor just highlighted, we spent more than we brought in revenue for virtually all of the funds last year in 2024. My projections for this 2025 year, going through this budget process, looks like we're going to spend, we're going to use fund balance in virtually every fund again. So it's a trend that we don't really want to continue on. So ultimately, I guess what I'm saying is if you cut this, you can cut it. It's just going to be more use of your fund balance going into the future.
And to go the opposite direction, so if we did not have enough budget in there and we would have to do a budget transfer throughout the year, what are the, ramifications of doing that if you have budget transfers? I mean, we have them every meeting. Is that just more work or extra steps? Because I'd rather, budget less and spend the money if we have to, instead of just having it there and saying, yeah, it's available to spend. That's the mindset that I look at. Is that more work throughout the year if we do that, or what does that look like?
I mean, certainly as we go through the year and the actual expenditures come through, that's where we, you have a budget that's your plan, and you don't know, nobody knows what's going to happen as you're going through the year. You can have a pandemic, you could have, whatever, you can have tariffs that impact your budgets, so ultimately, I think that, there's always going to be adjustments of your budget as you go through your year. And whether you do it now or you do it later, it's going to happen.
I had a question about the buyouts as far as the sick time. The TCA, when their sick time, they get bought, it goes towards their health care, correct?
We did implement that's correct in the sense of if it's an employee who was hired after 2020 or 20, I don't know, I think it's 2014 or something like that. So I'd have to look at the union contract, but I think if you have an employee hired after 2014, if they come in, they're an employee, they retire into the retirement system, they do not get paid for their sick time. They get that value of whatever their sick days were put into a sick bank, and it gets used to pay for their health insurance premiums until it's exhausted, and then that cost is theirs 100%. So that was one of the things that was put into union negotiations in the recent past, probably one or two contracts ago. It wasn't this past contract, but the other, maybe the one before that or the one before that, where we did bargain for those employees at that point in time not having a cost to us. And it actually has, occurred. You would think that wouldn't happen for 20 or 30 years, because most employees, when they come in, they'll work 20 or 30 years and then retire. But we have had some employees who, did get hired in their later, in their older age, that they worked for, let's say, maybe 7 or 8 years and retired, and now they do have that sick bank, and it's not costing the town for their retirement health care.
So overall, it's a benefit for the town.
It is a benefit, yeah. It's not making a huge impact yet, but it will.
Thank you.
Council members? I just wanted to bring up something related to actual medical costs. Going back the last 6 years, going back to 2020. In 2020, our actual medical costs as a town were roughly 13.4 million. They did go down in 2021 to 13.2. In 2022, they were $13.6 million. In 2023, they were $13.8 million. Last year for 2024, they were just shy of 14 million. We're projected this year to be 14.7 million. So with a budget of 15.3, if we really spend that 14.7 million, I know I'm throwing a lot of numbers out there, we'll only have about $600,000 left in that medical line. Every year prior that I have on this list from 2020 to now, there was at least $1.2 million left in the line. So that would be $1.2 million that we didn't spend. From the medical, the expenditures on medical to the budget. That difference, whether it's 1.2 million, 1.8, 1.6 million, would be going back into the general fund to replenish it for the next year. 2025's projections right now have us at about 600,000. I think it's safe to say it'd be more than that, but I wouldn't bet it's going to be $1 million. We're on a trajectory little by little where our medical budget, what would be called the cushion or the fat, is becoming less and less. And that would be an area that if we had an unexpected retirement buyout, and some of these buyouts are $70,000, $80,000, certain employees, if their salaries are high enough, they're six figures. Those are the agreements the town has made with our workers, and we are obligated under contract to pay them, and we should. We have to honor our agreements. But we have to have some money in there for those, within this budget, to deal with some of those unexpected expenses. And in talking with Brian Kraus about this is a reason that if you look through the binder that each of you were provided, that I made some changes to like medical and a couple other areas, but my numbers are basically what his were, because on his advice, having some extra room there in case you have the unexpected retirement buyout. And we can see in our budget history, through no fault of any of us up here, it's just the math, that we had 3 years in a row where the retirement buyouts exceeded what we expected. So we have two choices on how to budget for that. We can either build that into the plan, and the reserve funds or the emergency funds can be an emergency outside of that, or we can reduce these lines, deliver a lower tax increase now, but we won't have that money replenishing the reserve funds. And in my view, we won't actually be dealing with the expenditures because we can't deal with them unless we have contract changes. All we'll be doing is taking away the cushion in one of the two options for an emergency, going right to the reserve funds. It's a matter of opinion and difference with board members. I'm not saying anybody would be bad to do something different than what's recommended here. Just that's the reasoning that this budget has some extra room in the retirement line or the medical line or some of the Social Security line for those kind of things. Just so you understand where I was coming from when the tentative budget compared to Brian's recommendations was put out for all of you. Any other questions or comments from board members? I'm sorry, Mr. Jasinski, I know you're online. Do you have any questions, anything you'd like to add? I am monitoring emails, so if you'd like to send emails or text to any board member, that way we don't leave you out of the discussion.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. My question is directed to Mr. Brian Kraus. Brian Kraus is the Director of Finance. You stated more money is going out than coming in. In your opinion, where do you suggest the town could cut costs?
I don't know that I can answer that question, with any sort of, I mean, when it comes down to it, you have payroll costs, you have benefit costs, you have some contractual costs related to, which are larger items related to the Buffalo Sewer Authority. You have the costs related to getting rid of our garbage collected. We have the costs related to our recycling. These are items that are part of our services that we have to provide to our residents, and these costs are pretty much, what I'm going to say is mandatory. the only way to figure that out is if you get out and have the ability to, maybe see if there's competition out there or change contracts somehow or another. But right now, the contracts that we have, these are our costs. So, the things that we have been able to control, our equipment costs, we've, for the last number of years, have determined or decided that we won't replace certain equipment. And I think, that's a debate to be had on whether, that's whether that should be, addressed now or, at some time in the future, you're going to have to replace your equipment. And, while you can skip a year or two, eventually it will come home to roost. And we do have certain situations with some of our heavier equipment in highway and sanitation where these costs are should really be addressed. So I don't necessarily have an answer to say where can we cut, because I don't know that you can cut anything like that's significant, I guess.
And to add to that, if I may, we are covering right now $45 million in appropriations out of the $116 million budget, which is the retirement, the healthcare, the Social Security portion, the buybacks, even the debt service. The debt service is between $9 to $10 million within the 2026 budget. And the expenditures there in all of those areas are basically fixed. There's a little bit of wiggle room in medical care. It depends on the buyouts, on what's going to happen there. We need a cushion to deal with some of the unexpected buyouts that may happen, some unexpected medical expenditures. We have over 400 full-time employees, and I don't think any of us would attempt to predict what's going to happen in 2026 with the medical needs and issues of our employees. We have a history of what our medical costs are. We know that they're going up. So if anything, any reductions we were to make to the appropriations or the planned expenditures should go down ever so slightly rather than meeting those actual costs. If we do that in one category, I think that's reasonable, worth discussion. But if we go to do that in the Social Security and on the retirement side and all of these fixed areas, if one little thing goes wrong, we don't have the cushion within the operating budget. We have to go right to the reserve funds. One of the things the 26 budget does, and I put this in front of everybody's desk if you don't have your binders this morning, has to do with the reserve fund balances. At the end of 25, we were projected to go slightly under the 15% minimum fund balance. We all know about the 2012 fund balance policy the town has, and the plan that I put in front of the board members would call to increase the reserve fund balance by the plan to up to 17.68% at the end of 2026. And part of why this plan would allow that to happen is because if emergencies arise, we would draw off the operating budget rather than go into the reserve fund balance. We wouldn't have to go to that reserve fund balance right away. And the budget as drafted, the tentative budget, gives an opportunity for that general fund to build back up. Now, it's a question of style, difference opinion with all of us up here. Are we comfortable with a fund balance at 17% of the year's operating expenses, which would have a little over 11 million in undesignated funds? Or can we reach agreement that maybe that number can be a little bit less? The first few months of the year, we have to cover payroll and other expenses before property taxes for town and county are collected by the clerk and her staff. But we're talking about changes to this tentative to make a preliminary budget. The general fund and the reserve fund balances are an opportunity to do that. And these budget lines, while they're not budget lines, I personally recommend we make those adjustments on. Objectively, we could do that without getting under 15%. Let's see, I think I covered the medical part, the the payroll, we can get into that at a different point. Were there any other questions, comments from council members in this area?
Yes, I wasn't finished with my questions from Mr. Kraus.
All right, go ahead, Councilman. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. I'm not sure if you have these figures in front of you or not, Brian, but I was hoping maybe for tomorrow's meeting. If not, you could have these for tomorrow. Basically, how much the town has paid, and is paid for public works contracts, notice to claims, third-party lawyer fees, anything that isn't contractual, whether it's CBAs or retirement fixed costs, anything that's not related to fixed costs. If you could maybe have a breakdown for that, if you don't have it today, maybe have it for tomorrow's meeting.
I'll do my best. I don't have it for today.
Okay, so I'll look for it tomorrow. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilman Jazinski, do you have anything else?
No, that's it. I just need to know what, outside of fixed costs. I mean, we know what the fixed costs are. I just need to know what our, anything outside of fixed costs are. So, those are some areas that I know that we could definitely look into and maybe propose some ideas of how we want to do some cost cutting savings moving forward.
All right.
That's it.
Okay. For the council members up here, do you have anything else you'd like to?
Yeah, I have another question. Right, this is for Brian Kraus. You had mentioned the rising costs for being self-insured. Have we ever considered going another route, or is that something that we're projecting is still the best option for us?
But it's, with regard to our health insurance being self-insured, it seems based on our history of where we were, when we worked through things where years ago we were fully insured. Then we became like kind of partially self-insured. And then finally, ultimately, we went the fully self-insured route. And in that process, have determined that we certainly have saved money over the years by doing that. So from a medical standpoint, I would say, certainly you can explore going, we explored in this current year going to another option for self-insured, which was the Labor Management Health Fund that's in the area that they do a similar type of self-insured. It's not, I don't want to split hairs, but ultimately it is self-insured, and we explored that and still felt that our self-insured option is a better option still. So I don't think that there is a better option when it comes to health insurance. When it comes to workers' compensation and general liability, I guess that's to be debated. General liability is kind of, as well as workers' comp, we also do have, stop loss contracts on those. It would seem to me that what we've been doing is still very reasonable. While the costs do increase from one year to the next, there hasn't been great, significant spikes in the spending. And if there is, related to a liability cost or a workers' comp costs, we had an employee that had a significant impact in the past year or two. And, again, the stop loss came into play. It did what it was supposed to do. Those are unusual situations. When they talk about self-insured options, for the most part, you have good experience, and then there'll be, they generally, in general terms, they say 1 out of every 5 years, you'll have some sort of a blip happen. So I guess that's what insurance is, right? You're kind of, you're going with your best guesses, best estimates, and sometimes you win and sometimes you lose.
I had, if I can call on you for a moment, Mr. Comptroller, was looking over this portion of the budget with the retirement, the social security, the medical. In your review of the tentative budget, do you have any recommendations for opportunities to cut the appropriations? I know the expenditures, as we're saying, are fixed here. Do you have any recommendations on the appropriation side to where we can make cuts here that wouldn't put the budget at risk, so to speak?
Quite honestly, I'll agree with Mr. Kraus on there that it's a very volatile and sensitive area that could really seriously.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Dennis. Yeah, if you can. After all this time, I'm not used to integrating what's happening in the room with the people out there. I'm trying to get accustomed to that.
I'm going to err on the side of caution, as Mr. Kraus said. These are fixed costs. We don't know what's going to happen. Yes, we have a list of people that are going to retire, but they may not retire. But we don't know that. So to cut ourselves short on any of the fixed costs, I would highly recommend that we don't touch that. Because once again, I'd rather be on the conservative end. If we have money to give back at the end of the year or midway through the year, we can re-examine it at that point. At this point, on any of the fixed costs, anything that is contractual or anything to deal with labor, I would recommend erring on the side of caution just in case. We can look at other areas to cut, which after these presentations will be done, I will have my comment section tomorrow after everything is over. I have talked to some people on where we can possibly save some money. I'm not going to be popular, but when we come to labor, we come to medical, we come to insurance, whatever, err on the side of caution so we don't get bit in the end. Because if we do have a claim, we do have something that happens. If all our people retire, then we hit the mark. We don't have to go back and say, okay, well, we got to pull money from somewhere else to cover this. Once again, we can do it on a quarterly, annual. We can look at it in June where it goes and then re-ask, are you guys still planning to retire? And at that point, we can reallocate those funds.
Appreciate that. And then the other question I had, if you can stay up there, is both for Brian Kraus and our comptroller regarding reserve fund minimums. We've got the fund balance policy that says each fund, whether it's general, consolidated garbage, lighting, what have you, that we have a minimum of 15% of the year's operating expenses as the undesignated fund balance. Have you put some thought, either of you, into the possibility to reduce that to a lower percentage, which would mean a lower dollar amount? And I ask this because this 26 tentative budget takes our consolidated garbage down to 15%. It keeps our lighting at 15%, which is actually an increase because we were well under that before. It keeps our hydrants there. Our sewer district is at 16, and our general fund is around 17. The dollar-wise, the general fund is so large that a little percentage there means another $1 million or $2 million in cash. But again, to ask that question, have you put some thought into the town possibly operating at a reserve fund minimum less than 15% in any fund?
Once again, I would think that would be department specific. I could say certain funds and say, yes, maybe we can lower them, but there may be, maybe with the general fund, because there's so many departments in that general fund, that we keep it at 15%, because God only knows what could happen. Once again, we could have another blizzard. We have an airport in the middle of town that, God forbid, something should happen. Extra fire, extra police. So I would look at specifically which fund we're looking at and really evaluate it from there. But I'm a person of, I'd rather have some extra money just in case. So I would be hesitant at this time to reduce that. Now, if it comes down to whether or not we got to make a decision on taxes, budgets, or anything else, maybe that's something that we look at the end. Whereas a desperate situation to make the difference up, we do look at that. But at this time right now, I'm hesitant about changing that just because of, once again, if I am correct, we have not really been fully reimbursed from the last blizzard, that we're still trying to catch up on funds that we've expended. The other problem we have is with the federal government and reducing FEMA. We can't count on that money anymore. So if we do have something that goes drastically wrong, we need to have that money in our hands to be able to react to that and respond and keep our residents safe.
Yeah, I would agree, because within the general fund is our police department, which is about a third of the general fund, if you include policing and dispatch and everything related to that. So if you do have a major storm, that could mean unexpected police overtime. So in dispatcher overtime as well. So
Right.
of course we'd want to have that.
And it doesn't even have to be a storm. With the political environment now, we could have something happen out in front of town hall that, we may need to have extra police come in or have extra protection. Something can happen at one of the schools, God forbid. So once again, where's that overtime money coming from? Where are those dedicated resources to protect the schools coming from? Just food for thought.
I appreciate that. And Brian Kraus?
I would, I'm hesitant in general from the standpoint of, I appreciate that the fund balance policy is there, and I really don't think that it's something that reducing the percentage is a responsible thing. If you look at the last number of budgets that we've done each year, the appropriated fund balance, so that's the planned use of our fund balance, has increased every year. And as we know, that we don't use the full value of our appropriated fund balance every year. But as you increase the appropriated fund balance, generally, you're going to use more of your fund balance. So that's my cautionary situation, where I would say, again, fund balance, while we say it's a reserve that, we can determine, hey, if we have too much of it, yeah, we should reduce it. But once you're using it, and it's a one-time pot of money, it goes away and it doesn't replenish unless you're going to figure out a way to reduce your spending or increase your revenues. Ultimately, I'm nervous when we continue to appropriate more fund balance each budget, that it's a concern for me. So I wouldn't, I'm just, being a conservative accountant, that's just my nature, I guess.
I appreciate the answer. Thank you. And I would agree, particularly with the consolidated garbage fund and the slideshow that Corey had for us, that we were able to show, we were seeing a consistent decline in the fund balance since 2021. It was marginal, but we've seen a consistent decline from 2.17 million down to 2.11. In 23, it was 1.8, and now we're down under 1.8 for the 24 budget. And the restricted balances there are growing little by little there for encumbered expenses and whatnot. So I would say for consolidated garbage, in my personal opinion, we should leave that alone. I think the board, and I don't want to speak for anybody here, but I think we would all agree it's probably a good idea to have a little bit extra in that highway beyond the 15% minimum. And the tentative budget calls for growing the highway reserves there dollar-wise, but it would have us just under $4 million, or about 25% of the year's operating expenses. We had a snowstorm in the beginning of 24 that cost the town and outside contractors about 1.1 million. And the 22 blizzard that Dennis referred to, I think it was about $4 million, right?
Closer to 5, I thought.
Over 4. Yeah, it's just, I remember the bills starting with a 4, and then, so it was a lot, that we had outside contractors working in all neighborhoods of the town that, those have been around a little longer than I have. They know the north-south belt here in town, and that usually my neighborhood and where Councilman Thompson, where we are, we get a dusting, and then the folks on French Road and Lawson get 7 feet. Everybody got dumped on, and the snow patterns are changing. So God forbid we have to deal with something like that in 2026, it'd be a good idea to have some money set aside and as a last-ditch effort is necessary. But considering our budget situations, those are one of the many tough conversations we have to have, is setting expectations with the public, that if we have a major event like that, they may not see what we did in 2022 in digging everybody out in the course of a few days or a week. I say that to describe, not to achieve a certain end or scare anybody. It's just we have a lot of tough choices as a board to make here, and one of the many options we have would be the highway reserve funds. We could take up to, let's say, $320,000 out of what was planned for expenditures there with the tax levy and go back to what it was previously. And that is one of the many things we can do to lessen the tax increase for the residents here. But it would also mean that that reserve fund, instead of being planned to be around 3.8 million, would be around 3.5. If that's a decision we discuss amongst ourselves and say we're comfortable at that level, going out to the public to say we have our operating budget and then we have a reserve balance of 3.5 million instead of 3.8 that's planned at the end of 26, that is something that we can do. You know, 75 cents on the dollar, maybe a little more of the revenue in the highway fund comes from sales taxes, which is something else we should keep in mind. Mr. Kraus mentioned tariffs and things like that. You know, we could be in a situation next year where nearly $12 million in sales tax dollars that fund the highway district, there could be a significant impact on those. We saw with COVID what happened to gas prices and that people weren't going around, and gas price, the gas tax is a significant driver of the sales tax dollars. So those are all things we should consider when we're deciding what to do with it. But I'm open to any suggestions from the public, from the board, from anybody to do something besides what's here in the tentative budget. I just want to explain some of the thoughts and motivations that I had, and just talking with people I did that got to this answer.
And regarding the highway reserve, I believe we should probably wait until Mr. Rushniak is here to discuss that, because we need some definite equipment replacement over there. It's getting to the point where some of these trucks aren't even DOT safe anymore, which is a liability to the town. And we're talking about claims and everything else. We can have employee claims, we can have personal claims because a truck breaks down, smashes into a car. There's a lot of issues. The salt trucks, the same thing. If you look at, and I've had several conversations about these, if you look at the protective barrier that goes over the cab of the truck, they are paper thin and rotting out. Whoever's dumping salt into that truck misses, hits the cab, we've got another situation on our hands. So I'd like to defer doing anything with the highway reserve until Mr. Rushniak has a time to speak.
Duly noted. I agree, and thank you. Does anybody else, while the comptroller's in front of us, have any questions for him?
Questions about the percentages and the policy for fund balance use. I know that was a resolution that was passed a little while back, and I don't remember what it was based off of. I believe there was a financial institution that they took those recommendations from, but I'm just wondering what that basis is to get to that number, if you can speak to it, and if you know of any other municipalities that maybe even Mr. Kraus may know of that have similar policies. You know, is 12% the right number? Who came up with 15? Is that the right
I'd have to
number?
to research that. Like I said, only being here 6 months,
Yeah.
I'm learning something new every day, trust me. But that's something we can definitely look into and make an educated decision on that.
So I've always been of the mindset of, you know, yes, it's great to have your rainy day funds because things can always come up, but
you know, just keep in mind that other municipalities have different situations and different past histories than this town. So we could be comparing apples to oranges, but it gives us a baseline at least to look into and say we did our research. But be careful. I always forewarn anybody, be careful what your neighbor's doing, because what your neighbor's doing is not what you need to do for yourself. So
No,
I just caution.
100% agree. I
think
would-
that's the angle he's getting at. If everybody else is like at 15%, where did that number come from?
Right.
And can we get away with 10%?
Right.
Because
Somebody just pull it out of the air, because is that the memo you're referring from Ontario County or something?
It was, so I just forwarded the email from September 28th. I know there's a lot we're going over here. So I forwarded the fund balance policy itself. It was, I think what happened at the time is that the board that was seated then borrowed from Ontario County the blueprint for a fund balance policy, and we made our own. So the fund balance policy, that resolution, I don't have 2012-76 put in place, called for 15% in each of the funds. And it says, just to read a little bit about the policy here, where it kind of came from to Councilman's question. It says fund balance is the difference between assets and liabilities in a government fund. And it goes on to the second paragraph to say, under the definition section for fund balance, the town shall comply with the reporting requirements of Article 3 of General Municipal Law of the State of New York and Government Accounting Standards Board, GASB, that Corey was talking about, number 54. So this is leaning on GASB 54. Maybe we can give the town attorney even more work to do and ask him to look for GASB 54. Fund balance reporting and governmental definitions. And then it goes on to explain the different types of funds within a fund balance. But I mean, that's my thought. I'm thinking of it like my home budget, that people say, how much money should you have set aside to repair your roof or do this and that? And there's a range of different numbers. Like GASB 54 says one thing, but do we need 15%? We need 15% of a highway fund, I would argue, and a small fund at least. But if you got a large fund, there's room to discuss, that we're talking there. You have to think more about the dollar amount than the percentage, and I mean, I would argue that you're thinking about the dollar amount primarily, but especially in a large fund, what kind of emergency do you want to be ready for? In highway, it's a snowstorm. In sewer, it's a major sewer catastrophe. In the general fund, and a variety of things, right?
And I've asked this question last year, budget time, to say, okay, we're saving all of these funds for emergencies. What are the most expensive emergencies that we've had? What are some that we've had in the last 3 years? The only thing I can think of is a snow event that we've said, hey, we have this emergency. We have to take $3 million out of this fund to handle this. And that hasn't happened. And I just grow concerns about overtaxing people so that we can have a cushion.
Well, let me ask you the question. If we don't do that and it does happen, where are we then?
Well, I'm not saying spend down to zero.
Yeah, well,
or even
I just
5%.
want to point that out. So that's not just in
there
the
should
general
be a
term.
cushion, but I don't.
I think the roundabout way of what we're getting at is, instead of reaching in people's pockets and taking their money, 7, 8, 10, 11% tax increases, should we be looking at this and saying we're saving too much for emergencies? And we're from the same era. We just have similar backgrounds, so we know what emergencies are. But when we have a shared services agreement that the highway superintendent wanted, and then he says it's only for the winters, okay, then we shouldn't be spending $1.1 million on a subcontractor. When you have a mutual aid plan for highway, we shouldn't be spending $2 million for a subcontractor.
Those are just some of the things that I'm.
Exactly. So that's what we're getting at.
Right.
We shouldn't.
But I don't want to comment without the superintendent.
No, and I'm not asking you to.
Yeah.
And that's not specific just to the highway.
No, it's just an example of an emergency fund.
Council members, I don't mean to cut you short. I'm sorry.
We
do have our next presenters here, and in respect for everybody's time, that's a great question, Councilman. Please revive it, because that's an essential question. How much for emergencies?
Right.
But
and we can discuss during lunch if you want.
And no, absolutely. I'm sorry. I just started.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll give you the boot, and next up on the chopping block would be our chief of police to discuss the police budget. And this morning we have Chief Coons here to talk with us about the police department's budget, the budget related to the dispatch office, dog control, and at a lesser level but not unimportant, traffic safety or the traffic control portion of the budget as well. If the board can please excuse me for a minute, I will be right back, and I'm going to pass the floor over to.
Before we go to the chief, will we circle back to the attorney's presentation piece of it all? Because we didn't get to Fowler yet.
We are going to fit him in as needed. Yes, sir.
Fair enough.
The floor is yours, Chief.
Good morning, Supervisor. Good morning, council members. Brian Coons, Chief of Police. Some information first I want to share to kind of set the tone. The Cheektowaga Police Department is the fourth largest department in Erie County, but we are the second busiest, not only in calls for service, but also in arrests made. Just for an example, the town of Amherst has 30 more officers than us. Last year, they had 2,339 arrests compared to our 3,278 arrests. So far this year, Amherst is at 1,609, and we are at 2,811. The city of Buffalo is at 5,540, so we're keeping on par with that. We constantly receive praise from the Erie County District Attorney's Office, DEA, where we have a task force member, the FBI, HSI, their human trafficking, and then our state and local our partner agencies based on our quality of our investigations and the professionalism of our officers. Our department is very fiscally responsible with our spending. We return money to the town consistently. We are constantly in search of grant funding. We have 11 current grants that we have for our department. All the local politicians always in their ear trying to find more money for our things. So those grants support our equipment purchases, our training, and our overtime. We currently have 51 officers with 5 years or less experience on the department. So that's 64% of our patrol officers, 38% of our department. So I'm going to be speaking, as the supervisor mentioned, on 4 budget lines: dispatch, police, dog control, and the sign maintenance. Basically, the budget we submitted, commodities in all lines have remained basically the same, maybe slight increases. Payroll increases are adjusted for the 3.25 contractual raises. So I'll start with dispatch. Currently, we have 22 dispatchers. We are trying to hire 4 right now that'll be coming up on one of the town board meetings. And then we plan on filling the 27th position in 2026. Hiring for dispatch has been extremely difficult. A lot of times we have dispatchers that we hire on either provisionally that don't pass the test, or the ones we hire off the list, see what's actually involved and never make it through our CTO process and drop out. So, like I said, it's been very tough to hire dispatchers. Then with our contractual raises there, the 3.25%, we included that in our budget projections. One thing that is coming down the line, it's not in effect yet. We did get a kind of a printout of it. There's going to be new standards for dispatch coming up, dictating our hiring process as far as like psychological backgrounds and so forth that the police department has, and then also designating the hours of training and everything for dispatchers going forward. I have that whole packet here that I could share with you guys at any time if you would like me to email it to you. The IT department, along with CPD and Fry Electric, we invested in upgrades to our tower radio tower building. Invested heavily in dispatch over the last few years. The county, and I'll talk about later on anticipated projects. The county just passed a $30 million bill for our trunk radio system. They have to hire a consultant to see what the costs are going to be to each one of the towns. But I know as far as our radio panels and our portables and car radios, they'll have to be upgraded as far as new software to adjust to that. Commodities line was reduced because we basically moved our Lexipol training system out of that dispatch line into the police training line where it's was supposed to be all along. Dispatch, it's projected that we will turn back about 176,000 this year due to being undermanned in that department. Police department, we anticipate returning about $1.6 million. Just that's because we are down 10 officers at this point. We have the COPS grant that will hire 3 officers over 3 years, $375,000. So that those 3 are included in that 10. Revenue, we brought in the companion animal grants for $500,000. There is a 10% match on that for the town. That's going to help build the additions to the current kennel that we have to bring us up to par and in compliance with the new laws that have come out from the agriculture. Give grants, we reward that again this year. That starts in July. Again, the price remains the same at $150,000. This allows our officers to target high crime areas. It's also paying for our software called Patrol Finder that we've instituted, which shows us how the town is being covered. The officers right from their cars know where the checkpoints are, points of interest, high crime areas that's outlined. They go and sit in those areas. And then also we're just completing our API with the county so that the officers will be able to get their calls right on that Patrol Finder program as well. So I've increased patrol coverage, townwide coverage to 35%, making sure that all my officers are covering all the side streets. We did this, we had it set up in July 1st, we started it it was turned on in the cars. The officers never knew about it. And we kind of saw where the officers were patrolling, let them know about it in August 10th of this year, we went live. And you saw, then we got the full coverage of the town. So it was quite the difference. It's exciting to see, and I could show you those charts as well. Contracts with the schools have been renewed and continue fully funding 3 of our officers as school resource officers. The overtime for those is also reimbursed. The Buffalo Police Department continues to train at our outdoor facility. The partnership generates about $180,000 a year for the department or for the town. The SWAT grants was renewed for us from the Department of Homeland Security. $75,000 helps pay for new equipment and for training time and overtime for the SWAT officers. The Galleria continues to contract 2 of our officers on overtime, holidays. That increases. Last year at Christmas time, they employed 22 of our officers on overtime. So the day after Christmas, crime is basically at a nil. So that's a strong revenue stream increase, but $2.7 million. Most of that being the $500,000 from the companion and animal grants. Payroll. Stated with the contract raises for the PBA and the captains and lieutenants, it's a 3.25% total increase of $721,000. We're going to be taking our first cut with the COPS grant coming up. So we'll take our first installment on that. The grants that we have is the annual animal companion grant, the COPS grant. As I mentioned, the GIVE grant for $150,000, the tactical team grant for $75,000, the motor vehicle grant is $36,000, the HUD foot patrol about $30,000, our traffic safety grants $20,000 in one, $24,000 in another, J grant $17,000. The law enforcement tech grants, last time that came out, we used that for radios, LPR, new technology, our drones, so forth like that. That was $150,000. That is anticipated to come out again this month. And then we just received another grant from Senator Baskin that is going to help pay for our domestic violence advocate. In 2025, I budgeted for a new sergeant position. but we were unable to fill that due to manpower shortages. There's still need for an additional administration supervision, especially on the weekends. Right now, the only supervision that we have in the building on the weekends is our patrol sergeants, and a lot of times they're tied up on the road. This spot will be able to help with the cell block, our court officers, and dispatch. Our police overtime is up. I know we'll end up talking about that. That's mainly due to contractual raises and funding from the GIVE grant and Buffalo Range agreement. Court time has fallen over the years due to discovery. And though discovery is one of our unfunded mandates, that it's a lot of manpower within our building trying to keep up with those requirements. Training, as I mentioned, we have a very young department. Training is never complete. It's imperative that we keep with this training. But one of the things in my interviews when I became chief is I talked about the training, and especially like our supervision. I'm always of the belief of training the next person in line. So if I step away, there's always someone right there that could step in, and the department will keep flowing as usual. Part-timers, critical positions are crossing guards, court security, detention officers, records clerks. We requested a pay raise for them because of minimum wage increases. And then again, with our cell block, we've had a lot of problems staffing that with our detention officers and matrons, and that has led to a lot of overtime staffing that with our police officers. Police vehicles, we've been very good on that. Captain Roll gets out on that pretty quick and has been able to lock up early bird pricing on a lot of these vehicle prices. We are looking to purchase, we have the push bars on the front of the cars now. We're looking to purchase the wraparounds protecting more of the front ends, hoping to reduce some of the costs on collisions. As I said, I have a very young department, and their driving we need to still work on a little bit. We have purchased a driver training program that the officers have to complete. And then if they are involved in an accident, we reassign different portions of that to them. Ammunition, the department has recently transitioned to new firearms. Additional training is required to achieve maximum efficiency with these new weapons. Same thing with, so ammunition prices continue to rise every year. So we tried to maintain that budget as last year. Our therapy dog program, due to a little temperament issue, Davey is no longer of service in our department. We have made a contact at in Washington, D.C. that fully trains officers. I probably won't be a therapy dog, but at least like an emotional support dog. We won't know if we receive that dog or not until June of 2026. So the cost, as far as the kennel and doctor's expenses, vet expenses, stuff like that, is all on hold until at least that time. Data processing, our third installment of the 5-year Axon contract. This contract is very important. It supplies our officers with the latest and greatest tools to do their jobs on the street. They're able to upload video from civilians. Their tasers or less lethal equipment is a lot better. We don't have to pay for third-party video storage, and as Lisa is very happy about, because that was costing us millions of dollars. But that's all included in this Axon contract now. Of course, our medical expenses are going to continue as we have to hire 10 officers. The drug testing, polygraph, criminal background, psychologist, and so forth will all be incurred. The sign maintenance, payroll, they've projected the contractual raises. Utility costs were under budgeted this year. We have a $7,000 increase in that. All commodity lines are flat. The only thing that the sign crew has stated that they'll need in the future is their vehicle. is becoming worn, and they'll need to replace that very soon. Our dog control, as I mentioned, we received that grant. The agricultural market, the new state laws that come out, we had to upgrade our kennel. So with that budget, and then we're hoping of the 1.6 million that we intend to return to the town, that 600,000 we could take from that and to use to pay to help supplement the kennel. Part-timers, no room to cut due to, with this new law, they have to have, each dog has to have 20 minutes of playtime, of interaction per day. So that's going to, cost our part-timers and our full-timer to keep going with that. We have wage increases, 50 cents for the minimum wage increase. A more robust tracking program to keep track of the dogs is called Pet Point. That's about $2,500 a year. So that line increased to $3,000. That allow better communication between the SPCA and the dog control officers. As I said, the grants, we have that coming up. I did put forth, working with supervisor and Mr. Fowler, that we are putting out public hearing request to increase the impoundments for the dogs. It would go from $10 for the first impoundment, 20, 30, and so on, to $50, $70, and $100 just to put it on par with the rest of the county, the rest of the shelters that are out there. That'll increase the funding for the dog kennel as well. So overall, we've forecast to be about 7% under budget, returning about just over $1 million in appropriations, and the excess revenue of $470,000 for about 1.6 return. Anticipated projects that we have coming up, as I mentioned, the county radio project. The county has invested $30 million into the build out of a trunk radio system. Trunk radio system will allow everybody to talk to each other. So if we have a mass casualty incident right now, I can't talk to West Seneca or Amherst or Buffalo, but this trunk radio system will allow everybody to talk to everybody, increasing our efficiency. The investment will probably include new radio panels and dispatch, upgrade software for our portable and for our car radios. Building security, I'm looking for a grant on this right now. The outside readers on our building, as well as our control panels at their end of life. We need approximately $54,000 to replace and convert everything over to our Genetec system. Right now, everything's under Johnson Controls. So we've noticed already that we had a problem and we couldn't fix it. Our behavioral health, we have a behavioral health clinician that works in our department, works with our officers. She has been a tremendous amount of help as far as dealing with the mental health crisis and mental health emergencies that our officers had to deal with. Our 941s have dramatically decreased because of this. Again, I am looking for additional funding from foundations and from state grants to help. What we're looking to do is add a part-time case manager, and we're also looking to increase her hours to include evenings and weekends, ensuring better coverage for our citizens. As I mentioned, we received a $15,000 grant from Senator Baskin. We are using that to pay for our domestic violence advocate. The advocate is extremely important for us. Not every department has one, but we are very busy with domestic violence, this being Domestic Violence Month. She is an incredible asset, working hand in hand with our behavioral health. She's working with victims of domestic violence, getting them through the whole court process and taking care of their needs. As I mentioned, the sign crew truck is anticipated that a new vehicle will be needed soon. And then we're also looking at the generator for a range training facility. Questions?
All right, Councilman Filipski.
I probably should know this, but I don't. Is Buffalo the only one that's using our range, or is it anybody else?
So
If you know.
Yeah, so West Seneca used to use it. Like the DEA was using it. West Seneca is no longer using it.
So it's kind of like a hit
charge
and
too
miss
much.
kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
The county uses it. The Accounting Academy, they come
Okay.
in and use it. In fact, they start this week or next.
And the other thing you mentioned about the trunk thing and everybody talking to each other, which is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, after 9/11, it was supposed to be happen, and that was 24 years ago.
Right.
Are you still gonna be able to talk to other places that have digital radios?
Yeah, the intention is to upgrade everybody.
Oh, okay.
So police, fire.
Okay, so everybody will be finally on the same page
Correct.
after
Correct.
so many decades?
We're like one of the last counties remaining in the state that don't
There's
have
a
this.
shock. All right, thanks.
Council members. Mr. Pilarski.
I have a few questions. So I highlighted in my notes your request for a new headquarters sergeant. That would be the position to oversee the cell blocks, court officers, dispatch that you explained earlier?
Yes.
Okay, that clears that up for me. OT, you explained a lot of it is grant funded. It's through the mall, Sam's
Yes.
Club, whatever it may be, you know.
Yeah, I
regards to
have a breakdown of our overtime. So about 35% of our overtime is fully reimbursed. So our patrol manpower, because we were 10 officers short, our patrol manpower has been about $280,000 this year. Dispatch manpower has been 232 officers, being short there as well. Our investigations, 175,000. Our cell block, 104,000. Our grants reimbursed about 147,000. Our school liaison officers reimbursed through the schools, 125,000. And the BPD range, so far, 71,715 reimbursed. But the range has generated $147,000 in income so far this year. The Galleria, 65,000 has been reimbursed. Different task force that our officers are on have been reimbursed about $17,000.
And just so the audience knows and the board knows, is some of my questions, a lot of them throughout this process will be questions that I know the answer to, but I just, you know, there's a story behind these numbers. So when someone just opens up the budget and looks and says, OT for police, it's, you know, $500,000, oh my gosh, there's a story behind that and there's a reason. And so getting that explanation from our department head so the public is aware of, okay, it's 500,000, but 40% of it is reimbursed and we're under numbers anyways. We're 10 officers shy and we don't grieve it. And so there's this story that accumulates to why that OT is the way it is in regards to this piece of it also. Just want to make everyone aware of that. I got a couple more questions here regarding the budget. It's a smaller expense. It's $3,000 for police towing. Is that for like our cars, our police cars if they're in a wreck, or is that what?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Is there something we can do with our towers that we contract with to do sectors? What do we have? 6 of them, 7 of them?
Mhm.
Can we work that as part of the agreement with them? Because for them, $3,000 spread amongst the 6 isn't a lot, but for us as a town, that's a $3,000 savings, and they add up if we
Right.
save 3,000 here, 3,000 there.
The-
Or is that a quid pro quo? So I don't know. if that jumps up.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to steal your thunder, but I actually used to do the tow audits. It fluctuates every year.
Mhm.
Sometimes the towers would do it. Sometimes they wouldn't get called. Sometimes, is it a TCA job? Is it it was a whole, but you're exactly right. That should be nailed down and that should be.
Something we could work into the agreement, the contract with them to say, hey,
Right.
We have-
for our car.
Correct.
Yeah, we have done that. The last time they were here to get their fees increased, we made a deal that the actual price to tow a police car was actually reduced. So instead of going up with everything else, that was actually reduced. That was part of the agreement for that. But I mean, we can increase towing fees. That's something else that I could bring to the board for that. So their yearly fees that they have to pay, we can increase those or keep them the same and not charge for police car tows.
One last question, if that's all right. All right. So like everything, as board members, we hear lots of rumors, what's good, the bad, the ugly from every single department or whatnot. And some of the things I hear is, the sign traffic, crew, 3 of them, it's, a little much for what they do. Now, I don't know exactly what their day-to-day operations is, and I won't pretend to either, and that goes for every department. You oversee it. So I'm hearing rumors of the sign maintenance crew, 3 is a lot, but dog control, especially with the new law, in New York State with playing with the dogs, and it's crucial. We're already short with 1 part-timer, 1 full-timer. Is that something within your department you may be able to take 1 sign maintenance worker and have 2 in that area, and then have now 2 in the dog control?
I mean, that is something that could be looked at, but that would have to be an agreement with the unions, transferring job titles and so forth, benefits, everything. There'd have to be a comparison. Right now, we have 1 full-time and 5 part-timers over there. But with this new law, we could definitely, I could probably actually go to 2 full-timers and keep the 5 part-timers, but we didn't account for that.
Well, and that's what I'm asking. I'm not saying, hey, cut part-timers, because I know we're at, and this is your department and everything. So if you were to say, hey, absolutely not, our sign crew is spread thin to begin with, and our dog maintenance crew is, but if it's something that is you can think about and consider, and then we go to that next level to the union and ask, is that an option?
Our sign maintenance crew is down 1 now due to illness.
Okay.
So they're down to 2 right now. But with the enrichment time and stuff like that for the dog control, like I said, I can't go any less. We're working to try and bring in volunteer organizations because the dogs are required 20 to 30 minutes enrichment per day. And, if we have a full kennel, like we do a lot of times, we cover Cheektowaga, Depew, and Sloan. So, they're going to be busy back there.
Yeah.
They have to, they're kids or whatever that could come in and work with them, but we still have to have someone supervising them.
Correct.
So,
Councilman Pilarski's comment about shared services, which I wanted to bring up 2 points on that. One of them has to do with dog control. In the meetings I've had with other supervisors or other elected officials throughout the county, what's come up in discussions has been, especially in the South towns, struggles with dog control there. There may be an opportunity, if we're willing to explore it, to enter into shared service agreements with some of those municipalities. The downside is they're far away, so it would make that kind of difficult. But if it's something that's mutually beneficial, I'm willing to start serious discussions to see what Cheektowaga can do to upgrade from a part-timer and a full-timer up to 2 full-timers, maybe 2.5, and see how us doing that is also beneficial to one of these other communities that are struggling to solve their dog control problems. But, West Seneca has their situation figured out. Buffalo has theirs figured out. Lancaster has theirs figured out. So our immediate neighbors are all in good shape. It's just other folks throughout, so.
That's how it is now. And I would caution that because if a dog comes in that's, say, severely matted, or missing rabies shots or whatever, that's taking my full-timer or my part-timer, whoever's getting that animal, at least 2-3 hours off, not available to anything else. So if we're taking on more, I think we're already at our max of what we are now as far as manpower. Bringing on something else, I think, could be dangerous.
I appreciate that, and I think if we started to explore it, we would reach the conclusion that you've reached already. And there's one other shared service I wanted to bring up that I'm personally no fan of, but there have been some murmurs about the mergers of PSAPs throughout the county, and I know there's been some discussions in other municipalities and dollar amounts worked up, but when that came to my attention, my response to it was no. And I don't want to name names out of respect to everybody up here, but I floated it with one council member, and they had the same conclusion I did, but for different reasons, I'm sure, or some of the same. But if you look purely on the dollars, I think there's an opportunity to save money, but we're one of the largest municipalities in Erie County. We have an agreement with our dispatchers. We have a huge call volume compared to other places. There's so many reasons that outside of the financials that we should maintain independence there. So I'm not going to ask you any questions about it. I'm just
No.
putting it out here for honesty, transparency, that is something that could be on the table if this board felt it wanted to explore that. But I think that dies in its infancy. I personally have issues with it, but we're talking about cutting and all these other things. So I'm not going to say absolutely no way in hell to anything, but I'm pretty close to that on this particular idea.
The county's been looking at that. I'm sorry to interrupt. So we have 15 PSAPs here in Erie County compared to like New York City that has 2. So they're trying to look at different ways to get that number down. Our dispatch currently takes about 60 to 63,000 calls per year. And especially being short staffed that we have been, it's been entirely tolling on them. You see a lot of the overtime is because of sick calls and so forth, because they're starting to get burned out back there.
Right.
And it is extremely difficult to hire dispatchers.
And something for the public to know is that our dispatchers, compared to dispatchers in other municipalities, take on a larger workload.
Yes.
Their duties are more expansive than they are in
EMD,
basically,
yep.
Correct, in basically any other place.
Right. Lancaster Orchard Park, they sub out their EMD process where all our dispatchers are trained in EMD.
Right.
And it's not exactly on the budget, but you're going with shared service. So maybe one department head meeting or a town board meeting, I'd like to see a presentation or be told from every single department head, what shared services do we receive and what shared services do we give out? Is it a one-way street? Are we always giving? Or are we the ones taking? Because to me, a partnership is a two-way. And, when we look at the budget and everything, hey, these municipalities are using our range and some are paying a fee for it, absolutely, but there's still additional cost to it. There's upkeep, maintenance, and all that stuff. Snowstorms, how often do we utilize Erie County in that shared service? Or is it just a give or something? We plow county roads, so what do we get in return for that? So I'd like to see a comparison of both giving and receiving for shared services, and is it really beneficial, or are we just losing out in the end, especially when we're talking about cutting services, programs, funding, and everything else? I don't think we could add more onto our plate to help somebody else. We got to help ourselves first.
Right.
We got to feed those in our backyard and our camp right here before we start venturing out. So I'd like to see that comparison at some point soon.
Yes, Chief, you mentioned the new my microphone on. You mentioned the new dog control law about playing with the dogs.
The enrichment, yes.
Yes. Can you send that to us? I'd like to take a look at it.
Yep.
Also, can we look at some volunteer opportunities? I even know the high school always needs
We are doing that.
volunteer for honor society even,
Yes.
or just for their application for college,
Yep. Yeah, we are looking into that. There are volunteer organizations that are out there that have been recommended by the SPCA.
Okay.
So we're looking to that. I've actually made contact with Mr. Fowler, trying to get our liability waivers and stuff in order. So if that does happen, but still, they still have to be supervised. I still have to have.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, would it help if we had another part-timer to your budget for that?
Any help would be greatly
Because
appreciated.
a full-timer does cost a lot more for us.
Absolutely.
So possibly start with part-timer, see how it goes, somebody that oversaw the volunteers and things like that. But I understand, your constraints. So what, also going back to the sign maintenance, what type of equipment do they need? Because we just bought a new.
They're looking at a new vehicle.
Yeah.
Their main vehicle, I guess, is starting to have a lot
Pickup
of.
truck or what? It's a van?
And I'm sorry, I don't have which vehicle is in need. I was just told they're going to
Because we bought a new
vehicle.
bucket truck several
Right.
years ago.
Yeah,
So
no,
it's not
I don't think it's the bucket truck. That's in fairly good
It's
shape.
the van that they
Yeah, I think the
use
van, the
with
bigger.
their supplies.
Yes, that holds all their supplies. Yeah, they're starting to have a lot of maintenance issues with that vehicle.
Okay, it's got to be somewhere. I'm sure Dennis probably has that list. I'll have to look for it.
Council members, just a thought on that. We currently have a truck in the sewer department that we're going to discuss when we get to the sewer budget tomorrow that has nearly outdated equipment for video TV related things. The truck itself isn't in terrible shape, but the equipment is the primary issue. Maybe that's the solution for the sign shop. They might not want to hear that, but we're the deciders up here. You know, we get independently elected to make hard calls. Maybe we can retrofit that and save some money that way, because the truck itself doesn't have a lot of miles or hours on it. But we can consider that. Anything else, Councilmember?
Can you just go back to your, the police personnel budget line, adding that extra sergeant? What were the reasons for that?
So currently, we do not have any supervision of our dispatch, cell blocks, so forth on the weekends.
Okay.
This will be added to that. Right now, my dispatch answers to a captain instead of going through like a sergeant, a lieutenant, then to a captain. They go directly to a captain. So, bringing that sergeant in will give me another layer of supervision.
So they would,
Much needed.
right, over dispatch. I know that dispatch has a lot on their plate also, so that would be the extra money. And the supervisor, I think, I'm looking at the police budget, they had asked for some vacancies, a decline, and you put in 244,000.
Budget prep is that?
It's on page 41.
All right, I don't remember every line off the top.
I know.
I remember doing this as supervisor. It's a
Oh,
lot,
I know,
right?
it's a lot. And then we got more papers today. It's like
Adjustment for vacancies that was declined there. Yeah, the
244,000 you found to take out of the budget?
my thought process on it was you look at the actuals for 23 and 24 that we were up to 13.4 for the budget on all of this payroll. And the projection at the finals got us around 12.8. The ask was 14, so I figured putting it at 13.8 would have us covered, because of course there's going to be some vacancies that will happen in the course of the year. And within this budget here, that if we exceeded this line for some reason, we could arguably rely on the overtime line. And there's some other smaller lines that there would be a little bit extra in. That could make up the difference for budget transfers if necessary. But yeah, so that was reduced by 244. And I know that coming into these meetings, there was discussion about the resolution, the board resolution 2025-49 to cut 1% from all departments. Now, the budget we have doesn't do that. But if the board's request for that is something that was desired by the majority here. This budget is particularly difficult for me personally to do that for, but I did find budget lines, 10 budget lines to the tune of $1 million, that if the board is insistent on cutting $1 million from the police budget, which the general fund runs us 63 million and change. If we were to go back to 99% or 1% cut from the 2025 appropriations, we'd have to cut $4.2 million from the general fund. And 970 would have to be from the policing related budget lines, including dispatch and that. I can give the board the write-up of those particular numbers. I don't endorse it, I don't support it, but if that's the direction we're going to go, hardline application to that resolution, I will give you the numbers to consider. And in the course of the presentation, Chief Coons did bring up part-time regular. I would be proposing a $35,000 cut to that budget line. And as he said, there's a need for that. And there was an expression of board members up here just in the course of this to add to part-time regular lines. But again, I do have a total of $1 million of potential cuts that I think would hamper the department, but it would not cripple it. And if you need numbers as a starting point to figure out where the board would like to cut more than $900,000 to abide by the resolution, I will provide that starting point for discussion, even though I don't necessarily agree with it. Mr. Dombrowski?
Yeah, I'd like to comment on that 1%, if you don't mind. Let's be careful when we're looking at this 1% cut across all departments. There are going to be certain departments that are going to have to be increased. We're going to have to look at other departments that may be able to take more than a 1% reduction. During my presentation tomorrow, I have a couple suggestions, but I just want to hear from all the department heads first. But let's not look at it as every 1% of every department, because 1% out of the senior center is a lot less than 1% out of the police department. And do we want to cut our services to our public safety? I've already heard from the chief that we have other responsibilities, not just for public safety within our town, but we're also covering for other places, the Galleria, the Walmart. That's taking officers off the road. We're already short officers. Once again, trying to cut. Let's not cut things that are desperately needed in this town. There are other services and other things in other departments that we can greatly look at, and I will bring that to your attention tomorrow during my presentation.
I agree. I'm just saying the resolution calls all administrative units.
Right, I understand that.
Including IT.
And this is where I disagree with that resolution. That resolution was not, I don't think it was broad enough, and I don't think it was just kind of like 1% to everybody. I think that was just thrown out there. That's my opinion.
I'll hold my tongue. Councilmember Benchkowski?
Yeah, I agree with that. I thought my interpretation was just 1% total out of the budget, but from the previous year, but it didn't say specifically every department, does it?
Resolved says every administrative unit. That's why I voted against it.
Okay.
That's why I voted against it.
Well, I wasn't here at the time when that went through, so I'm just trying, but I do agree with the controller stating that I don't think every department can do that, depending on what the department is. However, let me just finish with the chief. So I thank you because you did put a 1% alternative budget together for us. So at least we're not gonna, if we wanted to do that, we won't be taken away from something that maybe you thought you couldn't cut it all.
Right.
So I do appreciate
Yeah,
that.
we identified those areas.
Yes, so I like the ideas and, we'll take a look at it and see where we go. But at least I got some of my answers for the other things. So thank you for that.
Councilmember Pilarski.
I know it's been said a couple of times now with the presentation, even up here, is, volunteers for the dog kennel. Maybe that's a route we can take to save money. But to me, personally, I caution against that because the risk and liability, it takes one dog to nip at a volunteer, a kid from high school. That kid's got bite marks in their face, and that's $1 million lawsuit just like that. Is there really a cost savings there? I don't know. I know there's,
You have to have a muzzle on the dogs.
Whatever, dog jumps on a kid, knocks him over. It's a sue happy state we're in.
Right,
All right, it's no secret. So does the risk and liability outweigh the cost savings of a $30,000 a year part-timer? That's something we need to decide.
The volunteer group that we're looking at that was recommended by the SPCA actually has additional training in the handling of dogs.
I think groups like that, absolutely, who's background trained, absolutely. But just to say, hey, my daughter wants to come in because she got 10 hours of community service from Sacred Heart.
Right.
I think that's a risk.
Yeah, I agree.
Also on that, just a comment, I know the volunteer organizations that everybody's gung ho up front, but what happens after that gung ho goes away? I mean, for us volunteer firefighters, we see it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my concern on the volunteer. Are we going to be able to staff consistently and count on those volunteers to show up when they're supposed to show up as to paying somebody who has
Mr.
I almost forgot, I'm sorry. For dispatchers, have you guys ever considered maybe, and I'm not suggesting dumb things down, but taking out the 60 college credit hours, maybe get a bigger pool of people to apply or to take the test?
We're soon going to be mandated by the state as far as the requirements.
Okay. You did say it. Sorry.
They put out the standards now. We have a copy of them. They're not in effect yet, but we're told that could happen at any day. So we're actually kind of being a little proactive and doing our psychological backgrounds and everything with our dispatchers.
I appreciate what you do. You're doing a good job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You and your department.
Appreciate it.
I agree.
They work hard. Let me
Yes,
tell
they
you.
do.
They do.
They work hard.
You brought up the ammunition line. You probably one of the few lines you see that I increased was that. And
Yes.
it's like I looked at the budget overall, and I think what you proposed was reasonable. And what's in this tentative budget for your department, for dispatch, for PD, for dog control, I can argue we could do more for dogs. And I'm glad it was mentioned up here. I believe in it. I think that's what we should do here personally. And once we get into further discussions on it, I'm fairly confident this portion of the budget will stay intact or be tweaked at the edges. So appreciate you taking time this morning. Anybody else have questions for the chief of police?
I do, Supervisor.
Mr. Jazinski.
Yes, Chief Combs, you had mentioned in your conversation that your department gave back at the end of the year. How much was that?
This year, we're anticipated 1.6 million.
So
we're hoping to use that 6 million to offset the dog kennel.
Right. And I want to say you do a great job running your department. I feel that you're an example of running a tight ship. I thank you for everything
Thank
you
you.
and the officers do.
Thank you.
And I think you set the precedent of how to run a tight ship. So I definitely would guarantee that as far as I go, you're off my radar as far as trying to make any cuts. But you know, the cuts would come from the overall total budget. So that's where I'm at with this. So I wouldn't anticipate or expect you to consider making cuts because I think you already do run a tight enough ship. So thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
I think we're all set. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Enjoy the rest of the day. We are a little behind schedule. We'll be built in abilities to not make that happen in the afternoon. We're going to go right to Lisa Bolognese. We're going to cover IT and records.
Hello, how are you?
Good morning.
Thank you for allowing me to present today. My budget is one of the larger budgets, so I do have a lot to cover. In an effort to save on time, I will not go line by line, but give a broader view of what the IT department does first, and then I can cover some changes that you see in my budget. This is my budget worksheet. I'll go off of that in a minute. The IT department right now, we manage over 425 PCs, over 450 users. We manage 300 plus cameras in a camera system. We have a wide area network, local area network. We manage our Office 365 environment, our user account management, internet management, fiber management, contract review and negotiations, VMware, server databases, over 60 software applications, over 200 outlying infrastructure devices, SmartNet management, camera and camera management, data center, design and management, print fleets, software license management, microwave communications, solutions research and recommendation, VPN access, our wireless network, UPS management, conference room management, asset management, desktop support, security, including cybersecurity and infrastructure protection, auditing and investigations, electronic inventory and disposal, disaster recovery, purchasing and procurement, management of electronic records, because I do manage 2 departments, and that all falls under the umbrella of supporting technology for a very large police department. I do all that with 7 IT staff. In 2015, when I took over IT and we created the IT department, there were 5, and I've added 2 in the last 10 years. This year alone, we have added about $250,000 in software expenses, but you will see that I do, if you look at the,
It's online.
Yeah.
I'm seeing it online.
Oh, you are? Okay,
Yeah.
maybe I'm
You
wrong.
can see that
Might be a little behind.
what I do with these budgets, the budget lines are lines that I'm given, and then I am able to work these responsibilities into these lines. But you can see that by negotiating contracts, this is what I do throughout the year. I am constantly working towards minimizing the technical footprint, changing the technologies to be in better position. So I'm able to save in some lines, which I do annually, but then we have increases in other lines, and they're expected increases. Who has the clicker right here? So this is just a chart, if you took all my lines, and you can see that obviously the majority of the expenses in this department is payroll, but you'll see to the right, your two biggest expenses are licensing and software licensing and software maintenance. Now, I just went over all of the responsibilities in the IT department. You would think that there would be other heavy hitters, but those are the two. This is where you're going to see the biggest amount of the expenses, especially because everything that we do with our software products also involve an annual maintenance. So that's always going to increase, and I do work that into the budget. And here, taking out the personnel, you can still see, if I took the personnel costs out, that just in the operating expenses, software licensing is just about a quarter of the budget. One of the things I do there's a lot of detail in this budget because I have to be careful with licensing and when licensing expires and when we have to renew our products and then working towards putting new products in. Oftentimes you'll see a lot of resolutions come through with different softwares that I do throughout each department. The IT department does manage the technology for all of these departments. And I have this up to show that we had centralized in 2015 our IT budget. So at one point, IT expenses were coming out of all different departments. After I took over, we centralized. Centralizing is, I'm a big advocate of that because I believe that helps with our cybersecurity posture. But you can see here how the expenses in IT are allocated. And I can make sure that you all have a copy of all of these charts. But so not intentionally, just by renegotiating contracts, I was able to get to the 1% in my operating expenses line. And that was just mostly negotiating some big software changes and our internet connections and our redundancies. But I didn't do that intentionally, but it did end up working out with the operating expenses. So in my budget, the only increases you're going to see is in personnel costs. So do you have any questions about the operating expenses part? And I can't stress enough too, one of the things that is built into all of these numbers, we have a separate line item that's minimal for cybersecurity, but cybersecurity is built into each one of the lines that I have. You'll see it built into like our software maintenance lines and our communications lines. We do set aside some funding though to make sure that we are getting our penetration testing completed every year and making sure we're in good health. That's all I have unless you need me to get into something deeper.
Now, let's go to the town board for questions. Larsky.
Not necessarily a question, but a comment. I know this budget is pretty large, like you said, it's no secret. But I caution the board to cut anything in this budget simply because we can go back and look at Grand Island, which was 30 seconds away from $900,000 to $1 million being wired over if they didn't unplug their machines and stop that transfer because somebody phished the email, made it look extremely like it was from their department, and they cut out a payment. Erie County, another one, cut a check and a payment because their system was hacked and it was phished. So it is important, town our size, with all the IT we have, the police and just here, our board meetings and everything else, that it's secured. Overnight, working overnight, our crew there when systems go down. So it's not just a matter of, hey, the internet's not working, we can't live stream our town board meeting. It is, hey, the internet's not working, our phones are down, our communications with dispatch is down, can't communicate with police officers who are going into situations. So there's so much more to it, big picture. And so I caution this board when looking and making cuts there. It's tough because I see these license fees and, I get a discounted rate for our nonprofit organizations, and then I see the rate we actually pay and what they really cost, even over the counter, just buying it for your home costs a lot more. So it's a tough pill to swallow, but unfortunately it is, it's either Mac or Microsoft, and you got to get license fees from both for everything and subscriptions for everything now. It's not just buying it. We can run off of Office 2016 now moving forward. There's no security patches and all that stuff. So it's important to stay updated on that. So you do a great job with the IT. You're I think you're overwhelmed. In my opinion, you got two departments in reality there with records keeping and IT. But something down the road, we briefly spoke. I'd like to have a conversation. How do you see that in the future? Staying the way it is, dividing it up or whatnot, but that's down the road thing.
Yeah, that's something. Well, I think at this point we're invested in centralization, which I believe is really important for the health of, our cybersecurity health. I think centralization of our IT assets and then having records along with it does help. I just want to say too that I put a lot of work into the preliminary budget. So when you see these numbers, it has come with internal auditing. So I have audited our cell phones. I have audited, before I hand in the budget, I have gone through line by line in the cell phones. I have gone through our phones. I have gone through our mobile devices. I pretty much do an audit and true up of all of our software. I'll go to all 60 platforms because of the centralization. Every department, all departments, the maintenance agreements come through me. So I've reviewed the maintenance agreements. I've done true ups on the software to make sure that we are actually paying for the users. We go through and make sure that we haven't missed anything in onboarding and offboarding. So that is all preliminary to the time that my budget is handed in. And anytime that you have any questions on any of that, I'm available. So that is how I was able to get to that just about 1%.
Question for you. If a department were to say want to get a new software to run their department, would you find out about it, or would they reach out to you, or how would you find out about it? And is that something that you'd probably prefer to be in the loop on?
Yeah, ultimately I'll be involved. So I would prefer to know ahead of time. Normally there comes a time where we have to either do a data migration or they're about to be prepared for implementation or install, where they'll have to work with my network coordinators to make that happen. Also making sure that we understand where our data is going to be. That is the important part of having the records management tied to IT. One of the things that I ensure is that we know at all times when we go under contract where our data resides, how we get to that data, what happens if that company goes out of business, how much time are they giving us to retrieve that information. I do all that and work with that in the contracts prior to the time that the software products are implemented. So I would prefer, and for the most part, the departments will reach out to me and then we'll work together. I don't understand the workflow in the department like they do, but I take care of the technical end to make sure it's going to happen and it's going to work on our end.
I have more a statement than a question, unless any other board members would like to go first.
You answered my question yesterday when we talked about the auditing of the devices and stuff.
I have one question regarding IT. Why does the clerk's office manage the website and not your department? The
It's
clerk's
just
office is an
history.
elected position.
Yeah.
It could change every 4 years. So that person's not trained.
It used to be the supervisor's office.
Correct.
And then Kim was in charge because she worked for the supervisor's office, and then she took it with her. That's
Yeah.
just the way it happened.
Would you be opposed to your department? I know
I
you
just
got a
love
full
when you
plate
give
to
me
begin
more
with.
work, yeah.
100%, I get it. But I'm just thinking the succession and
yes.
of the website.
Yeah.
Let's say there's an election or
We've
team
talked
doesn't
about
run or
this
whatever.
quite a few times.
Yes.
SOL, who's doing this
Absolutely.
website? Versus it is part of the department's routine and normal day-to-day functions.
If that's the way that the board wanted to go, we would support that.
All right, thank you. You always say yes.
Yes.
So more a statement than a question. The big cost increase in your budget, because the line by line, you show some decreases, renegotiated contracts, all that, has to do with Assistant Director of Technology.
Mhm.
Now, we have that budgeted for $75,000 there. Obviously, there's going to be extra costs. And this board talks about succession plans too. And obviously, you're not going to be employed with the town of Cheektowaga forever unless you want to work without retirement, which we will keep you.
Yeah, right.
We will keep you as long as you want to stay. I don't think anybody is displeased with you or frustrated or anything. You're doing wonderful. However, I'm sure that you want to say, hey, I'm all done. Somebody should take over for me later. The skill set you have in contract negotiations, everything else that you do, would you say that a year or 2 years is sufficient time to transfer that? Is that something that could be done in 3 months? Like, what's your vision for transitioning your job over to a successor?
Let me first paint the picture of this. I'm going into my 35th year here.
Yeah.
And I have reached the time of retirement. So it is coming. Do I think someone can do this in 3 months? I don't. And I'm only saying that because there is so much in the department. It's learning, not only learning the technology, but also the union contract, the contracts that we have, knowing where the contracts are, understanding, if you're talking about managing 2 departments, understanding where all the records are, where our record systems lie, where we have our backup and disaster recovery. That's not going to happen in 5 minutes. So I'd like to see a couple of years of planning. I think it would be beneficial to the town. There's so many areas for failure in there. And I am a huge proponent of the knowledge transfer, and I would be willing to work and help out if that's what you need.
And it became a question, but to go back into statement territory, we've got our personnel director here and our chief of police here, and I know that both of them, as well as myself and this board, kind of scares us a little bit that if he just picked up the phone one day and say, I'm filing my retirement papers, and we didn't have a succession plan in place. So one of the reasons this is in the budget is to give us that year or 2, or maybe more time, of a buffer to bring somebody on, get them up to speed, and dealing with everything we've said so far, and dealing with ransomware too. I mean, you brought up one of the other municipalities. ECMC had to deal with ransomware. Other agencies deal with that, and we do a lot of stuff in-house on the technology side in Cheektowaga that doesn't happen in other places. And our IT is integrated with the police department a lot more than other places. We're talking about how our dispatchers do more than the typical dispatcher. Our IT department does a lot more than the typical IT operation for a town. So if we're going to invest in a succession plan and to make sure we hand off the reins in a seamless manner, this is one of the critical departments to do that in.
And I would say too, this is just my opinion. I know that a lot of the discussion about the assistant director is based on knowledge transfer and succession planning, but because we do support the technology for a PD, and which is not that's not typical of municipalities. But it is integrated at this point, and that is what we're dealing with. The responsibility of the department and just the nature of the work, the fact that I don't have time to go out and look for grants, or it takes so much time, or maybe I miss some things when I'm doing like a print audit or stuff like that. I would caution that with the technology growing and cybersecurity being a huge issue for local governments, that you maybe think about a future where you have a director and assistant director, because I'm only working with unionized employees. So I'm often involved in confidential conversations and things that I would like to have someone else to be able to work with me on. That is just my opinion.
And just as a point of information, if the board had strict adherence to the 1% cut policy, we would have to find between your IT and records departments $111,889 and change to cut from the budget. And the thing to go to, in my mind, for this budget would unfortunately be the assistant director of technology. I do not want to cut it. And it's one of the reasons I think that this budget here, that a 1% cut in this particular administrative unit, as the resolution lays out that was passed at the beginning of the year, isn't achievable, that we kick the can down the road again on the succession plan. And I know there's members of the board up here that are supportive of this plan in the most general sense. We might have disagreements in the minutia, which is absolutely fine, because that disagreement's a great thing and it gets you to a better answer. But the idea of having somebody brought in as succession, I think there's more than one of us here that want to see that happen. So, anything else from council members?
I think town-wide, we need to look at succession plans, who's next up to step in. And yeah, we're thinking, for this case, when Lisa retires, but God forbid, not to jinx or anything, you walk out into the parking lot leaving this meeting and you get hit by a car. Can somebody pick up tomorrow morning your job duties? And the answer is really no, because they're TCA employees and everything, that it's not their duties. And that's not a jab or anything, but unfortunately you are the only one. and we need to transfer this knowledge on. And that's similar in some other departments as well, who's next in line to step in and or at least during recovery, whatever it may take, how long, whether short-term, long-term, forever, whatever, we need to have a plan to keep the train on the tracks.
Mhm.
We're all set, Lisa.
Great, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Lisa.
All right. Next up this morning, we have one more presentation before a break. That is going to be our HR Personnel Director. Good morning, Tammy.
Good morning. That's a hard act to follow, so I don't have that.
Hey, we can do it.
Okay.
Do not have any doubt in our ability to ramp it up. The floor is yours.
So this is the first time that I'm actually preparing something like this, and in my budget, I really didn't have a lot of things that I can cut. Unfortunately, with the negotiations of the collective bargaining agreements, I'm now on the hook for $25,000 to print CBAs, hard copies, to provide to all of them. So that's obviously an expense that got added to my budget. I also pretty much kept everything the same, except for my biggest add would be an additional employee, part-time employee, so that I would have 2 part-time employees. And the reason I'm doing this is because we obviously have UKG coming in, and the undertaking of that system is going to be monumental. So we are going to have to physically put in 700 employees, which includes our retirees, into the system, because we don't not, with the 25-year paper trail of the way we do things, have the ability to import this data in, like if we were going from Paychex to ADP, for example. So that is probably the single biggest additional is the personnel cost in trying to go ahead and effectively manage all of this work that is going to be coming down the pipeline as far as the UKG. And I can speak to that if you would like to have more information about that, because I know that UKG has been identified as a payroll or a HR or, different aspects, but it's the whole system in its entirety is much bigger than that. But the rest of my budget is pretty much the same. We are taking on, asking for more money for legal personnel. Like anything that we do, if you're going to hold people responsible and start disciplining them in a 5-union municipality, there's going to be a lot of grievances and complaints and defending. I expect that to level out eventually, but there's stuff that before I even got involved with the town of Cheektowaga that we are still going to have to deal with moving forward. Obviously, we have a couple of arbitrations in the hopper coming up. So as far as pre-employment physicals and drug testing, we are already over budget for this year on that. So we've had to secure some additional funding. The drug testing, obviously we have CDL drivers that we need to random or regularly test. That's on my department, as well as new pre-employment physicals. So if we are trending towards utilizing even more part-timers, we still have to pay for those physicals to get them cleared to come to work here. So whether we go full-time or part-time, those are costs that we're going to incur one way or the other. Other than that, everything else is pretty much the same. I didn't ask for, a bigger budget for memberships, trainings, things like that, office supplies. We're all pretty frugal. I like to buy my own pens because I like them. So, we didn't add anything that to our budget. My 2 staff, again, salaries, they're not union, but I did ask for an increase. The reason I did that is right now my staff, for example, processing a retiree payment. The payment comes in, and the way we currently do things, it has to be tracked on a spreadsheet for certain aspects. It has to be tracked in a log for other aspects. With no interruptions, one of these would take about 15 minutes. So with no interruptions, we would be doing 4 of these an hour. With UKG, we're hoping to cut that time to a third of the time it would take. And then once it's in there forever. I also have my part-timer currently scanning, which I can tell you, taking apart staples and paper clips and everything from personnel files is a real barn burner fun time, but he is actively scanning these files in. So as we program this system, we can go ahead and have all of the personnel into electronic files, and we won't have to maintain massive amounts of paper files until we can effectively rotate them out. So I don't have a lot of changes. We're dealing, like I said, we have 2 women that do a lot of work, and that's why I asked for more help, because while we're implementing this and programming this, we are going to need the extra help above and beyond what they already do in order to help us roll this project out successfully. So that's where my expenses are tied up.
Appreciate that.
Mhm.
Just, we'll go over to you for a moment.
The UKG expenses, if you can speak before we get into questions from council members about how that is going to provide savings that are difficult to quantify.
So I took an opportunity to talk to Nancy in payroll before she went out, and I took an opportunity to speak to some other people that are in the administrative end of how we do things. With human resources, again, thinking about it would take me an hour to do 4 employees in the system we currently have. With human resources in the UKG system, from the human resources box, we've got onboarding, offboarding with mandatory training that'll all be done the first hour somebody gets hired at the campus to come to work for us. In a single location, get all the mandatory stuff out of the way. This also brings employee self-service. And what does that mean? That means we don't have to bug payroll every second of the day to find out what our accruals are, what our FMLA is, what vacation, did I get a shift insurance? All that will be accessed by their own individual login, and that also includes the retirees. They're going to be the last ones added to it because obviously our working personnel comes first. But once they're added to it, all of the retirees will also have their own login. They won't have to come in and show Michelle a Medicare thing and go, was this from you? Or what's my payment now? Or whatever the questions are. Again, the system's going to follow workman's comp, FMLA, COBRA, and retirement tracking. FMLA, again, is a tedious thing because payroll not only has to track the accruals that are being used, but they have to be denoted as FMLA so we can stay in compliance. And there's a lot of custom workflows and tracking that we can utilize as well, and also get rollout budgeting reports from that. The recruiting and hiring aspect of it is we will have applicant tracking. We will know who is online requesting an application, who's filling it out, and resume parsing. We will be able to schedule automatically background screening and physical appointments. Right now, again, that's all a manual thing. We have to call up, we have to set it up so they can go out and get their drug and their employment physicals. All of that can be just off we go. Performance, 30, 60, 90-day reviews on new hires and annual reviews on current existing staff. Real-time budget roll-ups and modeling. I could go into this system and say, I need to know what I've spent year to date on this, and all that information is accessible, and it's programmed so that only the people that need to know have access to that information. And compensation statements. Again, all of that is stuff that an individual employee or retiree will be able to now go on and access, cutting us out of the loop unless there's a problem. Payroll, real-time calculations and processing, general and multiple ledger processing, W-2 access, accrual access, and 401k information and retirement. Again, I spoke to Nancy before she went out, and I also spoke to Brian, and I said, give me a day in the life of payroll. And so we talked about, the week 1 and then having to merge the week 1 with the week 2 and all that's paper copies and what's in this box and all that. Now it's all on the system. If somebody's causing a problem or we need abusing sick time, we can go in, the management can go in right then and there, see what's been used, see what's been asked for, approve, decline, track it. All of that is an awesome tool. Time clocks. This is also going to give employees and supervisors time off request and management approval online. There's no more, I got to call up, see what they got available. Oh, I forgot somebody else. We have 2 people off that day. It's going to be all right there, being able to manage those systems, manage our money. I think there's a lot of things we could tighten up where it would save the town money. And I'm not even talking paper cost. I'm just talking tightening down those times and schedules so that we're not missing that, maybe that half-hour pay for all those employees was provided. And yeah, exactly. They will also have employee and manager self-service on any device. So if you can send me an email on your phone, you can also log into your system on your phone. So that will be, I think, for some employees, a good tool. And then we have automatic schedule sync for time cards, leave requests, approval process, and continuous leave tracking. So these are just some of the bullets. It's a much more integrated system. And my guideline and my time for that is with working with Lisa and IT is once we get the programming in, we get all the parameters, the collective bargaining agreements with the incentive schedules, all the different rounding rules for calling in sick and how long you got to wait before you can start working. All of that would be integrated in. And my goal would be to do a beta test site and would take every department with the biggest characteristics that we have to cover and do that across the board so that we can see with a small group, but in every situation, if we have to tweak programming, if we have to do all of this. Then, and only then, while the staff is inputting all of this information, then we can start going real live so that we can go ahead and implement it across the board. With that comes training, though. We're going to have to go in. We're going to have to do training to supervisor staff, employee staff. So all of that will be integrated into this. Will it work perfectly right out of the gate? No. Technology never does. I get a new phone. I guarantee you I'm losing something because I'm probably not as savvy as some people, like my younger daughter. So what this looks like, though, formally in a year when we have this conversation, I expect that there will be complainers, there always are, but I believe that across the board, once people get comfortable with this, they are going to be amazed how they ever dealt with a paper tracking system and all the different things that I see come across that, just to trying to keep up with the employees today. So any questions on UKG? A lot of customized reporting too. I think it comes with 40 or 50 customizable reports, which means that everybody would have access to pull statistics, pull data metrics with this system, and they're fairly non-complicated reports. We can always get specialized reports, but again, this is a great thing for no matter what facet you are in the chain of command or in a department.
I appreciate that,
Okay.
and that's a nice extensive answer. We're going to give the floor over to Councilmember Thompson.
Yeah, I just want to say how excited I am about this project coming to life. From my time before I was on this board, I've always been told there are so many fixed costs. You can't change this, you can't change that in the budget. And I'm like, well, how can you fix those fixed costs? And when getting on this board and realizing that there were pen and paper being used to log a lot of these things in hours, and I mean, that's just mind blowing to me to have that in a town this large. So seeing this project come through from day one to where we are today, I'm very excited. And it's like a fictitious number. You don't have a true savings, but I think it's going to be really good it's worth it to put the time and resources into getting this rolled out, because the training, people punching in under the wrong codes or getting paid different rates. And, I told my supervisor, yeah, I worked 3 hours overtime. Well, you have to physically punch in, use your fingerprint or face scan. This is going to tighten up a lot of areas. I'm really excited. So I appreciate all the work you're doing on this too. So just tying into learning management system for New York trainings, is that separate?
Where are we? Oh, LMR. Okay. Yes, that is a separate. Yeah, that's going to be separate. There's several components to all of this too, and we're using like different payroll services and we're using different training services, but they all meld together. They all talk to each other. So yes, that is a separate line item for that. Some of these got switched around from other things that were in the budget last year for different trainings, but this is what we've got it narrowed down to at this point from the personnel side of it.
One last question, sorry. The printing of the contracts.
I'm sorry?
The printing of the contracts, the union contracts, what's that price based off? Is that us doing it in-house or is?
That is using whatever current vendor we use. I have idly asked if we have other options for other vendors, but that was in place before I came in, and the cost is $5,000 per collective bargaining agreement, and I've added an extra $5,000 for a new employee handbook as well. Because that is a project I'm working on, so we can get everything updated with up-to-date policies.
Do we have resources here that could be used for that, or the ability to look into other?
I would be happy
businesses?
to look into other businesses. Like I said, I don't know exactly why this particular vendor was chosen or how long the vendor's been with us, but I have absolutely no problem looking into other services. I just didn't know if we were under contract for that.
We're not under contract. I could say this. There were discussions with the TCEA and management about the printing of their books. With that group, you've got employees that don't have emails. The best method to make sure everybody has their contract is to print the books. When we get to other bargaining units, you have a situation where all the members do have email, an ability to submit the contract digitally. That's through a PDF or some other format. We don't have to print as many books. There's an opportunity to save a couple trees, save a few bucks. You get into the question of printing the book, whether it's from Union Printer and all that, that's something else to discuss. But I know in at least one of our bargaining units, giving the members the books is the best thing to do from management side as well, but to make sure everybody knows what's in writing, what the agreement is. But there are savings opportunities within that 25,000, I think, that we can talk about offline.
Well, and I think too, luckily, this isn't something we have to do every year because of the length of the contracts. I think we've also had discussions about putting the actual CBA online because everybody has a smartphone pretty much. So if we put the collective bargaining agreement online, then just like going to our website, someone could click on it, go to what they want to see, and it's all public information anyway. So my recommendation is, like I said, this was happening before I came on board, but moving forward, that is something I think would be a really good negotiation, is to say, okay, we'll give you X amount, or we'll keep X amount in the office, whatever the situation is, but we also want you to agree that if we're making this as an easy link, you don't need an email.
Yep.
You just go online.
And something else to mention is that in this particular series of books, we've already done some work with the vendor.
Correct.
So if we wanted to make a change in that, we can, but it may mean duplicating certain costs in this particular round of books. Going forward, there's opportunities to, because I think it was Collender mentioned bidding them out.
Well, who's the vendor and who's negotiating them using them?
The vendor we were using previously and that was used under the previous administration coming into mind was Delft Printing. So we had we've got some of the final drafts over to Delft already. Obviously, we could make a change of it and go to somebody else, but we may have to pay those same layout costs again, and we may have expenses relating to Delft and then to an additional printer. It's something we got to look into.
I just also, we never did put it out to bid, so I that was inherited from previously to me.
Probably goes back to Dan Weber, huh?
Hey, who knows?
I say that half joking.
I know, but I'm just saying.
Practices.
But we also have other departments doing some printing that maybe we have to combine them, like Youth and Recs catalog. That's a very expensive. 4 times a year, I believe they put that up.
Gone to black and white on most of those pages, so there's been some changes.
Yeah, but so I think we have to combine all our printing, like some of those brochures, with these. But only one union needs those books, I think, like you said.
Well, I know they've all been requested, whether or not.
Oh, really? Because there was
Yeah,
some years we didn't use
Yeah,
it.
it's the other four bargaining units. I think it's a different situation to discuss with them. But our largest of our 5 bargaining units, we've got to run off the books so they can have them because we don't issue emails to them. The monthly cost of an email, you think $3 a person, those add up real quick, right?
Yes, but I also agree with Tammy that we should put all our collective bargaining agreements up on the website. I know some of the residents have requested that. Other towns do that. So I think that would be an easy fix temporarily till we figure out where we can get those printed.
Yeah.
Councilman Pilarski?
Yeah, so, I mean, if we're going to spend $25,000 on handbooks, agreements, new employee handbooks, all that, 30,000 is the threshold for bidding? Is that the procurement policy or 30,000? Okay, so we're under, but it doesn't make it right. I agree. We should revisit this and have it bid out again and see. And then can we group in other big print jobs like youth and rec or whatnot and see, can we go in for a bigger bid and get a lower cost? Definitely agree with putting it online. I mean, that's also a cost savings in the end also because it's less time a FOIL officer has to go get this, email it over, even though we're thinking, hey, it's only 5 minutes. It's not, it's time is money. So to do that. And this, I got not a question, but actually it is a question, but then a comment. One of your principal clerks, one is a newer hire, correct?
She is a newer hire.
She is.
Yes.
So I'm wondering if the board, and we look at it, because when we establish the salaries of town officials and employees, every department has asked for a 3.25% increase for employees not covered under CBA agreements, which I think is very fair. I mean, all the agreements are townwide, 3.25, keeping it consistent. But do we prorate for newer hires? Because we have a ton of newer hires right now, whether it's department heads or employees not covered by a CBA. And if they're a newer hire, do we prorate their increase of 3.25 based off of the time they were hired till the end of the year, rather than off the base salary? Now, we're not going to save millions off of it, but we're going to save probably $1,200 off an employee making 60 grand who started, in November of this year or whatever, instead of just saying, hey, we're going to give the base and go that route. So something for us to consider on when we're doing and making cuts and all that we may be able to shave a little bit off if we take that approach.
Mm-hmm. I would agree.
Anything else from other council members? Anything else from you, Tammy?
No, I just want to thank you for listening and supporting the project. I am equally excited to get that on board and probably have a few more gray hairs when it's all said and done, but it'll be a good thing. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Just to add something I know you had about the procurement policy. Really, between 10 and 20,000 requires a request for proposals. So we should be doing that for that. Printing is goods and services. It's not a capital project.
Something that
Mhm.
was brought by attention because it is a union. We have to be careful because it may specify we have to use a union.
I'm not sure if that's in the CBA, but we'll have to look.
It is certainly past practice. If you look at the books, then that's part of the reason Delft has been used historically is because they're a union shop. So
And there's plenty out there. I agree. I would rather use that.
We could definitely
Mhm.
renegotiate with them though, especially if you want to give them bigger projects. That just because we've used them forever, doesn't mean they can't come down in price and streamline things.
Mhm.
If anything, the history of being a long-term customer.
Oh, yeah, and the senior center does a lot of those.
It's like
printing of
shopping for new auto
brochures,
insurance.
Too,
So.
all right.
Happy with 15,000 or zero? That's what it comes down to.
That we are approaching our lunch break and we have discussed 60% of the appropriations planned for next year. About $69 million already covered between 9 a.m. and lunch. We'll be back at 1 p.m. with Scott Colwell to discuss the sanitation department. We are in temporary adjournment. We're still live.
All right.
No, that was just fine for me. Yeah, right. Yeah, let's do, I think we, if that's the only option, let's do that. But ideally, it would be. I started driving in. In order.
Yeah.
I feel like it's good.
request for a Packer. I've done that every year, whether it was with Brian or Diane. Very difficult. We need to keep our fleet as new as possible. It is aging, so I put a Packer in for next coming up year's budget. And as everybody knows, turnaround time has been longer and longer. The last two trucks were pushing 24 and 26 months. So it's been getting longer and longer. My first year was 9 months. Last year was 24 and 26 months. So the turnover is quite a bit of difference. Also, under the miscellaneous equipment, which was a new line I added in last year, obviously it's for the totes to restock it for $30,000. Also, a newer request that I added, and I done it last year, and I think I might have done it under Diane, a new pickup truck for the working foreman. The one we currently got is 2008 and 125,000 miles. I filled out the proper request forms with the Packer and the pickup truck. So I drive a 1999 GMC dump truck. So I never had anything in my 8 years that has been at sanitation. So looking for the future, and hopefully the board, because Jerry and I are not going to be there forever. So if we're looking for the upgrade, things for the future management and for the town, for the sanitation department. After that, basically, I only have control over like 5 line items, starting with the office supplies. Basically, I kept flat. Actually, that line item, I believe Supervisor Nowak, you asked me a question regarding that in an email. Actually, 10 years ago, I went back into KBS. That line item has been cut 50% in 10 years. So hopefully that answers your question. I know
For the office supplies,
yes,
right?
that office supplies to answer your question. Obviously, there's a few times it went over, whether it was $29 or $200, but I had my office look into it all the way back to 2015, and that line item has been cut 50% in 10 years. So since I've taken over in 8 years, like I said, Diane, I know you're a supervisor. I've always held pretty much these 5 line items that I can only control, which is maintenance supplies, basically flat from last year. The uniform replacements, it's obviously the uniforms for the TCA, the clothing, the CDL renewals for the guys, safety vests, boots, the gloves, the PPE, that comes out of that line item. Actually, when I started 8 years ago, that was highly underfunded, and I've been gradually trying to up that so we don't have so much of a deficit or switching funds. Obviously, diesel fuel, you can't really play around that. That's a spot market commodity. The GPS came back a couple years ago. It's basically the same. And obviously, we got all the utilities. Really can't do much. And the other 2 line items are the equipment repairs that basically left the same for the last few years at $13,500, and the building repairs, which are garage doors, manhole covers, the rack control for our garage, the fire alarm systems, the office mats. That's, like I said, basic stuff that we got to have over there, because we have the sanitation, and, rodents do tend to house in our garages. Landfill, there's kind of an amendment. I did talk with Brian Kraus about this. When I put this in, it has 1.775. I actually, for a possible anticipation of a big uptick, it actually should be 1.925. So, and I did talk to him about it. I called him last week, and when I was going through this, and I got through all my notes, so that 1.775 should be 1.925. And then we have underneath the solid waste board management, it's the dues. That for the NEST meeting, I represent Brian Nowak and the board. I go to the NEST meetings. They're held 5 times a year. I also represented Diane in her time over there. So I go to most of the meetings. It's very educational, and everybody gets the minutes on that, with the e-recycling and the hazardous waste and the composters that we did last year for the residents of Erie County. Outside of that, I believe that's all I have. Everything else is pretty much mandated that I have no control. Those are the 5. Like it says, I'll entertain any questions, but that's pretty much out of my control is those 5 line items.
Open it up to town board members, any questions they may have regarding the sanitation district budget. We'll start with Councilmember Benchkowski and then go over to Mr. Pilarski.
Hello.
So I do have a couple things. I think revenues, number one. Let's look at the revenues. I think something went down here. Hold on, I gotta get to my sheet here. Okay, so you didn't use anything yet from the appropriated fund balance from, right? It says 0 used in the last couple years. We took appropriated fund balance and budgeted some of it, but it looks like it hasn't been used at all, which I guess is a good thing. ARPA funding too is at 0.
Yeah, I believe.
Diana, the appropriated fund balance in the budget is just a marker. It's not shown on that line. So what actually is appropriated is what we actually spend more than what we bring in. So ultimately, it doesn't show on that line in any of the funds. That's just a budget.
Here
marker.
I was thinking, great. When I looked at all the lines, nobody's used their appropriated fund balance yet.
What you need to do is look at the budget prep report and look at the end of each of the funds, and it shows you in the current projections, it'll show you the difference of revenue from projected spending, and then that's generally the projected use of fund balance.
So the ARPA funding you spent already for 1 or 2 Packer trucks?
1.
We put 2 in?
I will defer to Mr. Kraus.
What happened?
I mean, that was 2 years ago.
I know, but we have till 2026 to buy them, right?
I'm sorry?
We don't have any more ARPA funding.
Yeah.
We spent that money already.
Out of the ARPA funding, 1 came out of ARPA, the second one came out of the budget. Originally, I believe so.
There were 2.
I believe but
I don't know where
But-
that went wrong.
1 and 1.
I don't know if that's
Would've
true.
changed that.
I'll have to look.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could check, because I thought we put 2 in for ARPA funding. Also, the dumpster fees. Kind of going down. What could we do with that?
Commercial, well, you could raise the rates of the dumpsters. They've been
The same for.
same line since, I believe, 96, 99.
So,
We tried
Nearly
it.
30 years.
We tried it back a few years ago with Chris and I, and we found out that we were still like higher than the competitors. So,
but the commercial properties do get credit until they
until they run out.
actually reach what they owe the town in tax.
Correct,
And then we start charging them.
correct.
So how could it be more for them not to use the town, to go to a private for the whole year rather
It's
than
actually, if they would go to a competitor, it would be probably cheaper. In
all
some-
year?
I don't know. We did look into it like 5 years ago, with like Waste Management and Modern and Casella. I don't even think Casella was here at the time, that we were still above they were.
Okay.
Or we get more customers,
Mhm.
which we've only added maybe a handful since I've been here.
So do the new companies know this service you offer? Or like, because they're paying into,
Yeah, I
Can you
mean,
elaborate on what this is?
I'm sorry?
I'm not familiar with this.
The commercial dumpsters is, I apologize, Vern, I should have said, it was the 4A operators that we have. And I apologize, we run
That's okay.
one truck with the Galleria Mall. We pick up the garbage over there, and also the commercial buildings, like
Apple Tree.
Calspan, Apple Tree, Elderwood Nursing Home, like commercial properties. They're eligible if they want us to pick up their dumpster. They can, have us do it, or they can go with Modern or Waste Management or Casella, you know.
Yeah, because
But wait, he has to finish explaining it, but then tell him about because of all of the properties in the town are charged on our consolidated garbage fund.
Everybody pays a
They
garbage
it
tax.
based on their assessed value, so, the commercial properties pay more into it. So we're giving them a credit by picking it up, but then once they reach what they should be paying in their taxes, then they're charged extra.
Correct, depending on the size of their dumpster.
Yes, so that's, I still can't see how a private company, if they had to pay the whole year plus our tax,
Yes,
how that would be cheaper for them to go outside.
it's either that or, like it says, a lot of them might not know, but like it says, there's so many businesses out there, like McDonald's and everything else. You would probably have to get another crew easily to obtain, because don't forget, we use rear ending loaders, so backwards, and that's basically, in a word, archaic.
It is.
And everybody, we looked at pulling in with the front end dumpsters, and at the time, Councilman Kaminsky didn't think it was a good idea. That was before I came on. That was with Mark Moitek.
Yeah.
He proposed that, and he didn't like the idea.
Well, what you're doing is kind of a little bit dangerous too with that bunch.
That's archaic.
Yes, okay, so anyway, we maybe there's a way we can figure that out, or I know when I was here,
Raise the rates. I mean,
we
you could
looked
try.
at it. Yeah. So anyway, that I would like to possibly see if there's some revenue there. I guess that was my question. And your, what about, don't you take anything like the metal and all, some of that?
Yep, we're back on the metal.
Where's that revenue from?
I don't know if it's on here, but I do have it in front of me. I wrote it down as of yesterday. Through yesterday's date, we've collected almost 7,500.
Oh, that's all?
That's
I
all.
thought there was more.
Is that the dollar amount or tonnage?
Yeah,
Is it dollar amount?
$7,444.92.
I was gonna, it sounded like the dollar.
Brian Kraus, where is that line on this budget prep report?
So that budget prep report that you're looking at is just the spending side, the appropriation side. The revenue side is up above, probably number. All right, well, let me look. Hang on. And by the way, so we did buy 2 Packer trucks with ARPA funding in 2024. They were paid for. The last time we used any operating funds was 2022 for spending on a Packer truck out of the sanitation fund.
We did have one that went to bid. I think that's about as far as it went with bid specs, and then it stopped there. There was some issue with the bid specs, and we just didn't follow through.
You have 3
That's
new
what
ones
happened with that third one.
since 2020.
I'm sorry?
You have 3 new Packers, or you don't have them all yet?
Nope, I got the 2 that came in February of this year, December of
were the
last year,
probably
and then the one that Brian's speaking of. So
All right.
3 newer trucks in the last 3 years.
Wonderful, okay. Yeah, so, and Brian Kraus, did you say, oh, wait, is it under the sale of refuse, recycling maybe?
Yeah.
As revenue, okay. Or you had 48,000 of revenue for the sale of the
No,
recycling.
we've never, even when we had it, the most we've ever had, Diane, was like 16,000. We've never had that much.
It might be related to electronics or something.
Yes.
I got to
Yes,
take a look at that.
never.
I think that when we were doing the electronics and that recycling, we split it between highway and
Yes, we
sanitation.
did, and that's where we had that contractor with a company that came in and picked it up.
Yes.
So that's dropped considerably since we don't use that contractor anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And,
And it's also a spot market commodity too. So as the price of metal goes up, your revenues goes down, it goes down.
okay, so, and you continuously need to replace the totes, you're not getting those parts, because some of these totes have to be under warranty if you bought them in the last few years.
Yeah, the ones currently, yeah, but the ones there from 13 and 14 are done.
Right,
And we
so
do
that's-
have parts to help the residents, lids, pins, Bars, wheels, axles, yes, we do.
Okay.
We can extend the life of the totes.
I know you've been very, very good about that, Scott, so I have no problem with it. I was just wondering. And the composting, so it's at zero now. Is that the 1 year, the composting you worked out with West Seneca?
West Seneca,
How
yeah.
long are they going to do that?
We got Mr. Ruzniak here, so once we get into highway, we could talk more about it, but it's not formalized on paper yet, but the understanding I have, and Rick, when you get up here, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we're good to work with West Seneca next year. We just need to figure out the paperwork side of it.
Oh, okay, so that might.
That'll run us, it's 75?
75 is correct.
Okay.
Budgeted 80,000 for that, so. Okay, that would be good to
So,
save 80,000.
We're gonna need to, so just, there's a little filler there, but the office supply situation, right? We're probably gonna have to tap that for office supplies. Because for the 8th year in a row, we're not giving enough for that.
Well, I have a question on that for the office supplies. It says,
Brian, I see,
as of a couple weeks ago, we spent $1,200 of $2,200. So do we buy all of them in November?
What's that?
Office supplies?
No, the water is constantly, paper, the water cooled, the tags that I just bought, the violation tags, it's all year round. I can get you a total when I get back from vacation. I can answer that for you. But we've consistently, Vern, it's basically like Brian says, 1 year it might be $50, the next year it might be 200, but like I said, since 2015, between my predecessor and I, that line item specifically has been cut 50%.
Councilmember Benchkowski still had questions, and then we'll go over to Mr. Pilarski.
If I may, Vern, did I answer your question about the dumpsters in Galleria?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you very much.
One more then. So then we also have the landfill costs. That's where all our garbage goes.
South Ogden.
Okay. So you're thinking that's going up to 1.9.
I-
Is there a contract we have with them?
It has to be put out. Mr. Fowler is working on it.
Oh, okay.
And Mr. Nowak, I believe they have another meeting next week, which I'm unable to attend because I'm going to be out of town. But I was at the first meeting.
Yes, we have to bid that out before, we have to get a new contract before December 31st.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Somebody else.
I'm
Yes.
playing on the safe side with that number.
Mhm.
Councilman Pilarski.
All right, I've got a few questions here. In regards to the compost line right there of 80,000, I know we're talking West Seneca and whatnot doing it, but is that grass clippings only, or is that grass clippings and leaves, or?
No, that's specifically all our stuff.
Just all yours,
All
okay.
the 3 trucks of yard waste every day. That's
Of yard
specifically,
waste.
that is it.
And what is the cost of yard waste to dump versus, solid waste, your regular trash?
Well, we got, Rick, he asked me the questions for that, $25 for West Seneca.
Mhm.
We're paying 58 at South Ogden, which
And-
is an annual, probably under the CPI currently, $1.25, $1.50 a year.
And are all of your part-time employees that are under the line item for $85,000, are they all for the yard waste collection, or do you have part-time sanitation
I have
workers?
part-timers that do fill in. That's why when I did this 2 years ago, to make the dollar amount, because at times the part-timers have to go on with the seasonals, so it would make it equal. But mostly the part-timers are on garbage, but on occasion this year and the past years, that part-timers do work both garbage and yard waste.
Because I'm just wondering if, we're making cuts here and everything, if we were to cut collecting grass clippings for the sake of argument, how much is there a savings versus if they're going to start dumping it into their regular solid waste and then we're paying a higher tonnage fee? It sounds like $26 difference or some ballparking.
25, 58.
Yeah.
I hear where you're coming from, and I know in doing that, we're gonna have to talk with the TCEA about that because there's contract language, and if we get grass clippings into the garbage totes, that can create an issue there that we're gonna have to sort out with them.
I understand that piece of it all, but I mean, how do you know I'm recycling or I'm not recycling? If I'm throwing it into a garbage bag into my garbage can, even though the town doesn't pick up recycling, that is done by Modern. So now if I'm throwing my grass clippings in a garbage bag, I get it. If you go up to a garbage tote and it's just filled with grass clippings, it is grass clippings. But if my grass clippings are in a garbage bag for the sake of argument and it's in my tote, I mean, our sanitation workers dump it, the can as normal. But I do agree, we do have to talk to them, but is there really a cost savings? I don't know. I'd like to see that broken down more. And then my next piece of it is, you were talking about the dumpster prices for the commercial dumpsters on how we're higher than the competitors and the private sector of it all. Are we pricing ourselves, and then we're talking about raising the price end, but are we pricing ourselves out of that is the problem. Do we want 5 clients at $30 each, and I'm throwing low numbers out, or do we want 10 clients at $20 each? We're going to get $200 if we have 10 clients because it's cheaper, or we're going to get, if we're collecting from more commercials.
More, yeah, if we take on more.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying. Take on more customers.
No, absolutely,
Yeah,
and that makes sense too of it all too, and maybe it's the structuring of who's doing what and reorgan and all that stuff. So there's a lot of questions I still have, rather than just the black and white of it all too, because it's not just a saying, hey, we're going to cut yard waste and there's an $85,000 savings on the part time and then the $80,000 on the dumping fee. We may spend $200,000 now on dumping because it costs more for that. So just trying to get all the numbers.
Well, if I may, just touch base on that real quick. I know we talked about this in the past. We were supposed to have a public hearing 5 years ago, but the COVID kind of put that to bed about eliminating grass. Why are we picking up bad grass? That's the worst thing to do. We should look into public hearings for a local law, maybe a townwide mulching blade system, and stop picking up grass. It is the worst thing for the environment. Everybody knows that. You're talking, it's got to, like you
And
said.
the expense.
Expense, yeah. I mean.
Put out a thing of grass since COVID because we stopped during COVID, and then
Yeah,
I
that's
got a lawnmower with a mulcher on it,
Yeah.
and that's been my go-to now. So I know, I understand it's going to inconvenience some of the residents.
I know last year I talked to Vern about it when he came over, and I said, there's your elephant in the room.
Well, because there's many times we're paying for even, not a bad thing, but a working foreman, since you can't get anybody to pick it up, seasonal don't show up.
Yes.
And you have to pick up the grass, so you're working overtime,
Yes.
we're paying you gas, 3 extra trucks, designated to grass pickup.
I believe
could
we have
eliminate all
the
that.
idea of this, yes.
This gets into the question of the budget reduction for this department. If we were to cut this budget, we would have to be looking for, I wrote down some numbers somewhere, over $100,000 that we'd have to cut from this budget. In any other area of the budget, it is mathematically possible to cut the budget to get 1% from 25. I think this is the exception because of so many contractual costs. You would have to deal with the grass pickup to get close to cutting 1% from 2025 levels. We've added over, I think we had to cut $1.4 million to go 99% of 25 numbers. And, Diane just mentioned it with the trucks and, reducing the trucks and all that kind of thing. I've got the page 101 of the 2024 financial audit, and it shows the number of trucks. I just wanted to see if the data here was accurate, that, in 2015, we had 19 Packers, 2016 to 2018, we had 21, then the number dropped to 18 for the last 4 years, and 23 and 24, we have 17 Packers. Are those fairly accurate numbers?
In my 8 years, I've lost more trucks than I've acquired.
You lost more than you gained.
Yes.
And if we were to talk about doing a change to this grass pickup, we can afford to lose a truck or two here, and it would reduce some of the pressure on the sanitation budget. It would reduce some pressure on the central garage as well, take some pressure off of part-time lines. But again, we'd have to do public hearings, the local law and all that. And in addition, talk with TCEA. If the law changes at the local level, then, then we have to have a discussion about how we deal with that. We get we want to encourage mulching. It's obviously better for the environment. We got to do an education campaign. We're still going to get a little bit of grass clippings into these garbage totes. That's just a fact of life. So we just got to deal with all pieces of that. And if we do, that slows cost growth in this district. If we don't change services at all, there is no way mathematically, only in this sanitation budget, to reduce this by 1%. So much the costs are fixed. The contract mandates the number of people on each particular truck and the garbage routes on that. That's the agreement the town has made with the workers. So in order to meet the agreement and to cut 1%, this is the only budget that I've looked at where maybe I'm missing something, but I don't see how it's possible without handicapping the operations where we don't have fuel money or anything like that.
Thank you, Supervisor. The other option with the revenue side is, and to phase into this, is I think Lancaster or Depew might do this, where people have to buy a ticket. So many tickets in the summer to get their grass picked up.
They do, I think, $5 a tag for garbage. You have to go to the clerk's office.
Yeah, so people like me who mulch, I'm not paying for that. So it's the people that want their grass picked up will only be paying for that service, right?
That's an idea.
So we could try that, and maybe more people would kind of switch over to mulching, and down the road, just stop picking up and just,
Yeah,
that's,
one of the things that I'm concerned about, and sorry,
go ahead.
that I have noticed even in my neighborhood, that people are still just dumping it in the regular garbage can. Now with the grass pickup, that's kind of alleviated that. And I'll be honest, I was guilty of that myself because I didn't know. But I think if you get rid of it, once again, if you get rid of it, people are just going to dump it in a regular garbage can anyways. So I don't know how we get around that. Unless we send violation notices and start charging them for stuff like that, but I don't know if they have the capability of doing that.
What's the cost right now for a ton of garbage versus a ton of the yard waste?
58 and 25.
Yeah, so we're talking about more than double if it goes in the garbage can.
Well, like Dennis was saying, part of my, with the public hearings, the education process would have to be hammered hard, whether it's mass mailers, social media, and even tough love. To answer your question, I already thought of that. The crew sees grass in it, they reject the whole tote until they take it out. That's tough love.
They should get fined.
Or that, yeah. We do it the first couple of weeks of yard waste, we make out letters. They'll do it the first 2 times, they'll put the letters as we're doing that.
Warning.
After that, number 3, you better take it out yourself. So we tried it. We've been doing that the first 2 weeks of yard waste. We give them a chance. Because there's obviously, we can tell there's a lot of turnover, a lot of new people in the town. They don't know the rules and everything, don't go online still. So that's an idea.
I know, are you finished, Brian?
There's a line item here that says comptroller allocation. What is that?
Those allocations are what we do with our cost allocations from the general fund. So comptroller really is like, it should be finance, but so we allocate costs of, accounting, law, assessors, all that gets taken from general fund and gets allocated to sanitation, to sewer, to other benefit basis districts. Gotcha. Because they do get a portion of that effort.
Okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Thompson?
Just circling back to the businesses and the disposal of their garbage. So I do see, a handful of businesses, some small, some larger. They'll have separate companies for recycling, and they may have, Town Cheektowaga garbage tote or the other way around. Are they aware of the ability to have us service them? Because I know of some specifics that have asked me, said, "Oh, well, I know there's a business here that has Town Cheektowaga garbage cans, and we pay for ours." So, is there education out there to businesses?
We don't
familiar
say there's nothing online. It's usually just word of mouth or social media. But if a restaurant down the street wanted to employ us instead of Casella, that's all I have to do. But do we publicly do that? No.
Is that something we want to keep the same, or?
My fear of that, Vern, is that you might need, say, I don't know, 50 more, 100 more. You're either going to need another truck to do that and another crew to compensate for those extra businesses. Not saying that we can't do it, but you might have to think of a second crew, because years ago, there was 2 dumpster crews, specifically one on the north, one on the south, and they virtually, through collective bargaining, went down to 1 truck. So probably 10, 15 years ago, there was actually 2 trucks for commercial dumpsters.
Part of getting to your question would be to look at the cost of a commercial crew, the vehicle, the people, the fuel, the maintenance, all that together, and then think about some of the revenue that can be generated. And do you have a net gain when you add a certain amount of customers, so to speak, to that cost? Because let's say you add all of those new expenses in, and then you generate, I don't know, 95% of the revenue. Just for the sake of argument, that you do all this work and you don't quite get there. But I think what you're hoping for, and we all would, is that you add these new expenses, and then the revenue you generate from the extra customers coming in, will be so much more that you're actually generating more revenue outside of the tax levy.
Yeah, just kind of looking for some uniformity across the board, if possible. That was my thought.
Okay.
But it's certainly something we can discuss more.
We're gonna go to Councilman Filipski and then back to Mr. Pilarski.
Probably don't, but do you know anything about the recycling?
Yeah.
I guess what I'm getting at is, I know it's a state mandate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not against it, so don't, everybody out there say I want to kill the world. I don't. But my question, it seems to me, it's expensive. It just doubled. And do they just burn that stuff? Do we know where it goes? Do we get a report like how much they pick up? And
we get the monthly bills, but I believe they take it to their facility. I believe they're in Oak Street in Buffalo to the sorting, or it could be on Tiff Street, which would be. A lot of it does go in a landfill because the flyers that we send to everybody every December, I'm not saying to anybody, but they don't read them. I think 50% of them get tossed in the garbage. Everything that you need on that recycling brochure is there in order to do it.
Yeah, a lot of people live in a fantasy world that like plastic is recyclable. So like a plastic wrapper that's been around something, they throw in recycling. That's not recyclable.
No.
There's so many fallacies of what people believe are recyclable that aren't. So they have to go through that process of sorting that themselves when they're bringing everything in. So they certainly do sort it, and they get their value out of the items that they can get value out of. But there's a number of things that aren't recyclable, and they have to just toss in the garbage.
Yeah, we're all, Tony, all the communities, when I go to a NEST meeting, they're all suffering the same thing. This past year was Cheektowagas. I alerted the current board at the time, I know Diane was one of them, Jerry Kaminsky, that it's going to be Cheektowagas' turn after 10 years. And I raised the red flag that it's going to be a big jump, and it was.
Yeah, it was.
I was pretty close. I said 50 to 75, and I believe that's what it was.
Yeah.
So, yeah, all the communities are in the same thing. I mean, plastic, you got their numbers on it. Not all plastic's recyclable, even though it has the triangle on it. It's a tough thing. The biggest, best market for recycling is cardboard. And then glass is basically useless. And then you got your paper products. And your tins is a commodity. Your aluminum is spot market, just like the metal. If it goes up, you get more. If it goes down, you get less.
The only other thing I had was, I'm sure you've heard the big push to privatize sanitation. I don't believe that we should. I don't think we should. For the simple fact is what just happened with recycling. You're a slave to that company then. And they could jack the price up because they got you.
Usually after the first bid, 3-4 years, then you're going to get the sticker shock.
Correct.
So, yes.
Correct. And somebody had asked me, and I didn't see it. I don't know. Maybe somebody up here knows. Maybe you saw. I don't know. Somebody, Lancaster, Depew, or somebody just recently, within the last few days, said they may reach out to us for some kind of shared service for sanitation because they're getting jacked up by their private contractor, price-wise? Did you hear it?
I did. One employee came in Monday and said the exact same thing.
Okay.
Lancaster wanted to see if Cheektowaga could help us out. So yes, I did.
For that, because their private contractor was sticking it to them?
Yes, something like that, because after the first 3 years, after the first one, they got jacked up and it went up. So yes, I did have an employee that told me that.
Okay, thanks.
Without getting into details, I will substantiate that to say that there's interest. Supervisor Leary and I spoke in the most general terms. There's a lot of conversations that would have to be had.
Well, yeah,
but you know, we have the way our garbage district is set up as it fixes the number of customers within the district. We'd have to figure out how to expand the borders of the garbage district. There's a lot to do. But
just like adding customers for dumpster pickup. But I think my point, what I was making was veering towards, was that privatizing sanitation is not the panacea everybody thinks it is.
No.
And you may save the first year, the second year, but then after 2 years, like you said, you get jacked up, then what do you got to do? Go back and buy more trucks and go. And it's not like we're getting rid of employees because contractually you can't. So.
Yes, sir. And that's what gets lost is that we can, you know, arguably, it would be a contract violation. We could arguably privatize tomorrow morning, but 223 is 223 is 223 in the contract. Where do those 40 folks go? Highway, other places. Right. We have to maintain the minimum staffing number. And it also says we can't privatize when we're within an agreement inside the book either. Councilman Pilarski, I'm sorry, Councilman.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Mr. Pilarski?
No, that was actually a perfect segue because that's exactly where I was going with this is the fact that, I mean, I literally just crunched the numbers very quick. If we want privatized, the only wiggle room we would have is ballpark in 1.3 million. The rest of it is employee costs that are either FICA, sick cell bag vacation, et cetera, et cetera. Those employees are just getting shifted somewhere else within this town. We're not, we'll eliminate the department itself. So unless we can get a bid for 1.3, 1.4 and hold that bid and hold that line, there's no cost savings because we're moving these 40 employees somewhere else in town, still paying for vacation and sick and cell back as if they're in another department because that's where they would be. So unless it's at 1.3, there's no cost savings.
And we're not buying a truck every year, right?
And I
you don't buy a Packer every year.
I put a request in if it makes it, if it does, but I have not gotten a truck every year. That's correct.
Part of that 1.3 is a $275,000 truck. So, and we're not buying a truck every year. And then when we have 0 trucks and we're done, well, we're in the same boat with recycling to where, we're going to jack it up $1 million that year. And we have no tools to even say we want to get back into the business. We got to now rebuild all this and bond it out to build the assets.
Right. Yeah. Right now we're at 145, and I'm sure there are other questions. If it's okay with the board,
I'm good.
I'd like for us to move on to highway.
Thanks, Scott.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
I will.
if there's any additional questions, you fine folks know you can reach out to Mr. Colwell at any time. I should ask before we move on, Councilman Jasinski, are you with us? Give him a second.
I am.
All right, thank you, sir. Next up on The Price is Right, Rick Rusniak.
Good afternoon, all.
You know the drill, sir. Just a quick overview of the budget, and then we'll open up to questions from the board.
Okay, budget-wise for us, our needs are trucks. So it's self-explanatory in there. You know, we're the front line. Without things moving out of highway to get these roads opened up, you know, we all know we have an aging fleet. And we had a program back there in 2010 for replacement. You know, it was a 15-year program. It kind of went by the wayside and was eliminated, and, you know, the cuts began. So we need to rebuild our fleet, you know, to handle what we do. It's, you know, if we're not out there getting the roads open, the police department can't run, the fire departments can't run. So it's a necessity for us to keep this equipment in decent shape. That's just on the truck end of it. We're down, we need sweepers, we need a grapple truck. That's aged out. It's starting to have metal fatigue. It's starting to wear. These are things in the future. We didn't even put it in the budget. We just did the needs right now to keep things moving. The other parts is, we want to do more in-house work. You've been asking for us to handle stuff. And to be able to do that properly would be an engineer and a deputy. They're small asks. It's what we have to do if we want to do more in-house. That'll save us money on other departments, and we'll be able to handle that and should be able to absorb some of that cost and what we can do. So other than that, I'm open for questions.
All right. We'll open it up to the town board for questions.
Tough one, Rick. I'm sorry. And I get it. You need a highway superintendent, but that's still a pill I cannot swallow at this moment.
A superintendent or a deputy?
A highway deputy, sorry.
Okay.
That's a tough one when we're in this financial issue. That was my main reason of supporting the cut in the first place back 2-3 years ago now, I think it was. So, I mean, I still toe that line on it all. It's not a, hey, you're my buddy or anything, because you are, but I can't swallow that pill right now with the financial crisis we're in. I definitely get the need. An engineer, absolutely also. I think this board, we did a disservice. We had an opportunity with the TCSU contract to at least address some of these issues where they were able to take on some of these responsibilities as a deputy and in addition to engineer work over there. Hopefully, maybe we can sit down and re-talk this over with them and figure something out in negotiation. But I'm just going to be straightforward and frank. I don't see that getting approved this year with or without my vote. But it's a tough pill for me to swallow, and I can't swallow that one. Just to give you a heads up.
The big part on that issue is highway law requires a deputy. I know the position was, Diane, it's not true. Well, then go back through this.
It doesn't require a deputy, and
yes, it does. State law says
no.
I get a deputy. You can defund it. I understand that, but we have.
No, state law says it can be created by the town board, and I know that council member or supervisor Nowak had.
Can we just
eliminated.
ask the town attorney who's here?
Yeah, let's go to the town attorney.
Opinion?
As far as I'm aware, there is law that provides for it if one is to be appointed and it can be funded. But I'm not aware that it's required. I don't believe, unless the board chooses both to fund the position, you don't necessarily get to create the position. That would probably be done. You get to fill it at the recommendation of the superintendent of highways, but it's not a requirement that I'm aware of. And I've looked into this.
The purpose of that is if it's not funded, I could appoint somebody to take that position, even if it's unpaid. That was the purpose of having the deputy position according to highway law.
All right, you all set, Brian?
Yes, for now, yes.
Comment why don't you go ahead? I'm sorry.
Just going to go back to the deputy. So I know this has come up before, but I don't remember the exact ending of the conversation. But if that position is unpaid and they're doing their job and you want to appoint somebody as that, is that something you're asking for? Is that?
I mean, how many people are going to take the job on? I mean, for me to be able to leave, do anything, go on vacation, where do we?
Or who's covering that now?
Yeah, where do we stand? I got nobody covering it right now. I haven't gone anywhere. I'm pretty much.
Why you have a general crew chief?
Well, they don't sign payroll.
Well, somebody here could sign it, right? Or the attorney. If that's the reason, just for signing payroll, I'm with Mr.
Okay, what about the other departments? Okay, this guy's overrun. They needed help. Somebody else just got as an assistant to help out in another department. How come they get some help? We don't get any.
There's no assistant chief of police.
What about housing? What happened, what just happened there?
That showed a $90,000 savings. If you want to save $90,000, I'll make the motion, I'll make the resolution tomorrow.
We
You're
already said
adding
90,
salary.
yeah.
We're cutting salary.
Some sort of a stipend for this.
But there is.
It doesn't have to be.
In the housing, the building department, there is nobody. Once Wortingers leaves, there's nobody.
Okay.
It's all the same employees. You have a structure. There's you, there's your general crew chief, and there's your foreman. Just like the police department. There's a police chief. They took away the assistant chief. Now there's captains. And I've said this over and over. Is this ideal? No, it's not. I believe you should have a deputy. I believe there should be an assistant police chief. But not when we're going to take 8% tax raise out of people's pockets. Sorry. I'm a no on that.
I'd be able to swallow the pill a little more if it was presented as maybe an out-of-class pay that was a temporary while you were gone and whatnot, where it's not going to be $80,000 a year plus health benefits and pension and all that versus $8,000 a year for that out-of-class pay for somebody, one of the working foremen or somebody stepping into that role, because that structure is in place for the police, you know, when chief is gone, you know, Captain Roll or somebody
Right.
else, there is an out-of-class pay. So that I could swallow that pill.
I think that could be a potential solution if you were to come up with something to say, hey, you know, we've put some thought in this. This is how this could work without putting such a strain on the current budget. I'm sure, just from what I've heard, the board would be open to hearing, you know, solutions like that.
It's a great topic to talk about. I'm all in for that one.
You know, these are in the budget because we need as a board to discuss them. To my mind, the solution to this issue, both with the deputy highway super and with the need for an engineer in the department, have to do with sharing with the engineering department or an agreement with the TCSU. I thought that could have been achieved in the TCSU contract, and it wasn't. So we're at this point now, and we are where we are. It's, you know, no hard feelings. It's just, if we're going to talk about having, you know, somebody to relieve Rick when those rare occasions when he's not, you know, in town at all, or you want to take a week out and do this and that, or we're going to talk about the engineering needs for the highway department. We should find a way to split the existing principal engineering assistant between the highway department and formalizing that. That's something we had going on for 17 years. And there's been some miscommunications there, and you can go back to emails on why that's not working this year as it has previously in quite the same way. And then the situation with the deputy to do something where we have an agreement with the TCSU. I think we should open up discussions again to see if they'll take on those duties and how to do that for less than the cost of the budgeted deputy highway superintendent within this budget. And that the cost of a deputy would be within the general fund. I know we're looking at the highway budget itself right now, but if you're looking for the budgeted cost of a deputy, you have to go to the general fund highway page to find that budget line. Councilman Thompson, did you have anything else?
Supervisor, I'd like to be recognized.
Councilman Jazinski.
Yes, I will concur with Councilmember Polipsky. I'd also like to add that I do realize that highway has needs, but I haven't seen anything about reinvesting in the current staff we have, like training, continued training programs. You know, I haven't seen anything come across, you know, he says he needs equipment and stuff. I get it. We need, you know, plow trucks, dump trucks, all that stuff, but I haven't seen anything for like a Miller, something to mill the streets and stuff like that. So, I also take issue with that we're outsourcing, you know, public work contracts when I know we have the skill set within that department. So, I would definitely like to see, you know, this department be solely, you know, dependent on its current, you know, staff. You know, we have a staffing requirement this department has. So, and I know there's a lot of skilled people that work in that department that would be more than willing to want to learn, you know, better their craft. So I'd like to see more of a reinvestment in our current staff, because I mean, let's talk about the elephant in the room. I mean, the morale's not the highest in that department. And that may not necessarily be the superintendent's fault, but I just think we need to, reinvest in our town employees, give them the opportunity to perform some of these jobs, these $1 million projects that we're outsourcing and giving to third-party contractors when, I think that would be a significant savings if we stopped outsourcing. I know there's other municipalities that, do just about everything in-house. I would like to see, this department get more self-sufficient. And I've been leaning on you, Superintendent Ruzniak, to come up with some solutions, and I'm still waiting for that.
One, I don't know who you're talking about on morale, but our morale is up in our department. It's been better than it's ever been. We're getting work done. We have our everyday duties. We're out repairing receivers, patchwork, curbing, stuff that's damaged. That takes a whole army to get this stuff throughout the summer. If I stop doing that and go into a full-depth road reconstruction, I've got to pull every person out of their departments to get these projects done. So none of that other maintenance work will get done. That's what we're here for. Our number one thing here is snow plowing, making our roads safe for our residents. When they wake up in the morning, they come out, their roads are clean. And this is our job. And that's our first priority. Second is keeping the roads repaired. We go out, we do the patching. We have small mills. We have one coming in right now for a test. It's a 4-foot mill. They're actually bringing it in for nothing and doing a demonstration for us. We're going to use it up on Griswold at one of the intersections. So then to see how it works, if it's something that we're looking at to buy. So we can do all our work. We are looking at these projects and we are training people. We're asking our guys to take their road tests and pick them up. You want to go from a B to an A? Hey, let's do it, because then I have room where I can put people in these positions. But right now, it's not happening.
If I could ask just one more question, depending on how the snow happens during the snow season, do you intend on outsourcing any of that snow plowing work?
Nope, we'll do all the snow plowing we do until it becomes a disaster, and that's when it changes, when we need help. We will be out there every day doing whatever we have to do to make this town clear of snow and salted.
No, Councilmember Benchkowski has a question, but to the councilman's point, just a point of clarification, there isn't a minimum staffing number in the highway department per se. I think he meant the contract overall. That's true. And on the training point, we've had some discussions that we have to follow up on, but this budget on page 114 of the prep report includes a substantial increase in the budget for safety classes for laborers and MEOBs from the budgeted $800 in 2025 to $100,000 in 2026. Councilmember Benchkowski?
Yes, so getting back to the question, if you don't have a deputy who signs the payroll, we have general crew chiefs in other departments signing payroll. So why can't your general crew chief sign the payroll?
Different union.
No, not sewer. Their general crew chief signs. Doesn't Scott Colwell sign the payroll? Who signs it, payroll and sanitation if Scott's not there? I don't know. But there's other departments that have a general crew chief sign their payroll. So your general crew chief should be able to sign the payroll. You don't need a deputy just to sign that. That's all I'm saying.
Comments from council members?
Yes, on that page 114 of the budget prep report, saying labor general 2025 budget 601,688 and actual is 0 along with her final projection. And requested for 2026 is 633,000. Elaborate on that.
Great observation, Councilman. You could see that in 23 and 24 that there were actual expenses. Brian Kraus, can you speak to that? That seems like it might just be like a software issue or a.
What page are we on? I'm sorry.
Brian.
114.
Yeah, there's if you, the second line down, labor general, it's zeroed out for the actual expenses in 25. That looks
Yeah.
like it could be a software issue or just a clerical omission.
It's not. It's so if you go to page 115.
Oh, the transfer.
What happens is all of the labor is centralized in that department called 15141, and then we allocate it out. So if you look above on the top of that page, you see like allocations, and that doesn't really happen until the end of the year. So that's why those numbers are zero currently, and I don't really project them because all the projections are for the actuals down in 5141, 1901, and so on and so forth.
Gotcha.
Can I ask why there aren't any actual numbers in there so that we can see throughout the year what's being used?
Again, the reason the actual numbers are in the 1901 line and the 1902, those are the actual numbers that ultimately get allocated into those other departments. It's just an accounting matter for the state, really. So the reality is that page, the bottom portion of that page 115 is where all the actual costs are currently and are projected to be as well.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Are we budgeting twice then, Brian Kraus? Like you have?
No,
different
because
ones
there's
in-
lines. I can give you an example.
It's just being like split up.
Right, because there are different lines for.
So you can look at on page
Metal,
114.
machinery.
On 114, okay, you have that 5140-1701 that's budgeted for 601-688 for this year, and then down below in line 300-5141-1734, there's a negative 601-688 right there. So it's again moving the full dollars just between budget lines allocation wise.
Right, but that can't be done throughout the year?
No,
Why is that? Is that just our accounting?
I mean, it's
Springbrook help.
It's
I would think that it should come, I thought.
I mean, if you want me to do it, I'll do it monthly, but ultimately the actual costs again are down below there. I'm just going to take those real numbers down there and allocate them between those lines. So if you want to see that, I'm
I
happy
thought
to
we
do
had
that.
to, like.
It's just an accounting item.
Like each employee, you have to show on their weekly report how much time they spent doing the work. Like say it was brush, or was it on machinery, or how many hours a day did they work on, the roads? I thought you had to have that according to the controller's website, a breakdown.
That does happen, but it happens at the end of the year.
So you're not really doing that weekly.
No, I just said it happens at the end of the year.
That's what the controller's website, I have to look at that again, but they said you just can't put the number of hours they worked. Your weekly payroll has to show how many hours they worked in certain, like snow removal, or like I said, the brush, maintenance of roads, whatever. So maybe we have to redo that. And what was that program we're getting, the Vern, that you mentioned?
Oh, UKG.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It should help alleviate that because everything's going to be registered as they punch in and out for which department and field they work in.
Okay, I was just wondering about that. Thank you.
I was gonna say, it'll break it down for job allocations, exactly, once you punch in, you can break it down, who's paving and what's that costing us,
Reporting's going to be much better, yeah.
Cutting lawns, it'll do.
Yeah, so that's would help. I know it's a big department, but if they're punching in and out or whatever, and it does explain it in their particular, just that employee's time where they spent it.
Something I wanted to make note of, it's page 113 of the budget prep report. The highway superintendent did put a quick request in for 8 single axle dump trucks. You're going to see that That in addition to other pieces of equipment that were requested, the total dollar request of the equipment was at $3.8 million. What I put in was just over $1 million. So want you guys to check that out. And also, earlier in the day, the comptroller brought up the state of the fleet in the highway department. If you wouldn't mind approaching, because you might be able to help address this question as well. There was made mention of the, let's say, the DOT acceptability of our fleet. Without getting too far into the weeds, can the both of you speak about the highway fleet and the condition it's currently in?
Talked about that.
Yeah, big time.
Overtime.
Yeah. I mean, the trucks, like I say, we're putting these trucks back together with used parts right now. And I think it's going to become a liability. We're getting steering parts because we can't get them from Sterling anymore. And if you can find one, it's in California and it's 10 times the price because they know we can't get it. So, I mean, we got a local salvage yard that we've been buying them from. I've talked to them. They are actually saving Sterlings for us, keeping them on staff. I mean, it's a great thing that they're doing for us. But I'm buying used steering parts. We get into a wreck and DOT comes in and audits somebody. If it's anything, it's going to fall back on this town.
You're saying right now all of our trucks are not DOT approved?
Not all. Our Sterlings that we're working on. Those are the 15 trucks that we have sitting yet that haven't been. We've replaced some trucks. These are all trucks that are from 2005 and older. Okay.
But these are in use every day.
Use them mostly for plowing. They're single axles. We don't use them for hauling stone. We got our tandems for that. The 2 blue trucks we bought back in 19, those have been staples for what we do in our road construction where we feed these projects that we do teamwork with. So the big thing is right now, it's plow equipment as in single axles, the stuff that takes care of all the little stuff where it's tough to get into. We're going to directional plows. We're making it better for the residents. We get into dead ends. We're not taking a funnel plow. It only shoves it up to the guy's driveway and you bury the guy. We can come in, scoop snow out straight and push it up into the end, into the fence where we can come back with a loader later. We always do that. We out cul-de-sacs when we pile it up in the middle during a storm. Then we come back in with the tandems. We come in with everything. We bring the arsenal out and take care of the residents.
Appreciate that.
That's how we work that.
Getting back to the condition, would you concur with what Rick was saying?
Yes.
Disagree? Anything to add?
Yeah, the only other thing that I would add is, as I mentioned earlier, were the salt trucks with the canopies that go, the cap protectors, I believe.
Mhm.
I mean, they're paper thin. I mean, once again, it's another liability issue that if somebody misses the back of the truck, not to mention the beds themselves, we don't even need a spreader because it just falls out of the truck on its way.
But this is all of our trucks right now?
No, this is Sterling's.
Well, how many?
We get 15.
So it's 15 of our plow trucks.
Yeah, some are still okay, but that's the group we're in. That's why we're asking for 8. Those are the worst. That's the stuff that, like, we've parked trucks already. And we did order a truck. When that truck comes in, I'm going to park another Sterling to replace it and use that for parts. But we're to that point where we're going to get ourselves in trouble.
I'm sorry.
We need to replace those at least 8 trucks.
Did you order 1 or 2? I don't.
We ordered 1.
Just 1. Okay.
And then we're working on trying to get another one. We're moving our budget around. We're pulling monies from things that weren't spent because we didn't have any road construction going on all year. So we're taking that and trying to purchase another truck.
I remember you saying it, but I couldn't remember if you said you ordered it already or not.
So, yes.
And how long does it take?
The trucks aren't bad to get. It's the dump, the salter, and the plow system that goes with it is out there. So we're looking at this first truck. It's a Western Star single axle. We're looking at spring when it gets here, which is
Councilmember Pilarski and Councilmember Vachkowski both would like to speak. We'll take Pilarski first and go with Vachkowski.
I back you 1,000% on that. I mean, this is something we are playing on borrowed time. This goes back to when we were meeting in the courts. We had the trucks parked out there to see how bad they were. We've been put on notice by the highway superintendent, by employees. by the comptroller that they're unsafe. I mean, God forbid an employee gets injured or a resident or something, or let's say they don't get injured and the truck just breaks down and we're down a truck. You know, how do we handle an emergency? I know this board is anti-bonding, but to me, this is a ticket item that maybe a bond is needed because we're not going to be able to afford 8 trucks right off the chute. Heck, we're not even getting 8 trucks right away out of the chute either. But we got to plan ahead for this to say, do we bond for 2 trucks a year for the next 4 years? Do we do, you know, because it's going to take 2 years for them to come in as well.
When we,
I'm sorry, I was just going to ask, is it turnaround time still 2 years? Maybe a little less?
Yeah, a year, you're in a little bit. So
we were talking about this before the cameras turned back on and the session restarted, that there's aspects of our budget that you obviously do it in cash and they're your annual operating expenses. You don't bond for office supplies. We'd all agree on that, right? And then you have things that like sewer repairs that are 50 years out. I think the consensus, and maybe not everyone would agree, the general consensus is you bond that stuff. If you have cash, throw it towards it. The vehicles are a gray area. My personal opinion, town supervisor hat on alone, is we should fund these things in cash. But my job is to represent over 80,000 people, think about the highway superintendent, work with everybody. And in that respect, I would check my personal opinion at the door to say, in order to catch up the fleet, we should consider some bonding to get there. Because let's say each truck, for the sake of argument, is $3.25 right now. To do that in cash for 8 trucks is well over $2 million. But if you could spend that $2 million, spread it out over a 10-year bond, you are getting the present value of the truck. Let's say you saved up all the cash and did it in 10 years. You're going to pay more than $3.25 for the truck, and the extra cost of the truck might more than negate the bonding. I don't know if I'm explaining what's going on in my head properly, but you get the idea, right? That
we understand how bonding works.
I'm not trying to be rude about it. It's just we got to catch it up one way or the other, you know?
When we were in the courtroom, I had mentioned on many occasions about using cash to purchase 2 trucks. We, at that time, it's not coming out of your account. You're putting it up to say we're allocating this money for 2 trucks that we're not going to get for 2 years. The consensus was they did not want to use cash that we had on hand. Though the order for those trucks could be in, and we could have budgeted or found monies for that by this time now. So by delaying this still, we just need to say, yes, we're going to order the trucks and we can allocate this money, or we can, bond it. We just need to figure out a way that we're going to do it. And we could have done this when we were in the courtrooms, but it wasn't favorable at that.
I agree with your statement.
No, we have bought a truck with cash, and we're waiting on that to come in right now. We have a resolution up for the next meeting to buy another truck with cash. What you're suggesting, we are doing, we have done.
Last year.
No, I agree with your statement on it. But also we run into the fact is we have to show the manufacturer that we're able to fund it. So showing cash on hand now, and then 2 years from now, it's time to pay that bill. We don't have that cash. The bond just acts like a line of credit. We don't get charged interest on that until we draw from it. So we have that bond, and that is our proof of showing that we could pay for the truck to the manufacturer, and we don't draw on it because we have $325,000 and we could pay cash. Then that bond is.
But if we did that, say for 300 even, and we said, okay, over the next 2 years until this truck gets here, we need to break that up and find a way to get $300,000.
And I agree. I see your point on that. Use it as a side savings account. But God forbid an emergency pops up, and now that savings, it's like I'm saving for a vacation, but my roof is leaking now, so now we're not going to go vacation this year. I got to pay for this roof.
But these are the reasons why we have these reserve funds that are built up for the emergencies, for the things that we can't just go out and buy a gallon of gas, across the street. These are big, important things that we're not going to get tomorrow. We know it's going to take a lot of time to come, so we need to bite the bullet and say, yes, we need to do this.
I think we should do both at the same time. You have that bond sitting there as I need to.
I'm sorry, you can weigh in.
But if we have the cash on hand, because we've been saving for the 2 years, like you said, obviously, yes, we want to pay that and not pay interest on something.
Councilmember Vachkowski, you've been patient.
Yeah, I want to touch on a few things.
I'm sorry,
First of all,
Councilmember Kularski, can you chair while I'm gone? I'll be right back.
First of all, getting back to those Sterling trucks, why do you have to buy the actual Sterling part? What did you say you needed? You can't buy a generic part?
I can actually speak to this because of my prior business. We were, I had 120 trucks in my fleet. 80 of them were Sterlings. The Sterling's parts are strictly for Sterling. You cannot go to AutoZone and buy a replacement part and put it in a Sterling truck. Out of those 80 trucks that were Sterlings at my previous company, we had 20 that we were cannibalizing the same way we're doing here. There's a problem with Sterling. There's an ongoing problem with Sterling, and we need to move away from them, to be honest with you.
Well, I'm not saying but I'm just saying,
yes.
why do you have, like, I have a Ford Escape. I'm not going to buy Ford tires. Tires can be cheaper.
Unfortunately, for tires and stuff like that, yes, we can get through AutoZone. But there are the way the Sterlings are designed and built, their parts are specific. Yes, we can go to China and get bad parts that'll break in 2 months. But to keep those trucks rolling, it's a national problem with Sterling. It's not just our town. It's other companies and other businesses out there that have fleets of Sterlings that are having the exact same issue.
Okay, so then why couldn't we then sell off some of these Sterling trucks while they're still, they're not that old. I'm looking at the CMH equipment list. They have older equipment than we do on some of these things.
It's old.
But
Three of them that are 20 years old.
And if you look at the CMH equipment that they're giving us, they have 2006 and 5s for some of their equipment that they're using still. And
but they're not Sterlings.
No, I'm not saying that.
The problem is Sterling is out of business. They're not making any more parts. So whatever was in reserves for parts, it's not just me. It's Lancaster. It's Tonawanda. It's somebody in the southern tier that has them.
So
we're
Dennis
out of parts.
answered my question. So all I'm saying is then, a little at a time, sell off some of these trucks that you're still using. Somebody else could buy them, put them for auction. And also, why couldn't we start forming these capital accounts as a reserve, like the schools do for school buses?
To that point, the hotel bed tax that the board has asked the state legislature and the governor to get into law, the way the final version of that is set out is we would levy the hotel bed tax and the revenues would come to the town, but they don't come to the town and just all get dumped in the general fund. A good share of it will, but there's a portion that'll be set aside for our buildings and a portion of that is to be set aside for our vehicles. So we can use hotel bed tax revenues to create the fund that you're talking about for a capital fund. I think in my mind, by 2030, we're to a position where we're buying trucks on a regular basis in cash, little by little. I think, Vern, you and I want to get to the same place. We're here together. It's just right now, it's what do we do to deal with this situation? And there's a range of different opinions, and that's okay, and it's healthy. We all want to get here, but what do we do in the meantime? And in the meantime, it's how much of this fleet do we have to turn over, and how much of the fleet can we turn over that we have to really work through.
But if we do order, say, a couple new trucks, put it in that capital account, that money from the budget, put it in the account, wait until that truck comes in instead of actually bonding right now.
And that gets to the question of how much of a reserve do we want in the highway fund? Because we have a highway tax that's around $330,000. As I understand it, we could reduce that to basically zero, but all the sales tax revenue is getting dumped into that highway.
No, I'm saying a separate capital account.
Yeah, I understand a separate capital account. Like we can reduce the tax down to that dollar amount to cover the cost of one truck. But if we wanted to transfer anything else out, we can move that over to a capital account, but there's only so much.
Create it, yeah.
Because part of the question here is we're facing a 7.6% tax increase. And this morning we were talking about adding labor over here. We went over 60% of the budget and there's no idea solidly on the table there. Now we're talking about $2.8 million of vehicle needs. And it's nothing that this isn't anything new. It's just, there's nothing coming up to where this is how we're going to save $7 million. We're just seeing long-term pension obligations hit us. We're seeing needs for equipment hit us. We're seeing needs for buildings improvements all hit us all at once. And I agree with you, transfer the stuff to capital accounts, but there's so much more need than there is cut opportunity. And, you know, the highway budget is kind of laying that bare, just as we've seen in some other areas. Anybody else? We can keep at you, Rick.
Okay, I'm just like some current concerns you guys had going on with sanitation over the grass. You know, just this is what's going to happen if we would eliminate picking up grass. Indian Road is going to be a grass dumping site. Sugar Road is going to be a grass dumping site. People are going to get rid of it one way or the other, and that's going to put a burden on the highway department, which we're the guys that's got to go out and do it, but that's going to cost more money. So when you look at what it costs to handle the grass, I think it was a pretty fair deal we got to handle it. So, I mean, I would stick with what you're doing right now, in my opinion. I'm just giving you my opinion on that. I think it'll save us money in the long run. Okay, and then on the deputy position and engineering positions, I could sit on my hands and do whatever, just get by. I'm out fighting for money for our town from the state. I'm out advocating the state constantly. Right now, I was just appointed the legislative head for the Highway Association. We just pulled a meeting together last Friday. I invited Dennis to it. He see firsthand what we're trying to do. We're trying to go to the state and get a bigger pile of money for the CHIPS program, the pothole money, and find better ways to spend it where we can take some of that money and use it towards trucks. We're really working hard out there. We're in Albany. We go out there. We beat the legislator up as much as we can. We go out there with 2,500 people and blast the Capitol. We do it every year. So we brought them together. It was a bipartisan deal. We got everybody there. All but 2 legislators didn't show up from Western New York. It was a great turnout. I think we got the message across, and we're looking at pulling some from a bigger pot from the state, from New York, from where, you know, it comes out of a bigger pot, and that'll give us relief in our towns, not just our town, everybody's town, all our neighbors, Lancaster, everybody gets a benefit from this. So it'll give us relief in here, but that requires my time, and I push it hard. I'm at these meetings, and he knows what it takes just to put that together for what it took to make this happen Friday. And it was, I think it was a great success.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Rick. Okay. All right, we are at 25 after 2. I see we have Enzo Bellavia with us. If you'd like to, and Mr. Bowen, if you'd both like to approach and discuss the main pump station with the town board.
Good afternoon. I basically took into what you guys wanted us to do as far as reducing as much as I could out of the budget. I went through and I found areas that I could try and get some cutbacks on, as far as eliminating the in-house lab and going with an outside lab. We currently have some of the lab the process is done outside lab does it. I've just carried over and just brought everything over into that lab to see if they can do it. It cuts the cost on out of job class pay, and it basically, if when I handed the budget in, I think it was a savings of roughly $6,000. There's a couple other things that I cut out. We have a weather subscription for finding out when the storms are, how much rain we're going to be getting. I cut that down. So I did cut some things out, but with cutting out that lab, unfortunately, some of that money has to be put into paying for the lab to do the increased amount of work. So it's not, like I said, you're still saving some money, but not a ton of money. Most of the stuff in our place is just very old. It needs, like everyone else has been saying, it needs replacing. Our air conditioner, I said it last year, it's on, there's not much left to it to be repaired. They had quoted it back in 21 at 120 grand to replace it. Back in 24, I talked to the gentleman. He gave me a rough estimate of $250,000 now, if not more. There's big things like that we need. We do our vehicles, same thing. They're old like everyone else's. Our lawn equipment, it's our newest piece of lawn equipment is from 2009. I'm having a hard time finding equipment or replacement parts. They're not very reliable as much anymore as they used to be. They're held together with a lot of electrical tape and, as best as we can do. Other than that, I don't really, like I said, I've kind of kept it, I increased a little bit just because the cost of everything's gone up. There was bearings that were bought 3 years ago that were $250. This year I looked them up and one of them, the previous superintendent bought 3 of them for $250 a piece. Now one of them is $750 a piece for one. So I'm trying to keep a supply of stuff that we need, as best I can. And that's basically how I went about it.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Earlier in the day, I mentioned sanitation and how mathematically it's basically impossible to get a 1% reduction there. I think your budget is quite the opposite. If there's a budget where we can cut 1% effortlessly, it is this budget because of the Buffalo Sewer Authority cost. And you'll see that 1% cut is already provided in this budget. I think there's a reduction of 8.48% here. We had 6.1 budgeted in 25 for BSA. We're budgeting 5.4% or 5.4 million next year. I found a couple budget lines where we can tweak a few dollars, but by and large, what you presented to us, what was presented, I'm in support of. That's why it's here. We'll open up to the council members.
I think it's tough because I know that a lot of this is put out by the state where they're treated as separate. Sewer budget line is completely separate. That's why there's a need for their own mechanic, their own maintenance worker and all that, because we can't just send over your equipment to central garage and all that. And that's what's tough because it creates that, duplication of services or using the personnel power to say, hey, now we got an extra mechanic over there, instead of just always over there. It's tough. Some of it's mandated stuff that we as a board and that need to lobby against the state to see if there could be changes on it because it's costing us a whole load of money. But if we're able to pull a move, like the highway, superintendents are and jointly come together with other municipalities and towns because we're not the only one facing this issue, maybe change can happen then.
Off real easy.
We probably made you nervous, didn't we?
Thank you.
Actually, I got a big problem with. I'm just.
I'll try. Thank you.
Hey, I did not expect us to get caught up that quick. Thank you, Enzo. Thank you, Pat. We see you tomorrow. We have the town justices up next. We don't have them. I did have Mr. Wanat reach out to me and I told him we're running a few minutes behind and I'm starting to regret that I said that,
Oh, maybe yes.
So
I gotta go.
Thank you, Councilman. We take a quick moment to grab him, but yeah, okay. So once we get our justices here, that'll be the next section we take up. Yeah, there's, no, take a, no, for, no, sir. Checkout page, no, that's all revenues. 15 of 157. 14. Check out page 14. Yeah. Line 3A. All right. Our next victims have arrived.
Where?
I gotta behave, right? You guys can lock me up.
No, we can't lock you up. We can just sentence you. Sentence.
Yeah?
Yeah. Police will lock you up.
You're right.
Are you ready?
In a past life, you could have locked me up.
Past life we could.
I think Councilman Filipski was looking to retrieve you guys, and it appears he has. So, so
So I don't know what it is.
we
Summer? Okay.
we are ready when you are.
All right. Let's see what this is.
There we go.
Pink slip?
Yeah. It's a check.
Fortunately for the both of you, only the voters can fire you.
Yes.
Well, there's exceptions, right? Yeah, it's.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is a little bit.
All right, honorable judges.
All rise. No,
Floor
sorry.
is yours.
Maybe seated. All right. I'm gonna let Judge Juana do most of the time.
Well, first and foremost, thank you for inviting us. I think this started last year. We were happy to come out and discuss our budget and our requests and why we feel they're needed and why we feel the court needs to be funded, obviously appropriately, to complete our mission in the court building. I don't know if, do you want to bring up the court budget?
Rob, if you've got a moment, please, to pull that up. And I appreciate, I sent my questions in advance and I got
Yeah.
answers to everything that I was looking for, so thank you for that.
This is the Justice Court appropriation side.
Okay. Thank you. Do you want to start with questions or do you want us to go through?
A quick overview. Actually, I'll leave it to the board members. Do we need the justices to do an overview of their budget, or will we like to go right into questions? What do you think? Go through the budget?
Looking for.
Yeah, why don't you cover the
Well, when
budget?
we reviewed what we requested and where we were at, we were pleased to see, obviously, a majority of our budget is payroll, and a majority of it is through union contracts. Our non-union personnel, our clerks, and the drug court clerk, all, there's remedies in there to give them some raises in their salaries. Seem fairly appropriate. We're happy with what was recommended due to the fact that obviously they're not under contract like the union positions are. The other portion of it would be the judges' salaries. Each year we've requested the raises, and this goes back about 3 years ago when we requested to go from 74 to 94. And about a year and a half into it, 2 years into that, the board came through with a raise to 84. And there was supposed to be another raise coming the next year to go up to the 94. And it just didn't get there for whatever reason. But that's probably the biggest part of the budget that we'd like to see changed is our salaries. And with that, obviously the workload's increased over there. The drug court program has expanded. We handle over 60 cases in our drug court now. And we put a lot of time and energy and effort into that program, some of it outside of the regular hours of being on the bench. As you're aware, we're on from Monday to Sunday, 24 hours a day. We're getting calls now for arraignments for juveniles, 1, 2, 3 in the morning. Last week, calls from state police to do arraignments, Saturday, 12 o'clock in the morning. Saturday, calls from the police station, 9:30 at night, juveniles involved in, stolen cars, that they have to be arraigned in front of an accessible magistrate, which Judge Stevens and I are trained and certified as. So our workload has increased, and we think the salary should be increased to reflect that. Our counterparts, like Amherst, their judges are at 102 with a $25,000 drug court stipend. City court judges who handle similar cases in city court, the caseload down in city court, they're handling about right now 7,700 cases, misdemeanor cases, with 13 judges. Dave and I are handling 8,296 cases right now by ourselves.
Amherst is,
Amherst is 3,000. So,
and that's just misdemeanor, doesn't include any of the traffic that we deal with as well. So it's.
How many? 8?
We're handling right now 8,296 cases between the two of us.
And that's from just the other day, 10/7. That was the update.
So that's year to date.
No, that's what's
on the books right now.
That's what I say, it's year to date, so
Yes.
by December 31st, it could be 10,000
Sure.
theoretically.
Theoretically.
Right. I mean, our schedule that we handle, we've dropped down our personnel. We've got rid of a majority of our part-time staff. We have one part-timer, which years back we were up to 5 or 6. We're down to one part-time staff. We were able to get the full-time clerk for financing and pay the accounting position, which is working out very well. But we've limited our overtime. Our overtime has come down quite a bit. We've taken care of tickets through mailing instead of running traffic court at night. We got rid of the hours that it takes for traffic court. We're each handling over 1,200 tickets a month that are coming through our desk that we're reviewing off hours and sending out to folks. We handle not only the Cheektowaga Police, we handle NFTA, we handle Erie County Sheriffs, the state police, the dog warden, Cheektowaga dog warden cases that come through. So that keeps going up. We're up to, like I said, last month, over 1,200 tickets just from Cheektowaga alone. So that's why we're here. That's probably one thing we're looking at. And moving forward, what we're requesting, and we've asked about this in the past, is we have to come up with a plan to increase our storage and physical storage for documents. Some of you have been over to court, you've seen it, some have been to records. I've sent some pictures to a few. It's just inundated, it's a mess. And we need a building built out or some type of storage here for records that we have to keep. And we can't keep having our clerks go from our building over to Maryville to come back and forth. It's just not productive. We do store quite a bit over at Maryville, but the stuff that we keep on hand here, our file cabinets are filled to the max, and we now have office rooms that are starting to lock up files, and that should be somebody's room, somebody's office. If we moved, our 2 clerks are now out in general area. Private office. Where Roger and Sue, when they were the clerks, each had their own office to review files, and they're secured. Now files have to be moved and secured in different rooms. Obviously, we can't leave those out. So moving forward, that's a big expense we'll be looking to. We've been looking at grants for that, but we definitely have to be concerned with that moving forward. and how that's going to be funded.
And we may have mentioned it last year, but we by law have to keep every document that ends in a 0. So anything from 1970, 80, 90, all the way up to the current date have to be kept forever. And then we have to keep other documents for, I don't know, 15 years maybe?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Felonies, misdemeanors, different years,
Have to
but
be kept for a longer period of time.
it's a lot of storage.
A lot of storage, and with the amount of caseload that we have on a regular basis, yearly basis, we're just busting at the seams. We have no place else to put documents.
And again, I'll refer to it as physical storage, because I know you get into, where do we store video, where do we store, our computer stuff, but this is physical storage that we need.
You need paper copies
Yes,
in this day and age?
yes.
Have to,
We
yeah.
have to.
Yes.
I mean, I know that last year you guys asked about double siding stuff. We can't.
Even on the bench, we've looked, because we talked about it in last year's budget. That was one of the big concerns. How do we reduce our paper consumption, right? I think they came out and, these are, 2 cents a copy. We have to have physical paper copies.
Is there anywhere, is there anywhere that you can think of that could work today? Or are we looking at expanding onto that building?
I think we need to look at expanding. We've looked. Maryvale's been great to us. They've readjusted over there for us, but it's a move. It's calling in buildings and grounds. It's moving 20, 30 boxes to put in a room that's only supposed to hold 20 or 30. Now it has 60, and it's getting higher. And we're packing 5 pounds of garbage in a 1 pound bag, and it's just not feasible moving forward each and every time.
Yeah,
we do purges when we can get rid of things. We do, but the stuff that we have to keep, we really need to look at putting some type of addition, some type of storage on that
Do
building.
you see a lot more, say from the year 2010 to today compared to stockpiles you may have from 1980, 90?
Yes. We have some clients who come before us have their own box.
Yeah.
Literally.
Sorry. Seriously. They have, 20 or 30 files, 15 files, 10 files. And everyone has to include a criminal history. Some criminal histories, we got to refeed the copier. They're this thick. We have to produce that. We have to have that.
Multiple criminal histories per each client, because we get a copy, the DA gets a copy, the defense gets a copy, everybody gets a copy. So
All
you're
paper.
Talking, you got someone with 100 arrests, you're talking this thick for everybody, and that's 3 you have to provide, sometimes 4.
And you need climate control in that room. I know at the record center, we have to consider
Certainly.
climate control to
Yeah.
preserve the documents.
Yeah, I mean, I had even, an immediate response would be, do we, bring in a one of these train car storage?
Modular classroom type thing.
We have to,
Temporary storage, but
your budget, if we were to cut it 1%, we'd have to take out $57,851, and we're talking about building additional storage space, which I agree with. We can't take any more storage space from Mickey Kearns at the Rath building. We're going to do more videos, but in all seriousness, we can send these over to Maryvale, or we were talking about building on space over there. I've seen your storage in the police station as well, and it's getting filled up, and it's not like you can go up any further. You're already going up. So it's duly noted on me. And then I don't know what we do this year, but it's definitely something we have to take care of in the future. And this goes back to Councilmember Benchkowski's point about the capital funds. We could probably use some hotel bed tax revenues to set aside to deal with this if the board is so inclined. I don't want to commit that right this second, but that's something once our governor signs the bill, and the revenue starts coming in, we could set that aside to take care of this need.
Can you check with some of your other supervisors to see what they're doing about storing all the?
I would be happy to.
You have that group, right?
Yeah, I'd be happy to check that out and see what they're
some
doing.
ideas how they're storing all this paper.
I think regardless of size of the towns that they're all dealing with this.
They must be. I mean, and there a lot of those outer towns are now expanding. Lancaster, Elma, Alden. People, Clarence, they're all moving out that way. So I don't know.
We are the busiest court
Mhm.
in the 8th Judicial District. As you see, we're busier than Buffalo City Court. Our caseload is just tremendous.
One of the things that I'm sorry, Judge.
No, it's just, we just have so many cases that you have to keep.
Why do we have more than the city of Buffalo even?
Tell me why.
No, because
I don't know.
we're
It's
a
a
very busy
pass-through.
town.
Very busy
I
town.
mean, you know,
We're a city of
we
Buffalo.
encompass, you know, the airport, the Walden Galleria,
Passing
the
through.
biggest shopping district in Western New York, your corridor, your hotel district.
Expressway, throughway, all that stuff.
And one of the things I noticed with the 2024 audit, and I mentioned it in the email, is that the number of motor vehicle cases, criminal and civil, they were all doubled in terms of the number of cases. I think it reported, I think this was reporting like what was being handled versus what was actually paid out. And you mentioned that in the
I
email.
sent that in the email.
Yeah.
That 2 million, whatever it was probably the amount of fines that Judge Juan and I had
Actually assessed.
assessed to the people throughout the course of the year. And the 1 point, whatever it was, 2 is what people paid.
Yeah, because
We don't have, people don't have to pay anymore, and there's no recourse. Years ago, we used to be able to put out a bench warrant if someone owed money. And then if they owed $500, they're, you know, they put out a bench warrant, their fine's $500. That pays it. Now we can't do that.
caseload hasn't doubled on motor vehicle cases, criminal and civil cases from year to year, right? You haven't had a literal doubling in all your cases.
No, I wouldn't say it's doubling, but it's definitely gone up.
It's gone up.
Oh, without
Okay.
a doubt.
Yeah.
That's why I just wanted to confirm, because that's what the numbers here showed. So there's some discrepancy in this data of some sort that I have to ask the auditors about. So this is page 100 of the financial, of the Drescher Malecki's audit. So I think they're representing what was assessed versus what was actually collected. In
Correct.
24's data was the assessed, like you're saying, and every other year was the collected or actually
That's
doubled.
my assumption without looking at it,
Yeah.
like I told you. I've assumed that's what we levied as fines and surcharges. That's what we collected from people that paid.
The other thing I had, thank you for that. The other thing I had was with the translators, and you answered my question as well on that, that in 24, we had 23,000 and change was the amount for translators. We only have 21 in the budget here that was requested. You guys said that was sufficient.
Should be
So
sufficient,
if you
right?
feel that's the case, I will leave it as it is. I know that's what you requested. Looking at the history in 23 and where the projections are for 25, I see exactly why you believe that's sufficient. So I'm comfortable with it. If you, the both of you still believe that's sufficient, we'll leave it be.
And I talked to our confidential clerks, and she went through it. She feels that that's going to be adequate. We're right around that number. And we
Okay.
assume that we're going to keep it that way.
Thank you very much. Anything else from any other counts? We can go to Mr. Filipski and then over to,
Go ahead.
Quick question on retention. Is there any possible way for some of that stuff in the 70s and 80s to be sent to an offsite warehouse like Iron Mountain or something?
We have to be accessible,
That's accessible.
especially with the FOIL requests. We still get
Right,
people.
but Iron Mountain doesn't provide that where they got like a 2-hour turnaround where if you request a document, they go get it, send it to you, and deliver it to you. So I'm just wondering if that's an option.
It's worth looking into, but
Looking into, but I think it has to be housed within.
Okay.
Could you check into that, Dennis? Could
Yeah.
you for us?
absolutely.
Before,
Yeah, we'll have
That's
Jeanette
great.
reach out to you.
If they have a
Yeah.
service. that-
Anything that we can
I mean, that's a short.
outsource. Right.
Sure.
Right. And again, when you look back to the 70s and 80s, you got 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 10 boxes. Then you go to the 90s and it's, 10, 20 boxes. And then every year the boxes get more and more
Sure.
and more.
Mhm.
So, and we would be looking obviously for a facility that can handle what we have now, but also the future. And that's,
Just have a question.
go ahead, Councilman.
Do you think it would be worth it to raise the fines for the parking tags? It's been $25 fine since we were driving around together 30 years ago.
So in our job, we administer the fines. It's up to the town to collect them.
No, I know, but what I'm saying, I don't know.
Like a parking
I know you
ticket.
guys are, you can only say so much about certain things.
Sure.
I get it. I'm just curious. To me, $25 now is like nothing. I mean, we were around when they raised, remember the handicap, they made it up to like 150 and made it mandatory years ago. But everything else stayed $25. Now, if you're blocking your neighbor's driveway or something or a fire hydrant, it should be $50 or maybe $75.
Especially a fire hydrant too.
Right.
That's
You know what I mean?
You can assess them $1 million, Council. They
Well,
don't
yeah.
have to pay it.
I know.
They could
it's-
just throw it in the
the
garbage.
legislature
We
just-
have $2.4 million in unpaid fines on the books right now. 2.4 million. That's just from my tenure and Judge Stevens' tenure. That doesn't count
I know.
Judge Spire. We each have our own separate accounts. I have over 800,000. Judge Stevens has 1.4 million in uncollected fines, whether they're the $25 tickets, whether they're a $100 speeding ticket.
I guess to
And that's why we try to be fair and just in the courtroom. And, you know, is a $50 fine appropriate or a $200 fine? You have to look at each and every case.
No, I get
We
that.
administer the fines.
I have a gentleman yesterday that's refusing to pay a $25 snowban fine.
So
what do you suggest? We have to advocate and get on our legislators to change the law?
we don't advocate for political policies.
No, but we could.
Nor do we suggest what you should do. We cannot.
Okay.
So we appreciate that, and I appreciate that question. We can't answer that. We can tell you
Understood.
we administer fines, and we hope that people pay them.
One last question. You had mentioned earlier about someone looking to grants. Is there specific individuals in your staff that do that, or is it just whoever's more comfortable with it, or as they come along?
Our confidential clerks are always looking for grants. As you know, we got the JCAP grant last year. We were able to purchase chairs for our personnel. We're putting in, she's working with a few of you now, moving forward for next year for maybe some other furniture and some other things for court that can offset some costs. Our drug court coordinator, Ms. Green, is always looking into stuff that's available for our drug court. And hopefully the town grant writer, I would hope, is reaching out and looking for different grants. Maybe there's some grants for record storage that we could go
And
maybe in
that's
conjunction with the police.
what I was thinking,
Like
yeah.
Councilmember Benchkowski said, some of the other departments, you know, it'd be a question for Chief Coons, is he in need of more space? Could we do something in conjunction coming off the back of the court and the Sally Port, which is the area I think would be most appropriate. It's accessible from the police. It could be accessible from us. It would probably put us in a position. And again, those numbers, is that a $200,000 build out? Is it a 450? Is it $1 million build out? That'd be something maybe we could work with, you know, the other departments and at least get an idea of what we're looking at.
Sure. And for you, Supervisor, so our grant writer, do you know if our department heads have had any contact with them to say this is what I'm looking for, or this is, you know, my needs, you know, dire needs? Do they reach out to our department heads to see what those are? I think that'd be a good conversation.
That's a fair point. I've spoken to Bernie Rotella earlier in the year about some of the needs that we have. I think the next round of speaking with him about some needs is going to come from the town board and further capital projects meetings. You know, Enzo was here earlier. I took Senator Baskin over to the main pump station to show her some of the needs over there. Obviously, you have some needs as well. So once we discuss the list of capital projects we want to do, whether or not we have the funding, then we go to Rotella and say, this is what we're looking to do. Be on the lookout for these kind of things. So even if it gets beyond the scope of the town board, and his firm has experience dealing with, you know, fire-related grants too. So if we're even working with the volunteer fire companies, we might be able to do stuff like that there. But Bernie needs an updated list for us for some of the things we're looking for. So he, as far as I have not spoken with him about this particular need. So
and my
if and
question
when I
is,
do, it'll be the first time.
do we have the ability to have our department heads and administrators reach out to his firm? I feel like they should be able to.
Right. We've had some of that happen in the past. There's no prohibition on that whatsoever. I think it'd be to Bernie's benefit, our grant writer, to kind of centralize these things to get all the needs into one place. But if the judges say, hey, we have a need, and they reach out independently, I encourage that. You know, we just have to, the more that happens, the harder it is to keep all the communication in line. I'm not discouraging. I just say, how do we make this work out? And, you know, I know in your time as supervisor,
I have the
it was
idea.
challenging to keep this all in one.
You know what? We did have the grant application form, so the supervisor knew. The department head would fill it out, and then you would sign off. I'd have to see if I can find it somewhere.
Yeah, well, no,
Look for it in
I've
your-
seen those in the past. I can find that in the S
Why don't
drive.
you
and-
get that out to all the department heads saying, look,
Yeah.
fill that out, sign it, you sign it, and then it gets sent to Bernie. So at least, and then there's always a resolution before any grant is applied for.
Because I feel like there are grants for everything possible out there, but to do the work to do that, I mean, it takes a lot of time. And if we have,
And there's sometimes an upfront investment, right?
right,
for the
and if we have a grant writer, let's put them to work.
It's working for us, but yeah, we can add that to
sure.
it, so. Absolutely,
The-
we
the-
could.
The
we
nice
could
thing
get them
about
capital
a capital improvement, it's a one-time cost, and I know it's gonna be substantial, but other than reaching out to an organization to house and, you know, the cost is a recurring cost, where this would be a one-time cost and your record storage would be here. So we'll definitely look into if we can outsource our storage anywhere.
And when we build this, we might want to think about the records retention for the town as a whole, because, I mean, one of the issues in discussing this was you having to go pick them up from other places, or the security of these particular records. Maybe we turn it around and think of like some of the old maps we have, or some of the town-related records that we have. If, you know, while there's extra space for the meantime, we can put it over into that building. And instead of trying to put the court records in the main records area, we can use some of the court record space for general town records. You know, and then make the best use of the space, so.
So I've got a comment on the storage piece of it all and the grants, and then I got a question. Part of it too is just being creative about it. I mean, there may not be a grant out there saying, hey, we're going to build storage room, you know, Erie County legislator Myers may not want to fund a storage room. Nothing sexy about that. But if you fund a training piece, that's the new addition, and then you reallocate that training room, you know, in the police or something, just taking a space that's already there and reallocating it and doing something nicer that they want to cut a ribbon to, you know, Myers probably isn't going to show up for and fund, you know, a $500,000 storage room. But if we had a new police meeting and training, or an emergency, you know, management addition put onto the courts in the police right there, and just reuse that room now and repurpose it, that may be another approach and an avenue to go with. Can you explain a little bit to me and the rest of us? I see clerk to town justices increase, and it's over to 3.25. Can you explain why?
Why that rate?
Yeah, why I think it's at 16.4% instead of a 3.25? Can you help justify it for us?
They are not given any longevity. They don't have other amenities.
No other benefits.
That
Okay.
come along with a contract through the TSCA.
That's fair enough.
And it brings them up to, again, when we look at those numbers, we like to be competitive with other jurisdictions, other areas. And again, utilizing the Amherst, their clerks to their town justices are upwards of 97,000. And ours are below that, quite a bit below that.
Yeah.
And
About the longevity, Brian Kraus, isn't that part of our non-department head?
Yeah, they do actually get longevity, although neither of them are here probably long enough to be paid longevity at the moment, but.
And it's at a different rate, correct, than a TCA employee?
Correct. Management has a different longevity rate, and it is less than the unions, right?
Right. And they don't have the job security that a union member have. It's a different classification of a job.
And they don't get paid overtime.
No.
You know.
Really good. And that's, you know, like I said earlier during a couple of the department heads, is there's always a story behind the numbers, and I just want to hear
I
what's the
appreciate that.
Black and white, it jumps out and is like, holy smokes. Justification of it makes sense. Thank you.
Sure. All right, with that, do we have anything else for our town justices? Seeing none, hearing none, thank you both.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate
Enjoy
it.
the rest of your day. All right, our next contestant, Mr. Tom Carney. We are going to discuss the central garage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Tom Carney, General Crew Chief, Central Garage. pretty much the same point I was last year. Everybody wants new equipment, they're not getting it, and I gotta keep fixing it. And parts prices are not going down, tires are not going down. We maintain overall with vehicles, like 245 vehicles, 300 pieces of equipment, or 300 with pieces of equipment, with 4 mechanics, which comes out to about 75 vehicles each person per year that they have to maintain. I'm still short a mechanic. I've been short a mechanic for 3 calendar years now, so I've had a savings there of an individual employee probably now is what, 75,000 including benefits. So there's that savings there for the last 3 years. I also only have 1 welder, which I'm fine with that, but majority of his time is on sanitation, which is an aging fleet as well. We also maintain a fuel island that a lot of people forget about. That is now quite a few years old and requires some maintenance on a regular basis. Other than that, if you want me to go through line by line, I can, but it's going to be the same story. One year I might be a couple grand low on one line, and then the next year I might be $15,000 over in that line. All depends on what breaks, when it breaks, how it breaks, and how bad it is, and how much it's going to cost to fix it.
The fuel island was the question I did not send you, but I'm going to open up to the council members first, and then we'll get to the question I did send you regarding the lifts. So any questions from council members?
Is there a dire need for any new equipment to perform your job?
My biggest need right now, and it's actually, I inherited one and I found one myself. We had an aging heavy truck in-ground lift that was condemned 3 or 4 years ago now. Kevin was advocating to get it removed and reconcreted back 3-4 years ago. It never happened. The price to remove and replace that concrete has gone up every year since. This past year, my small truck lift that is in the ground, it failed inspection. It needs to be removed and the concrete replaced. Getting into that, there is also a lateral sewer line that is under that concrete that runs through sanitation into my building that is plugged and collapsed, and they can't get through it. So logically, if you're tearing up the concrete to replace what's there, in my eyes, the best thing to do is to replace the lateral line underneath it. I mean, I'm willing to do it anyway. I mean, if you guys want to put the concrete and give me the lift, great, super, I'm happy. If you want to look at the foresight and say, 5 years from now, we're going to rip this brand new concrete up anyways, that to me doesn't sound like the greatest idea, but
That makes sense. Come on.
that's your guys. I mean, that is not my decision to make. I asked for what I need. So basically, I need a 2-post above ground lift to facilitate. I mean, I'm working with 2 lifts with 4 mechanics right now. So a third would be great. At some point in time, maybe we can do a 4th, but 3 would be good. Let's start with one thing.
Have we gotten quotes for that, I assume?
I have quotes, yes. I put them in the budget repair to her, and I'm still actively doing it because they change quarterly. So my quotes were beginning of the year when I first found out that the lift was condemned.
As a point of information on this budget, a 1% cut will require reducing the 26 proposal at 959,777 by 17,602. If we were to do it, my recommendation will be to look at 3 equipment repair lines for sanitation, sewer, and police vehicles. You'll see that I increased those beyond the department head's request. And in the case of the sanitation trucks, the reason that went from 100 to 150 would be the 2024 actual. That would be page 33 of the budget prep report. If you look at the actual expenses for 24 is $151,000. No fault of yours, Tom. You get what you get, you know. The police car repairs were at $100,000. They exceeded the budget line for 24. And the sewer repairs, the budget was $20,000. It was $26,000 for the repairs there. That's kind of a crapshoot that you don't know what you get.
We got crushed last year in sewer, we got crushed last year in sanitation, and we got crushed last year in police. One of the biggest problems, well, each individual department has their own problems. Sanitation, the biggest problem there is tires are expensive, steel repair, And the DPF systems, the exhaust systems that they run now, they're expensive to maintain and or replace. That's where we got really hammered hard last year in sewer. And then the police department, primarily one of the biggest problems with the police department recently has been collision. It is devastating my collision account every time, and I actually have to use my police repair money to do collision work.
Can you just tell me which line that,
collision's actually a line.
no, for the left?
Oh, the lift I didn't put. It didn't
I'm sorry, you said you put it in your
I put it in the
repair?
budget prep, yeah.
It was the one you sent us.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, the one I
The
sent you guys,
emailed
yeah.
one that with the 1%.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a couple quotes in there, there's a prices in there, and there's the diagram of what to be done for the concrete.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yep.
This budget, you guys have probably seen this already, to the board members. The allocations kind of throw the numbers off, that you try to figure out how much we actually spent for gasoline and diesel, but also for the special district allocation. So if you look at the 23 actual to the 24 actual, that grew by $36,000. So it looks like there was actually a cut in the spending of this department if you look at the totals, but you got to factor that special district in and run the math a little bit, and that gives you a better idea of the actual cost growth there. It's like Thomas said, tires, and we all know this stuff isn't getting less expensive, but just to confirm what he's saying, the numbers on the paper at first glance suggest what he's saying isn't true, but he's being straight up with us. It's just there's those accounting identities that happen here that make the numbers a little wonky. So
Yeah, like
I just want to make sure everyone is aware of that.
the pool line, I never spend that kind of money. That's because you have lease payments coming out of that pool line, I believe, correct, Brian? If I
Yeah, that was set aside for
So that's not-
the outright purchase of those cars.
that's not tangible in my hand.
All right. You have quotes for the lifts, right?
Yep, and I'm still getting some more now because, like I said, they changed from quarter to quarter.
Now,
And they're not going down.
the other scary thing, the fuel island. You know, it's like if you go to Speedway or Delta Sonic or some of these other places, nice new gas pumps at least for the new sites. Not so much with our fuel island. So, do you have any insight? Anything we should be aware of in terms of repair, maintenance, replacement of anything? Please don't say that.
Nobody can give me an answer of how long a fuel station is good for.
Hmm.
That was built in 1998. The last interaction I had with somebody that they were obviously a salesman for Fuel Master. That's the part where the towers are on the pumps where you actually enter the physical mileage to get the fuel out of the ground. She came and she said to me, she goes, "Are you still running on an analog system?" And I'm like, "Yep." And she's like, "I'm not even about talking to you." And I said, "Well, what does that mean?" She goes, "Good luck. When it crashes, it's done." What it costs to replace that? I never had to replace the Fuel Master system on a fuel island before in order to ever get a quote for
There
it.
are problems with that in the past, I know, and Kevin had
It's-
told me.
It's gone down before where we've been able to reset it and it comes back up.
And then Kevin was talking about getting rid of a couple underground tanks that are still there.
Well, they're all underground now. There's one gas, two diesel. They're all 15,000 gallon tanks.
And they're all being used?
They're all fiberglass, double walled.
And they're being used, so you fill them?
Yep.
Okay.
One of the things I was thinking we should look into is what other municipalities are dealing with fuel islands. You may be aware of this already, but if we have folks if everyone else is transitioning over to a newer technology and we're out on our own, that's a little bit different than with a lot of other localities that have the same kind of stuff. We can band together to kind of keep this old school technology running as long as it could,
Maybe
because
there's a grant for fuel islands. I don't know.
yeah, it's just
The biggest thing now is from what I see and what I understand is you go away from putting them in the ground.
Mhm.
You put them above ground. It eliminates a lot of testing. And if it's leaking into the ground, you know right away because if it's leaking, you see it. It's not leaking into the ground right away. They're in catch basins. You know what I mean? There's a lot less involved with fuel or pressure testings and sump testings and all the other thing that goes along with it. I mean, there's an expenditure there every year in and of itself.
Maybe I could, can I ask? a
Oh, yeah,
couple
yeah,
questions?
absolutely.
So the pool cars, I know that I wanted to take some money out of there and we kept it in, but it seems like nothing's been used really. for the pool cars yet. What's the situation there with that?
As far as that, that's the
The
line I
pool-
just talked about.
Yeah.
That's that's for the payment of the fuel or the lease payments, I believe. And I can tell you, one of the 19 Fusions that you guys just bought just blew a transmission. That's gonna be
the one we just bought.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have a crystal ball to see it. You know what I mean? They don't talk to me and tell me when they're gonna break down. It's gonna be probably $4,000 between the transmission and the subframe was actually had a rot hole in it that we had to replace, which was another $400. So it's gonna be right around $4,000, I'd say, give or take. Don't hold me to that. Which is unfortunate, but it's still cheaper than buying a whole new car.
I do think this is a line that we can discuss about reducing or reallocating. I mean, just in this discussion, we were talking about the fuel island, we were talking about the lifts, and something else that has come up. I don't know who I mentioned this to, maybe a couple different board members, that the fleet that we have, you brought this up to me too, good ideas come from anywhere, right?
Yeah.
That we may have an excess of vehicles in some of these departments. Does every department need the number of, dump trucks that it has, for example? Do they need all the pickups they have? Do we have too
What's a
many
new
vans?
truck too?
Right? By reducing the fleet, that's something we should really be looking at right across the board. It's less for you to maintain, and all of a sudden that gets less challenging to deal with all of it. When we're talking about replacing a vehicle, the first question should be, do we have to? And, and if the answer is no, we just let it age out and it goes off to the junkyard,
I try not to tell our department's head what they need or don't need. That's their determination. I don't
Right.
want them to tell me how to run my business.
It's a very good point, because if we try and do this, you're going to get to a point where they're going to say, oh yeah, I need all these vehicles. I need this truck, because they want everybody to have their own vehicle. And you're never going to find the real truth of what they need until you do it or make a decision and there's an issue and they say, okay, we need a vehicle now.
I mean, I can sit down
So
and tell
it's-
you that such and such a vehicle has used, and it's happened before. We've all seen it, 700 miles on a pool car that we had for 5 years. Was that car a necessity? In my opinion, absolutely not.
Right.
In somebody else's opinion, maybe to them it was useful.
Tracks those vehicles and the mileage.
I'm sorry, what was it?
Who tracks that? The vehicles, like for instance, that are Alexander, do you guys, you track that and say, okay, this is.
I know for a fact that we get every vehicle that the town owns at least once a year because of New York State inspection.
Mhm.
So that's one thing. The other thing is I physically will go, when we enter our repairs into the computer, we can watch and gauge, that car puts on 1,000 miles every 3 months or every 4 months or every 5. So we kind of get an idea as to when we need to see it again, and we put it on our radar. Police department's different story. You service a police car once a month, every month, if not sooner.
Mhm.
But all the stuff around, we do our due diligence to take a peek, take the keys, go look in it, open it up, see what the mileage is, see if it needs a service. We have lead sheets that show our inspection dates, so we know when to inspect every vehicle in town. I'm going to say it, we do a very good job of keeping track of everything. If a car goes 4,000, 4,500 miles on oil change, that's a lot. And they typically don't even have to be done that early, but I don't put motors in cars, I change oil. It's a lot cheaper to change oil than it is to change motors. Yeah.
But I do have a record of every department's vehicles and latest maintenance and and he keeps track of everything they do on those.
When we purchase a part, it gets assigned to the vehicle. This way we know where it was purchased, what we paid for it. If it's a warranty item in a year from now, we can go right back and look where it came from, who we have to go back to. There's no going back and searching through paperwork or anything like that.
Wonderful. Good.
Kind of off topic, but it's not. So I appreciate your records and, the, information you keep, but what we hear a lot, and I don't want to say too much because he's not here to defend or respond to, are the highway fleet and maintenance of those vehicles. Is it a whole different world trying to do that on that end there?
I have no idea how they have their own garage foreman that runs their
right.
That's been kind of broken up over the last little bit from what I understand, because at one point in time you had Daryl there and then you had somebody filling in and now you actually have somebody there. So I've told Chris now that's there, if he ever needs a hand or if he wants a template, I'd be more than willing to share it with him so he can use it going forward with his department.
I guess this kind of ties into like the TCSU aspect of it.
Yeah, he's
like a training, like mentoring and making sure.
That's why I
it's-
offered it to him. I go, if you ever have any questions or you need anything, and he's more than open to it, says thank you, and hasn't
Okay.
reached out yet, but if he needs it, I'm sure he will.
Just curious. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'm not going to tell him how to do it.
Yeah, no, I don't expect you to. I was just wondering.
Yeah. No. I'm good.
So, I mean, to my mind, if we're the pool car line that Councilmember Benchkowski pointed out, I would say if we're talking about dealing with the lifts and dealing with one of those two that are out, maybe it's in our best interest as a board to leave that line to remain, or a portion of it, and at least keep enough revenue in there to cover any absolute pool car needs for 26 out of that line, along with the lift, and the remainder of it is something that we can reallocate or just wipe out outright. But we should keep some money in the central garage budget, I think, to repair this lift. The alternative would be to go to reserve funds up front to repair it, and even if we did get a grant to deal with it, let's say the garage lift grant, I don't know.
Yeah.
We would have to front some money in part or in whole to deal with it and then get reimbursed later. So that's my personal take on it. We don't have to do that, obviously, but just a recommendation.
It's lift replacement. It's really not, I mean, in retrospect to what a car costs, the lift is $10,000 to $12,000 to $15,000, depending on how many pounds it is. It's not astronomical. It's not hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know what I mean? It's not.
I appreciate that. I wouldn't expect to use all of it for one of them. I mean, yes.
Okay, just real quick, there were a couple other lines I just had questions on. I'm sorry, now I just lost my spot here. There is a line for auto washing,
Yep.
and the police also have their own line. So what else are you washing and nothing's been used out of that line for this year?
That's used for all your pool cars, senior citizens, parks department, any police vehicle besides the patrol fleet and the captain's vehicles. All the rest of them need car wash tickets from either. I buy from two places. I get some from Delta Sonic and some from Rujniak's, because Delta Sonic's not always open all the time.
Okay, but today it
The
shows you
reason-
haven't bought anything yet.
The reason anything hasn't been touched out of it, because when Kevin left, I had found a whole stack of tickets that was not.
Oh, so you, all right, good. Well, then
I don't
you're
know.
saving-
What I think happened is he put them in a drawer and they got pushed back to the end of the drawer and they were.
And they're still taking them.
Yeah,
Oh.
they're acceptable. There's a barcode on them. They're fine. Yeah.
Wonderful, okay.
So we'll see at the end of the year. Typically, that's one of the end of the year things where I assess where we're at, how many we need to buy, and looking forward to the next year.
So you don't get the whole pass for each vehicle?
No, it's just it's a coupon. You
Yeah.
throw the coupon in Rujniak's, you can go 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it's a coupon at Delta Sonic,
Mhm.
but they're only open till, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't use Delta Sonic. I wash my own car at home.
I get it. And this whole thing with the fuel farms, I think Brian Kraus was good enough to find me the original resolution about selling fuel to fire departments and other municipalities. Was there anything updated since May of 2000? Do you know?
Not
You
that
don't
I'm
know
aware of.
anything?
3 cents a gallon they're charged, from what I understand.
That, yes, but it doesn't include
I understand. I
all
totally
the,
understand.
It's cost plus 3 cents, right?
Cost plus 3 cents.
but I'm just saying is the agreement in front of me only has 3 of the fire districts. Well, it has Village of Sloan, Doyle, and Forks.
They all get their fuel from us now.
Pardon me?
They all get their fuel from us.
And that's fine, but we
Everyone.
might have to update an agreement.
They're billed every month.
I know, but all I'm saying is what
That's
happens.
fine. You go ahead. If you want to charge them 30 cents a gallon, that's fine with me.
I'm not saying that. I think we need an agreement with them only because what happens if we want to upgrade our fuel island?
Diane, I don't think that I believe, I would guess, all right, I would make an educated guess that there are agreements for every one of them. I didn't have time to go research all of those.
all right.
So
So we
I only sent you what I could get to quickly
Okay,
in
so
my,
you
in
don't
my
know if
limited
it's-
time. And so what I did was is that, you know, they're all pretty much the same boilerplate. I just figured I'd send you what were the case so you would have
All
an
right.
example of them.
Yeah, because that should all be spelled out too, in an agreement.
If I may, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Brian Kraus. I think those are the original fire companies when it first started.
Yes, it
So I know
looks
like
like
at
it.
Bellevue, we got on several years later to see.
That's correct. So that's why I'm saying that I don't have the ability to go or the ability or the available time to go research
I understand.
records of what year we went into a contract with
And
somebody.
everybody got on at a different time, and I don't think anybody wanted to be like the test case to see the first 3 or 4 that went through. Everybody was like, "How does it work?" Good, okay, and then everybody started falling in line after that.
On this, I do have a couple of the other agreements. I asked IT to take a look into them,
Okay.
so I have to forward them over. We weren't able to find every single one, but the one company we couldn't find insists that they made an agreement with the town, so we're still looking on that.
The town clerk has all the records?
Be able to find that, but Councilman Filipski's correct that other fire companies signed on
All right, well, that's
individually
good.
after the first, after the guinea pigs came through, and the agreements for the others are the same,
All right,
which is the company's
I
name.
think if
and the
worse came to worse, we could go to that fire company, maybe they have a record, a copy.
Yeah, and that's what I have to ask at this point. You know, it's if we, you know, in a scenario that, let's say we did increase the fee, charge the fire companies to 30 cents. That was the number that was thrown out there. It's not like we reduce our residents' taxes. We just shift from one property line to another. And we can go out and say, yes, we held the line on the town tax, but then we have agreements with each of the fire companies. And I can't speak for every fire company. I just know that some, they run a real tight ship and the cost is the cost is the cost. So we're basically going to shift those costs from the town tax line over to the fire district line. And does it yield a savings? I would argue no, but it does mean the town taxes grow.
but I'm not even saying that. I'm not suggesting, because when price of gas goes up, we're only taking an extra 3 cents a gallon from them, so,
Yeah,
right?
it doesn't change
It doesn't really.
if it's $4 a gallon or $3 a gallon, it's only 3 cents a gallon more that they're paying.
Right, exactly, and I think that might be fair for the fire companies unless somebody disagrees with that. All I'm saying is about having the contract, and in case there's extra fees on top of it, like for the fuel farm upgrade. I think it's in one of these.
Yeah, there's an
Yeah, well,
escrow
I-
mentioned there.
I mean,
Right.
if you want me to propose to raise the rate, that's fine.
No, I don't
never-
know. I think you're right with that. Then it's passed down through the fire company to our residents some way.
Just to actually just clean up the paperwork, it doesn't matter. Even if we went with the exact same contract, which I believe we should, just put them all on the same one contract and have them all just sign for it. So now we're not searching for 5 different ones.
I agree, you know,
Go with that exact same
and I think it's a
template,
good
just update
program
it.
for them, you know, and.
Zero changes.
It is.
Yeah, it's fine.
Talking
Everybody-
budget though, that's what we.
Everybody's, as far as I understand, everybody's happy. I do have some chiefs that come to me and they do want to make sure their keys are allocated to the right vehicles. They got new vehicles, they want to update them. It happens on a regular basis.
That's
Fire
good.
departments get, and we take care of them all the time.
Mhm.
Yes, I'll say that. For
Well,
now.
not necessarily.
Not necessarily is right. Let's keep it at that.
Let's keep it at that, right? But that's what I want, because there's times I've seen like a regular car there, so I don't know how you track, is somebody giving somebody else another
Well-
fob, that was the fob.
If somebody takes a fob from their chief's truck and puts in their personal car and comes here, I have no idea how I'm supposed to control that.
Oh, that's on the fire district.
They're on it because there's a lot of times they're like, whoa, wait a minute, there's a discrepancy here. And they'll come and ask me and I'll make sure that that key is assigned to that vehicle and I'll reassure them that that key is assigned to that vehicle and that's on them. That's not on me, like on a Saturday at 9 o'clock at night. I'm not here.
No, the
Yeah,
fire,
exactly.
the fire districts get a report too from the
Yeah,
town.
I
How many
send
gallons one
billing out
truck
to them
keeps
every
Good.
month. I'm the
All
one
right.
that does the billing actually, so,
Mhm.
well, I send it to Bill Stradman.
And I first looked at our guys. Where the hell is the truck?
Where are you going? How come you're using so much fuel?
All right, well, it sounds good, but maybe we might have to just have a new agreement signed with all of them on one agreement, just so, just to keep better records, that's all.
Yeah, and that's something we could work with Law on and reach out. We could work through the Fire Commissioners Organization and let them know we're looking to do an updated resolution, and if we have an updated agreement, we can, I don't want to volunteer you for that, but there is a mechanism for
Yeah.
which I can work with the board members that are willing to do that, to get that taken care of.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else for Tom Carney? All right, let's just keep band-aiding our vehicles, keep them on the road.
Been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks,
Have a good
Tom.
day.
Thanks, Tom.
Take it easy.
All right, with that, the next presenter we have is related to community development. It's Rachel Straker. I do want to mention up front that her budget is unique compared to all the other budgets we've dealt with, because the money comes from the federal government, and it is not worked into the general town budget in the same way every other department that we have heard from today is worked in. So we'll let Rachel explain that, go through her budget, and then any questions we have for her, we'll do that after. So good afternoon.
Hello. And actually, as of right now, I don't have a budget. We're just starting our budget process because we don't go by the calendar year. Our program year doesn't start until April 1st. So our budget is different, as you may or may not know. Our funding comes from the federal government. And I actually have a public hearing on Tuesday where I'll be going into detail and stuff also. But comes from the federal government. 20% of our annual funding goes towards our admin costs, salaries, fringes. We also have funding through the town of Amherst. 10% of those funds goes towards our admin costs also. We have limited overhead in our office. I have one clerk, I have one code enforcement officer, a part-time code enforcement officer, myself, and a planner. We do all of our in-house grant writing on our own, all of our federal requirements, HUD requirements. We apply for grant funds through the state, which we handle those applications on our own also. As a matter of fact, we just put an application in for $650,000 from the state to be used towards our rehab program. Our overhead, like I said, other than staff costs, is pretty minimal. Approximately $10,000 a year is allocated for office supplies, audit, employment verifications, professional dues, and training. And actually half of that is our single audit that we're required by the federal government to do. The balance of all of that is used for programming, mostly our housing rehab program, but we also try to allocate funding to other town departments to help offset costs of stuff that needs to be done that taxpayers, we can hopefully offset tax bills. We recently completed the resurfacing of the tennis court at Cedar Grove. The Pleasant Parkway project we have funding into, and we're also working with the facilities department on replacing some fencing at Winston-Magola. So we kind of try to balance those projects in, like I said, to bear the burden so taxpayers don't have to see that in their tax bills.
Questions for Rachel?
Has there been a change in the funding? I'm sorry, jumped in there.
Every year it goes down slightly. There's still, we literally just got our funding from 2025 that our grant agreement was signed April 1st. It pretty much stayed the same, but from year to year, we don't know what's going to happen. There's rumors now that our home funding that we receive through the Amherst Consortium is going to go away, that they want to completely eliminate it, which is approximately $250,000 that we get.
Who is they?
The federal government.
I just wanted to,
Yep.
I didn't want to make sure it wasn't Amherst coming after us.
It's part of the continuing resolution with the budget that's going on up at the federal level. They want to completely eliminate that. So it's kind of on a day-to-day basis. We don't know what's going to happen. It's my understanding that they want to keep the CDBG funding the same for 2026, but that can change too. We really don't know until they get everything ironed out.
All right, Councilman Flipsky?
Are you having any issues with the shutdown yet?
We're kind of limited impacted. We still are able to draw our funds down as we spend them. Money that's already been obligated to us, thankfully, because we have at any given time 30 rehab programs or 30 rehab involving individual homeowners going on. So we are not there. We're working on a major project to provide funding to a senior housing complex in town that requires approval from HUD. We're at a standstill with that because there's no people to approve it or review it. So that's kind of on hold. But as far as the day-to-day operations, for the most part, we're able to operate normally, which is good.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. So do you have 2 employees or 3 that are TCA or?
I have 3.
3.
I have my community development aide, my assistant code enforcement officer, and my planner.
And is there any other employees besides yourself, or is that it?
I have one part-time
One
assistant
part-time.
code enforcement officer.
And I ask this because the board, we got to see down the road. There may be funding or may not be funding for CDBG for 2026. The rumor is phase it right out. 2027 might not be guaranteed and moving forward. So how will that impact us also with moving employees around and finding a new place in town work-wise? So just something to keep on our radar with these cuts with the HUD funding. It will trickle down and affect this department drastically on how they're paid.
On top of the money that we receive, we get approximately $500,000 a year in loan payments from outstanding loans, old rehab loans, business loans that the Cheektowaga Economic Development Corporation has issued in the past. And then, like I said, usually every 2 years, we request money from the state. In the past, we've only got $450,000, but because our wait list is out of control, we asked for $650 this time. So we're hoping that they'll honor that, and we can use 10% of that towards our admin costs also, which helps. But yeah, especially as the CDBG funding decreases and costs go up, it becomes more and more challenging to balance that.
Yeah, it's already hitting services. Like Erie County has already put a freeze on daycare subsidy. There's no more. Now it's a waiting list moving forward. So these lists will only grow, moving forward.
And we're seeing with a lot of our not-for-profits that provide free services, whether it's housing, counseling, domestic violence, or whatever it might be, they're looking to us for more money because as other sources get cut, they're going to wherever they can to try to find more. And we're limited in what we can do in that too. We can only allocate 15% towards those services.
Anything else from council members? Oh, we took it out easy on you.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're all set, Rachel.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We have one more presenter on our list today. That would be our town clerk, but we have her for 4 p.m. Part of the plan here all along has been to fit town attorney Tom Fowler in whenever we had some extra time. Now is that time. Mr. Fowler, if you're ready, if you want to take a few minutes to talk with us about your budget requests, and we'll throw it open to the board for any questions they may have. Oh, I did not. He's still here, right? Oh, I hope so. Oh, Councilman Jazinski. I think he's still with us online.
Who's that?
Councilman Jazinski. He's still online with us, I believe.
Oh, he signed off.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Earlier.
He did text me. He had to go, he said. So that was maybe about a half hour, 45 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. Well, we're on YouTube.
Whenever you're ready.
Ready when you are.
All right, I'm sure you've all seen it. It's probably among the shorter budgets in your binder. I think we take up about 10 or 11 lines on half of a page. So most of our budget falls under two categories, payroll and outside counsel. I'm not asking for any vehicles. I'm not looking, I mean, we're fortunate enough that Lisa Bolognese and IT, they handle all of our electronics, so that's taken out of our hands, again, thankfully. We buy some folders, we buy some books. We've got very little by way of discretionary spending. Our payroll, longevity, vacation sellback, those are all built-ins. I've not asked for very much as far as equipment and supplies in the grand scheme of things. I think it's well under $20,000, and that includes our Westlaw subscriptions. It includes filing and miscellaneous fees. It includes travel, training, and conferences, which we did none of this year, and don't know that I would do any next year. Wouldn't be opposed to it, but I left that number in case for some reason something came up that was worthy. I don't intend on asking the board if I can go to New York this year for the AOT conference, though, again, if I was directed to, I wouldn't oppose it. And then obviously the last line is usually the larger line for us. This is our outside counsel contracted legal services. Happy to answer any questions you might have, but we didn't ask for anything special, and we didn't go outside. My staffers fall under a similar umbrella to what the court staff does. They're exempt, and so the raises that I've asked for them are in line with exactly what our union raises are. Was it 3.25? I think that's the math I used. I didn't ask for anything. I remember last year I did ask for something a little bit extra for one of my staffers who hadn't seen money in 4 or 5 years, whatever it was, and tried to justify it. And you were amenable, I recall. But in this year's, it's straight down the line for everyone for everything.
Question I have, Mr. Fowler, has to do with law books attorney line. In 23, it was $5,000. Last year was 13.2. We got the budget for 4,500 this year, which, looking at the actuals for 25 and the final projections, that seems to be fair. Do you remember off the top of your head what that 13,243 entailed?
Sorry, I can address that because Tom did highlight that to me and said, "Is that true?" And I said, "It actually." Sorry about that. That's Brian Krause over here. There was an actual claim that got paid out of that line for some reason or another. It is a legal cost. Should have come out of the attorney line, but it came out of that line instead by an error.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's all I had. Any other council members? And if you're looking for page 24 of the budget prep report. All right. Seeing none, hearing none, I think you're off the hook, Mr. Fowler.
Thank you.
If the clerk is watching in her office, you can stop in any time and we can get through this. We can get you on early, but why don't we move over now to, we could take care of the council office budget and the supervisor's office budget. We'll go to page 16 on the budget prep report. You can find the budget for my office. You'll see that the 2024 actual was 130. The 25 budget, we are looking at 142 right now, but for next year, we're at 124 in the budget line there. Oh, I see the allocations aren't factored in for special districts. So you can see that for next year, off of my 25 budget, we've got a cut of 1% in that budget, and that basically comes out of the grant line, which is second from the bottom, grant development supervisors. I had 45 in for this year. We're putting in 42 for next year. The town board was gracious enough this year to put in a 2-year contract for our grant writer. So we have Rotella Management retained through, I believe, through all of 26 into early 27. So we know what those costs are going to be next year, and they're fixed, and we're able to lower that line a few $1,000s appropriations line. The 6.66% isn't great, but could any number but that. But I think this is pretty straightforward. It's for myself, it's for my assistant, and then it is for my secretary, which when I came into the office, we had 2 full-timers. We've gone down to a full-timer and a part-timer. There are raises budgeted for my staff, as there are all the other folks that aren't in the unions. And as Mr. Fowler said, 3.25%. You'll see requested 3% increase in the middle of the page. Our office supplies, we got $22.50 there. Even though we spent more in 24, we're on track this year. It says 2,300. I think we'll come in under that. And I think $22.50 for office supplies is just fine. Travel and training, you see that we use less than that line. If there's anything else this board was looking to cut, just like Mr. Fowler said, I think travel, conference training is probably the line to look at there. I'd ask that you look at these previous years and consider those before making an actual cut, and that you see there's $430 that was spent against it year to date. So that's basically all I have for the supervisor section. Any questions from council members?
What does that requested 3% increase mean? What does it entail? Or is that the total for the whole?
You see how it says supervisor 0% increase? That does not mean me. I'm not asking for a pay raise. At some point in the budget process, I did put in a 3.25% raise for the council members, but that was taken out before the final because I thought you guys would probably take that out. So that is for the that is for my assistant, that is for my secretary. So you can see my assistant's 3% is line 6, and for my secretary, there should be, it's line 2 under the part-time regular. So there are 2 separate lines, one for each of them. But it's a like law, it's a pretty bare bones budget, so to speak. We can jump onto the council office if there aren't any other questions.
The question, what is budget director $7,000?
Budget director is, so the salary set for town supervisor is the $79,140. Brian Kraus can explain the details of this better, but budget director basically has to do with the additional stipend that comes along with preparing the budget and dealing with budget related things. Brian, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, that's just been historically the town supervisor is considered the CFO, the finance official of the town. And there has been typically a stipend associated with that, which is the $7,000.
But it's a stipend, so it's not part of your salary published.
Correct. Yeah.
But I thought it always was. I mean, the first few years when I was supervisor, I did give it to a budget director separate from me, but then I took it the last couple of years as the budget director.
Right. And as I came on, I mean, you can ask Mr. Kraus about it. I've been in his office for hours on end, popping in multiple times an hour, not the day, an hour. Hey, what is this line about? Hey, look what I found from 1996. Hey, can we do this? Hey, can we do that? So as far as putting this budget together and being the budget director and laying claim to this stipend, yeah, I would say I've certainly put my time in. Any other questions? Let's move on to the town board. That's on page 13. So there's an increase, and there's our clerk.
Now, let me just explain. When the board decided in 2025 to hire the town comptroller, it was debated, I guess, on where to put that cost. And, being that the council, kind of directed that the comptroller would come on, I put the comptroller's cost into the council office. I mean, I could create a separate department. I don't know. It's just a cost of a salary. So I'm just saying that it's there, and that's why it will look like there's a significant increase, but it's just a new position that was housed in this department.
And we do share the clerical person with the controller.
Correct.
We're going to go to part-time clerk, but we went and kept it full-time because we knew we would share it with the controller.
One correction that I would like to do is to remove the increase for me, because I do plan on going on the town healthcare. So if we could remove my increase and add my health insurance to the budget line, that would be all I ask.
I do have a question on the vacation sellback, though, on our line. For new people, we have 2 new people. How did that happen?
Well, I mean, I agree. It could happen depending on, it's not likely to happen, but I wanted to have a number in there to be, to be, I guess, keep a marker there.
Fix sellback, that's just their,
Yes. I mean, those were really more numbers that Julie was able to take advantage of, and Julie has retired. You're correct. So it's just, I mean, it certainly could be conservative. It certainly could be removed in this budget, I would say, comfortably.
so do you suggest we go all the way down to 0, or don't they, for next year, I would assume they get something, right? Vacation and sick?
Yeah, so that's the debate. I mean, generally those sellbacks happen because people are here for a good length of time and they have a healthy amount of vacation or sick time, and that sellback is to kind of keep those numbers reduced. So currently, with the comptroller and the new assistant there, they wouldn't have a significant amount of time that they'd be looking to sell back yet.
I'm glad Brian Kraus pointed that out. It's not that the council office budget increased 30% because of any other expenses. It was the addition of a new expense that if you put it in any other department, you would see that there's actually a decrease in the council office budget.
I'll speak on this. It's definitely, I may be the minority of the group on it or whatnot. If we're making tough choices and tough calls, I mean, Dennis, this is nothing personal or anything. It's, you're only 6 months on the job, and that too is, I'd like to see a return on investment, and $80,000 is a big investment to not see much of a return yet. Maybe, the reports tomorrow or whatnot. You've been doing a great job sending reports and being on top of it all. It's okay, perfect. And then if it's able to show, and I'm like, okay, good. Then, but I'm just saying, if we're making cuts, that's a $80,000 one right there for me, at least, to recommend. And then I would go back to also with prorating, like I said earlier, prorating the 3.25% increases for the new hires. I know ours is a newer hire, so prorated off the time from when she started till the end of the year rather than the base piece, and we're able to shave a little bit there. But those are just 2 of my comment pieces on this right there.
Anybody else on the council office budget? All right, with that, we have our town clerk here with us, Kim Burst. You're next up.
Guess it's on. Good afternoon, Supervisor, town board members, good afternoon. So my budget, as you can see, is pretty small. there isn't really much to it. We have my employees, and we have about 10 lines having to do with supplies and safety and equipment, and publishing notices, and maybe a little equipment maintenance. But other than that, there isn't much to it. I can tell you that we are at our bare bones as far as people and staff. We recently we lost one part-time staff member that decided to leave. We were able to pick up one other to fill that space. And then we recently just hired Julie, your old council clerk, to help, but she is only going to be here minimal hours. She's agreed just to work during tax time, just to help us during those, basically the really busy weeks, about 3 weeks for each collection. So it's only going to be about 6 weeks per year, but I don't want to discount that she might help fill in a day here or there if we are low on staff. So for the first time, I have 4 part-time people filled into my budget, and I have 2 deputies. One is in the TCAA and one is not. One is in the exempt. There's a significant imbalance in pay. I know that the deputy in the union, based on union contracts, gets 3.25% from the last 3 years and is going to incur another 3.25% over the next 3 years based on the contracts. And the first deputy, who is actually my appointment, is not going to see any increase unless you provide him a raise. He didn't see anything minimal over the last 4 or 5 years, but I'm asking for a significant increase. They have same duties. They are interchangeable, except for the fact that he works on taxes and the TCA member does not. So he has extra duties based on what he's doing. So I'm hoping, although he hasn't been here as long as her, that he can see some kind of significant increase for his duties and responsibilities. If I'm not here, he is supposed to be in charge. He is supposed to be the next in command. So I am asking for that. As far as all the supply lines and things like that, a couple of them I did adjust to go up. One's like the notices, that every time we put a publication in the paper, we have to pay for those notices. And we've done our best to try and minimize what goes in. They changed the way that they do their work at the Bee, and we physically actually put the notices in now instead of them. So we put it in the application. The application tells us, based on how much information we put in, what the cost is. They want $60 per notice just to tell us that it's been published. We have stopped doing that, and I'm actually notarizing that they have been presented in the paper. We take a copy and I notarize that they were actually presented and published. So we are not paying that cost to them. So it's just the publication. So I did increase that a little bit. Other than that, I moved a few numbers around, but there isn't anything substantial. I do believe in my initial assessment of the revenues coming in, I did increase that about 13,000, but I think we're going to be significantly over that. So, any questions?
All right. Opening it up to the board. Any questions of the town clerk? I have none.
I guess I have one about the bingo inspector. I thought we eliminated that last year.
I didn't include it in my budget, but it was still in there.
Did you?
I think legally we have to have a bingo inspector. That's why it's there, but I don't know. I don't know that for a fact.
We haven't spent against the line. I don't believe we
No,
have.
I think
But
last year
yeah,
we didn't
it's
have.
still there.
It says requested.
The last I checked into it, they are not required.
Yeah, the way it says 26 requested stage, it'll say requested for literally every single line, whether somebody requested it or not. It's just
That's not always true. I try my best to be cognizant of if it wasn't requested, I don't put it in there. There's so many lines that I miss things. Obviously, Chris or Scott Coal highlighted that I missed that one of his requests. It's, I do my best.
So it's safe to assume that position is not filled right now as we speak anyways, right?
Oh, it's not filled. Yeah.
I do have a question / discussion.
Yeah.
It came up earlier about the website and if IT could take over those duties. Is that something you're opposed to, or
Not at all.
you'd be happy to hand off, or
No, I think
do you
that
have any objection or?
I will tell you this, that Michael Milks was my counterpart on that, and he is not with us anymore. So he was kind of my backup.
For like managing it? Or-
Yes, helping, updates, things like that, and he's not here anymore. So the building and housing is going to be going to a new platform. So that is going to be a link to our website now. So it's going to be mostly managed now from the vendor, not us. There are certain sites that are stagnant and just have small changes. And then there are other things that are repetitive, like the senior center with their newsletters and their lunch menus and
Youth
things like that.
Interact and-
That's not crazy, and I hate to pay somebody to do simple things like that. But I don't have a problem with anybody helping or doing any work on the website.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on page 23 of the budget prep report. Under website, it says move to IT budget. So you see we have it zeroed out for 26. And that'll end up in the IT budget.
And do you know what line it's on? Is it there now?
Looking in the IT budget there, I'm not seeing it show up there. We're gonna have to transfer it
Did not
over. So
see it.
yeah, it's just, if we were to put it there, it would show up a second time, but we can, on the final budget, we can have it show up there.
I will say that the website is going to need some work in as far as being in compliance. The state has made some mandates and changes to larger towns like ours. So I'm in discussion with, our main site is hosted by the police department, and we kind of piggyback off of it, so it doesn't cost us anything to have our portion of the website. So we do work with the police to make sure that, we're in compliance, but there's some stuff that's going to have to be done. If we can't do it with Don from the police department, we may have to bring somebody in to help with some of that stuff. But we may have some other options with the website, but I don't want to overspeak. I have some feelers out and some questions out to other people, but I don't have definite answers yet. So that's not something that I want to until I know for sure. Okay. But other than that,
Thank you.
okay.
Any other questions for town clerk? Seeing none, hearing none? We're all set, Kim. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good night.
Covered personnel. 4:00 right now. We do have some other smaller departments that we can pick up today, but
So I was going to ask that. Can we go over the culturals, historian, library?
Sure.
And so.
all right, where culturals are on page 59. Why don't we jump over there? Yeah. So this section, we'll throw it over you in just a moment. This section has 4 budget lines. You'll see with the garden club that we had for 25, we had 12. We had budgeted, in 25, we budgeted 1,100. We had spent 12. Other than that, everything is, we're on target. Otherwise, actually historical is under budget. So overall, we had budgeted 17,650 for the year. We're at 17,400, and I believe that'll be the final number. So Councilman Pilarski?
Making cuts on a lot of things or supposed to or would like to, but I mean, the symphony, how many performances are they doing in Cheektowaga? We're spending $12,150. Is it, the senior center, youth center, boys and girls clubs, all the schools? If you tell me that, then I'm like, okay, great, it's serving Cheektowaga. But if you tell me it's one time, the senior center and one time, the mega shelter, to me, that math brings $6,000 per performance. And I think we could send these groups to Shays or something for that cost.
I can tell you that one of the issues the Symphony has had is actually finding performance spaces. So I've met with Dave Maguda, and we were talking about maybe the possibility of going to the schools or some other places. They have struggled to find places to perform. You're talking about needing a large stage for a bunch of folks to put on a concert. So that's one of the things that are a barrier for them to do things as frequently as they do. I hear where you're coming from. Any other comments on that?
Have their own symphony?
I don't know. I cannot say yay or nay on it.
I think Amherst used to, but now with the musical fair going to Shays, I don't know.
I don't know much about the cultural city of town. So it's not something I put a lot of money.
Dennis, you had some stuff too? I'd love to. Or do you want to save it for, we're talking about this now.
Yeah,
so.
well, no, I'll bring it up now. A couple other things that I've requested on the cultural side, and I know I've talked to you, Councilman Pilarski, is about the Polish Fest. I have several issues on that. I also have requested a report from their chairman, Mr. Eddie Dobasevich, and we have yet to see one. It's my understanding this was a partnership.
I've also requested it again.
Celebrations. I'm sorry, guys.
Sorry,
Page 64 for the celebrations portion of the budget.
Okay. The other concern I have is once again, this is demographically not a solely Polish community anymore. We are now taking on other events such as Juneteenth Festival, everything else. I don't think it's fair in the equity for the town and these other organizations to have one cultural group get a big chunk and another one get a portion. I think we need to evaluate that maybe on a case-by-case basis. But in fairness to all the other organizations that want to request money, I don't think it's fair. Also, the fact that we have not gotten any report from them in years. So where is our money going? I've been hearing rumors, stories, everything else. Prove me wrong, I would love it. Once again, the other thing is the cost of what it costs the town to run these functions. It's not just setting up the grounds and setting up the barriers. It's cleaning. It's the police department providing security. Luckily we have volunteer fire departments, but we have to have volunteer fire departments. We have to pay AMR to be there. So there's all these little additional expenses, not to mention the cost of the cleanup after the fact. So although it says that it's $24,000 or whatever, you could probably double that money by the time you're done with all the other expenses. So my opinion is in most places where we rent out picnic shelters to Joe Blow's family for a picnic party, I think we should be doing the same. If these Polish Fests and these festivals want to run and make money, then we should be part of that as well. We should not be expecting the taxpayers to fund these events and not get anything out of it. Now, if we're in a partnership with them where we split the profits and it's a revenue source, I'm willing to talk. But right now, it's not an additional $24,000 drain. It's an additional drain on the other departments as well. Also short staffing, once again, our police department was already short staffed. Now they have to have patrol officers for 3 days at Town Park. My 2 cents on that. Other areas of concern, and I will wait to those departments come in tomorrow, but I'm also looking at the social aspect of some of the expenses that we pay. The senior center. No offense to our seniors and who dedicated their, but we bring in $100,000 worth of revenue and we spend 918. On the youth recreation and the pool side, pool alone, we spend over $500,000 to run our 3 pools. On top of that, costs are being dumped on the facilities department to pay for chemicals and repairs. So that is money out of their budget as well. And you see in the use and doing a Google map of our neighborhoods, look at all the pools that are in the neighborhoods. Kids aren't going to the pools anymore. You have your folks in the morning to go do their exercises, but other than that, the pools are not getting used. And if I'm wrong, I think we only brought in from outside revenues only $4,000 in pool fees, according to what I've seen. So that is a serious concern. Now, do we close all 3 of them? I don't think we should. I think we should keep Town Park open. But all the other pools are on the west side of the town. There's nothing on the east side. So you have to commute anyways to go to the town park if you want to use their pool. But once again, I suggest everybody Google maps of your neighborhood and you will find that there's a pool at every other house in the neighborhood. So that's where I'm coming from. On the youth rec and other side, we bring in 900 and some thousand in revenue, but yet we're spending over $2 million for these programs. So between the pools, the senior center, and everywhere else, there's a savings of $2 million. So
What did you say the senior center revenue was?
a little over 100,000.
And
I have a schedule. I did an analysis. I think I shared it with you, Mr. Supervisor, and I will bring that tomorrow to
the
discuss.
expense on the senior center then?
The senior center was about 900 and some thousand.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying to cut these and get rid of them, but serious discussions need to be made. Not only that, but I go through all the expenses through the town, and for the last 6 months, I've had some serious questionable expenditures on those sides. And I think I've addressed it with several of the board members. I think it's even been in my reports. So I think there's some serious discussions that need to be there. As much as to your point, I need to find money. I'm finding the money. Now it's your decisions to make that. And I'm sorry, I cannot control police. Once again, I wanted all these people to go through today because these are the ones where I have a hard time finding any budget, anything I can save in their budgets. And as you've heard, we have to expend more money in our infrastructure and our vehicles. So with that, I can't really touch them. I can't stop police services. I can't stop the highway department from plowing streets in the winter. You want to get rid of highway, cut the overtime, fine. When it snows at 5 o'clock in the morning, good luck trying to get to work. Now, there's other areas where I can say where there is frivolous spending. And I, once again, we have concerts. We're paying on average anywhere from $600 to $1,000 for a band. For what? Do we get any admission on that? Do we get any revenue from that? No. So once again, now the other problem I have in my heart, I don't want to get rid of youth and recreation, but at the same point, where are the parents in this community? Why do we have 14, 15-year-old kids out at 11 o'clock stealing cars at night? I personally was affected by that. My niece got her car stolen from a neighborhood, would have never expected it. And it was, once again, juveniles at 11 o'clock at night. So there's more important issues that I think that, as much as we try to keep the kids off the street, it's still a responsibility of the parents. And for us to babysit and do all this other stuff, I think it's something we need to reevaluate. I'm not saying cut everything, but take a look at what we're doing and the programs that we're doing, and do they make sense? That's my speech.
Thank you, Dennis. While we're on the celebrations line,
Dennis, you were right. We agreed up to some one point.
while we're on the celebrations line, I want to point out the line right under Firefighters Recognition Day. And if you were to ask me to start zeroing things out, here's the first thing I would zero out. I want to explain why it's here and what I think we can do and should do. There's a new line in the budget for Employee Recognition Day. Now, this year and last year, we held an Employee Recognition Day outside of the Senior Center. in both years, that the vast majority of that funding came from the contributions of the department heads and elected officials. Thank all of you guys sitting up here for supporting that effort this year. The line is created because there are some revenues left over, and it's locked in the safe in the clerk's office, that we had collected for Employee Recognition Day to fund 2025 that were not used. I looked into the budget that we had to throw the event as a whole, minus the money that was left over, and the difference was where this 1,400 came. I am absolutely fine with zeroing that out. We're talking about tough choices we have to make. I think we should do this again, and I think it should be among all of us to go about how to fund that. You know, we get outside support and all that. The reason the line is here to begin with is somewhere to receive that revenue, to say that there's, put that against it. I think, Diane, you and I spoke about a trust and agency account to
Yeah,
deal with it
Ryan,
too.
did you talk to Brian Kraus? Can we-
Yeah, we discussed it in passing, but I don't think he would remember the conversation. He was going one way, I was going the other. I said, I think we should do this, and then that was it. But we haven't sat down and had eye-to-eye conversation on this, but the money is already set aside to do that. But just want to point out that that's there, and I'm
Have
absolutely,
it as at 1,400, you want to put in the budget for that?
we could take that out. Just the reason that's there was the difference of what it actually cost to reflect the actual cost of doing that next year. But if we can fund that entirely with outside support, and we don't need town dollars. It's just.
I mean, I don't mind putting money towards it for our employees.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
part of my
hap-
salary, and
Yeah,
I know Tony gave his salary back this year, part of it. So if we all just pitched in, wouldn't that be enough?
I'm happy, look, I'm happy to pitch in. It's one of those.
7 board members.
We can talk about this offline. I got an idea of how to make that go away and take care of it. But you know, we can leave it in there as well. It's just, this is one we should absolutely discuss, because it's an addition, and we can figure out what to do with it.
On celebrations, I mean, Dennis hit it on the head for me, word for word, I think. I mean, I was under the impression when I first got on this town board that we were going to phase out and get out of the Polish festival business, and that's why this group came on. And it seemed like, you know, and then we put in the budget, you know, for 10 grand or whatever, 15 grand. And then all of a sudden there's a transfer for 6 grand more. And now they're up to 24. It seems like we're not getting out. We're getting more back into it. And in addition to that, not one single financial statement, not one.
That was a partnership in my office used to have, and I sent you that. I had Lynn Ryback send you that before I left.
Yes, your office ran it and all. And then I remember sitting at the meeting, and the goal was, hey, we're going to slowly phase out of this, like Homer Simpson into the bushes type thing, and going back. And this was all going to be run by the American Congress with Eddie and Jim. But we keep spending money on it. And we don't spend money on German Festival. We don't spend money on the, who just had, I think, the Bengali Festival or something like that. They just use them. They're all paying a fee to rent that place.
Charge also an admission.
Parking, they charge, you know, I mean, I'd like to see, plus we're the one, we're getting a donor for them. NOCO's a big donor. We're putting in money. At the end of the day, if I could see some financials and there's a story behind that, and it could be explained to me saying, look, we're not making $50,000 off of this festival because here's the numbers. I could say, okay, you're short 24. That's where we come in. But I don't know that.
Yeah, I mean, the question about a detailed report to your satisfaction or to your satisfaction, we don't have that. I would like to say on the record that we did get some financials from the folks at the Polish American Congress about this. But
I don't think it's a matter of having some, because I requested a long time ago that, you know, hey, we'll give them 60, 90 days to be fair. You know, 30 days really isn't enough. It just ended. I'm a solid no on this until I see a financial to at least help support it.
I understand and appreciate and respect that. There's a little bit of nuance where you're like, what you're asking for, you haven't got. But we have gotten some financials from the Congress about it, and it does beg some questions, as we've discussed. But we do have some numbers of a sense of their cost, and that's again, for what you were asking for and what we have, it's not the same thing. So.
Honestly, I think what we're requesting should pertain to every single outside source receiving any funding from us, whether it's the symphony or the garden club. I know they turn in, the recs to get reimbursed. So, I mean, that information is in there, but it's just got to be straight across the board. Maybe we put out an RFP to see which group is going to run the Polish festival with zero support from the town. It's a great Polish festival. Don't get me wrong. It's got all the bells and whistles,
There are donors also.
There's also lots of sponsors and donors.
Yes,
and
there is.
Paid a park.
And it's how was it managed? And that's what we're waiting for, is that report. And I just emailed them last week.
They never did the report. My office did the reporting. My office when I was supervisor. So I don't know how you've been working it now with them. Because haven't you been doing something?
But they,
I haven't seen I haven't seen
they
a full
also have
detailed
a
report.
finance person. I'd have to find out the name and maybe directly contact him or her.
Or once again, give me the information and I'll contact them.
Yeah.
I'll put my name on it with control.
When we changed over from, when I took over as supervisor, I met with the organizers of the festival and I told them that, to my mind, the goal was for the town to back off and get out in terms of the financial side and to pass over more of the work to them. And over the past 20 months, or 21 months at this point, that's what we've been doing is in terms of like the administration of things. So the financial report side of it was, we'll give you, the goal I had was to say, we'll give you some financial support, less and less. I know they came to us this year and asked for more, and the majority of this board gave an additional $16,000 beyond what I had in the budget. The reason I put more in the budget this year was with discussions with some board members of, with this year adding extra, like this coming year, if there's interest of the town doing something like that on their own, we would need some type of budget. If not, that's a whole different story. But this here is basically to match what we did in 25. And again, getting back to this idea of that festival becoming self-sustaining. And I still think we should work with those festival organizers to get us to that place. To the comptroller's point of all these other festivals that we have that do things on their own, the German festival.
The history here is when Mary Holtz was here, the town was doing the whole thing themselves.
Yeah.
And I was trying to find a way to not have to do it all. I didn't have time for my office. Mary Holtz had one part-timer just for the Polish festival.
There also was a group of people.
But she would work with the group.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that was a big expense, just paying one part-timer, plus all the money that the town did put in. And it's probably, don't you have like in your computer a Mary Holtz file? It's in there.
Yeah, there's probably a Holtz file. I mean, it's probably within the S drive too that I.
The S drive, look for Holtz files.
Okay.
I remember it was, and you look at some of those and they did it all.
I would say from my vantage point and from what I've heard from other council members that I think we're all in agreement. The goal is for the town to get out of the festival business. If anybody disagrees, please let me know. But if we want to continue to do a Polish festival or have a Polish festival here, in the short run, we're going to have to support it in some way financially, quite frankly. So if it's not at this dollar amount, we're going to have to do something at a certain dollar amount to help them keep going and help continue to make this work. My office does some work to raise some funds for them, and we'll continue to do that.
Too. We would send letters to vendors for them because we kind of formed our own little Polish festival committee. So the letterhead would say that.
And we devote considerable time in the early part of the year towards making those phone calls, preparing the letters, sending them out, doing follow-ups, securing new folks to donate.
Yeah, right.
It's just more resources from the towns end that we're putting into this. And I mean, if your office is also sending out the donation letters and helping kind of steer this ship, but they're the ones doing the work. They're the ones getting the profit out of this. And then, I mean, like you said, our police, we've got police on overtime.
They have their own security.
They had one security guard this time and their tent got broken into overnight.
Well,
And then our police had to respond and take a report and do all that stuff. So there's town resources. Well, they're cutting corners. That's my point, is we're giving them more money and they're skimming back on their expenses. They're charging for the parking. They're cutting back on one security guard now, not multiples overnight. So they're cutting their expense lines. Well, we're giving more or seeking donations for them, and we have yet to see where any of the expenses have gone. The only thing I've seen since they've taken over this operation was a budget, the initial budget from them to say, hey, this is how much it's going to cost us to run it. And we funded that the first year and saying, okay, but then after that, I have never seen an expense report ever from them, just their initial budget. And there's cost to it. I question the overtime. You know, I looked at the overtime list of everybody and I'm like, oh goodness, you know, Mark Mez, why's he got all this OT? And I took a step back and I asked the question because there's always a story behind the numbers. And he fills in for the working crew chief when they're off on vacation. Well, one of those time periods was the Polish festival. Dean was off Friday and Saturday. Mark had to work then for it. So there's OT costs now for that piece of it into it as well, on top of other employees that may be working another shift to set this up on top of their regular duties of cutting the rest of town park. So there's a lot of expenses to this outside of this 24.
So the question comes, we have 24,000 here, we have other additional costs. Is this a decision, is this something we want to discuss in more detail right now, or at 20 after 4? What do we do with this?
I think there's time to discuss it, but I would definitely put a question mark next to it.
Yeah, I think it comes to a point where we all want to be benevolent and we all want to help people. But when you can't help yourself, you can't help others either. You got to help yourself first. Get yourself right, and then you be benevolent. And it's not like we're talking about it's everybody's money that we're talking about. So before we go giving everybody's money away, why should we go to ask everybody, we need more money from you because we're doing dumb things with it?
I don't think it's being dumb to have Polish festival.
No, I'm not, I didn't mean it.
It's been a tradition.
Yeah.
Right.
I didn't mean it
But
that way.
at
What
the
I'm
same
saying
time-
is we're giving money away in places that maybe we shouldn't right away.
It's being poorly managed.
We have to get healthy before we get other people healthy.
I would disagree that it's poorly managed, and you know, there's questions about it, right? I think we can all agree to at least that
poorly
much.
managed.
So, I mean, that's your perspective.
We're all just left making assumptions because we haven't seen an expense report.
It's not directed at you.
Yeah, it's, you know, I mean, I
I
work
don't think
closely with
anybody's
these
saying
guys.
cancel
So
Polish Fest, so don't let the
nobody's
headlines
saying-
read.
Nobody's saying that. It's
You know,
a great,
anybody's saying
it's a
that's-
great festival. It's one of the
I don't-
biggest ones around.
I don't take it personally. I just see what happens over those 2.5 days. That it's a big operation to manage that. So that's just my personal perspective. But I think there's fair questions about how this is managed, and dollar wise,
No, you're right.
like if you know, there's a lot of money in our indirect costs as well that go into this. So we do have to have a bigger discussion about, you know, what is the plan next year, and we got to let these guys know pretty soon. You know, if
Well, yeah, but does the city run the Italian Fest? Does the city run the Irish, South Buffalo?
And there's supports that they put in. They do, you know, they do have policing in the reserves and closing of streets and cleaning of the streets. So there is some, you know, in kind from the city, but it costs the taxpayers. But like I said, a decision on this I can't make because I don't know where the money's going.
And I agree, and that's what it all comes down to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see festivals in our park, and we're seeing
Absolutely.
a lot of festivals in our park. None of us disagree with that.
Nope.
I think like I said, we take this one offline and we see what our options are here, and I'd love to see us, you know, work with Eddie and Jim next year and do another Polish festival. If we go in a different direction, all I'm asking is that we let them know as soon as humanly possible.
Yeah.
Well, the
No, and I
answer
wasn't
is
saying
give
it
us
was
the
dumb
expense
to-
report.
I understand what you're saying.
I wasn't saying it was
I know
dumb
you
to
didn't
the
mean that.
What was the dollar amount that that they said a total amount was needed for this festival? 65,000 or 70?
I want to say the number was around 75,000. And
75.
I believe it ended up costing them a little bit more than that. Maybe it was around 70. But
I'm going to tell you right now, I've been to other festivals, okay? and
I don't know.
You do not need that kind of money
Yeah,
for that. Because I'll share some things that we can talk about. There were just some expenses that I heard, because I actually started to contact some of the musicians, the bands that were playing.
So I'll say the hotels.
To concur, what were you paid and what were you told? Or, you know, and then what were we told that they paid? And again, need that financial report.
Does that justify the attendees?
And they're just.
What's the attendance?
A simple example, you're bringing somebody in from out of town. Those groups know that they're coming in from out of town. A lot of the musicians, the band itself is going to pay or charge X number of dollars. But then to turn around and put them up in hotel rooms, separate rooms, why? Why that expense? And then that magazine, you don't have to advertise like that. And that was so-called, what, 15, 20 grand for that? And then how much do we end up throwing out? That was brought up by John.
Or we just make a blanket, some kind of policy for every festival. Either we stay out of it or you get X and that's it. You know, $3,000 or whatever. Because it isn't fair to dump, to your point, as much as we do into that and nobody else gets, there, sooner or later, somebody's gonna.
Well, they're gonna knock on the door and say.
Yeah.
Why are they getting this?
It can be similar to like the youth and rec that we talked about last year about we, will offer X amount of dollars, whoever signs up or wants to be
Correct.
a part of that, will support only up to this. And that's that.
Maybe that budget line, maybe it's 24,000 for festivals, and then German Fest has an opportunity to apply, Polish Festival does, et cetera and et cetera.
Like a grant.
Exactly, it is exactly a grant, an RFP process where they fill out their expected total attendance assumption, because you're never gonna know, and
Right.
with that, I think we've had a lot to digest today. I'm going to make a motion to close the meeting. Do we have a second?
Oh, second.
Second from Councilmember Thompson. All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.
I think everybody's second that.
now you don't want to go through the whole night, right?
Yeah, that was a good idea.
Initially, it was all like, yeah, it's early, I'm good to go. He goes, no.
There's a county called Xenia. And they started a ham radio called 35,000 ham radio operators coming around the world. Just to buy itself. All right, I drive down there and blow through $3,000 in 24 hours. And I'm full.